Bid on Love, a sweet African-American romance novel written by Imani Price, narrated by Shatrice Williams and Michael Evans. Chapter 1. Mrs. Whitfield, I promise you, your son is not going to spend the entire summer watching cartoons in the activity room. Zuri Palmer tucked her phone between her shoulder and her ear, scanning the sign-up sheet spread across her desk while simultaneously waving in a volunteer who'd appeared in the doorway. We've got the reading program from 9 to noon, the outdoor leadership camp after lunch, and we're adding a junior debate club this year. Debate club? Mrs. Whitfield's voice perked up through the line. For what age group? Rising 6th through 9th graders. We're partnering with the high school forensics coach to run it. Oh, that's wonderful. Jalen argues with everything I say anyway. Might as well make it productive. Zuri laughed, pulling up the camp roster on her laptop. That's the spirit. I'll put him down for all three? All three, and tell whoever's running that debate club to brace themselves. Noted. Zuri ended the call with a smile, then looked up at the volunteer hovering by the door. Hey, Devin, supply closet's unlocked. Grab what you need for the mural and leave me the receipt. The teenager gave her a thumbs up and disappeared down the hall, sneakers squeaking on the linoleum. Through her office window, Zuri could see the main activity room filling up for the afternoon session. 2 volunteers were setting up tables. A cluster of younger kids had already claimed the beanbag corner, talking over each other at a volume that suggested nobody was listening, but everybody was having a great time. This was the part of the job that never got old. The building itself was old, sure. The fluorescent light in the hallway had been flickering for a week. The storage room smelled vaguely like wet cardboard, no matter what she did, and the HVAC made a sound every afternoon at 3 o'clock that she could only describe as mechanical despair. But the place was full. The programs were running. The kids kept showing up, and so did the volunteers, and so did the parents who trusted her with their children's summers. She'd built this from a half-empty room with donated folding chairs and a dream she'd been too stubborn to let go of. 4 years later, the Sweetgum Meadows Youth Center ran 12 programs across 3 seasons, served over 100 kids, and operated on a budget held together by grants, fundraisers, and the collective goodwill of a town that showed up when it mattered. Zuri was reviewing the summer budget when her phone buzzed. Then buzzed again. Then a third time in quick succession, which meant either a crisis or Sasha. She glanced at the screen. Not a real SOS? Are you sitting down? Zuri typed back. I'm at work. What? The 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. Sasha was composing a novel, which was never a good sign. The office door swung open before the text arrived. I'm coming in person because this is a face-to-face conversation, Sasha Briggs announced, stepping inside with 2 iced coffees from Roasted Beans and an expression that sat somewhere between gleeful and braced for impact. She set 1 coffee on Zuri's desk, dropped into the chair across from her, and crossed her legs. You look like you're about to deliver a diagnosis, Zuri said, reaching for the coffee. Close. I'm about to deliver information that may cause elevated blood pressure, irrational behavior, and aggressive denial. Sasha took a sip of her own drink. Miles Ashford is back in town. The name landed in Zuri's chest like a fist. She didn't flinch. She was proud of that. But something behind her ribs tightened, sharp and sudden, and heat crawled up the back of her neck before she could stop it. Her hand paused on the coffee cup. Back as in visiting? She asked, keeping her voice level. Back as in moved back. He's at his grandmother's house, Miss Eloise's place on Chestnut. Apparently he's been here about a week, and I only found out because Mrs. Andrews spotted him carrying boxes inside on her morning walk and told Rochelle, who told Mrs. Zhang, who told my mother, who called me 45 minutes ago to make sure I would tell you before you ran into him unprepared. I don't need to be prepared to run into Miles Ashford, Zuri said. I don't think about Miles Ashford. Uh-huh, I don't. Sasha took another sip, watching her over the lid. Your jaw is doing the thing. What thing? The thing it does when you're about to argue a point you know you're going to lose. I've been watching that jaw since 9th grade. I know what it means. Zuri unclenched her jaw and took a deliberate sip of coffee. Cool, sweet, exactly the way roasted beans made it. She let the cold settle her down. Miles Ashford. Here, in Sweetgum. Not passing through, not visiting, but here, unpacking boxes in his grandmother's house like he had every intention of staying. She hadn't thought about him in years. That was what she told herself, and on most days it was close enough to true. She didn't lie awake at night, remembering the way he demolished her argument in the semifinal debate their junior year. Calm and precise and maddeningly unhurried, his voice carrying across the auditorium like he was having a private conversation with the judges. And she just happened to be there. She didn't replay the moment at graduation when her name was called first, valedictorian, and she'd glanced sideways and caught his expression before he could rearrange it. Something that wasn't anger and wasn't defeat and wasn't anything she had a name for. She didn't think about any of that. Mostly. So he's settling Miss Eloise's estate? Zuri asked. Miss Eloise Ashford had passed 2 months ago. The whole town had shown up for the funeral. Zuri had signed the guest book, dropped off a casserole at the house, and left before she had to think too hard about whether Miles would be there. That's the official story, but my mother says he's been talking to people around town like he's considering sticking around. And Sasha paused for effect. The town council apparently asked him to assess the community building. Zuri set her coffee down. This building? This building. For what? Structural evaluation, renovation assessment. The council's been talking about it since that pipe burst in January. They want to know what it would take to bring it up to code, and I guess having a licensed architect fall into their lap was too convenient to pass up. A licensed architect. Of course he was. Of course Miles Ashford had gone out into the world and become exactly the kind of credentialed, accomplished professional who could waltz back into Sweetgum and immediately be handed authority over something that mattered. He'd always been like that. Always the one who walked into a room and rearranged it around himself, not through force, but through sheer, unbearable competence. She'd spent 4 years competing against that competence. Valedictorian against his salutatorian, separated by a GPA fraction so small the school had to go to the 4th decimal place. Editor-in-chief of the school paper while he ran the yearbook committee. Her vice presidency to his class presidency, a student council election she'd lost by 11 votes that she could still, if she was being honest, recite the margin of. Debate after debate after debate, the two of them paired against each other so often that their classmates treated it like a spectator sport. 4 years of pushing, matching, fighting for every inch. And then graduation, and then nothing. Different colleges, different cities, different lives. No goodbye. No acknowledgement of what all those years of friction had actually been. Just silence and distance and the slow work of building a life that had nothing to do with Miles Ashford. Until now. Zuri, Sasha's voice was gentle. You've been staring at your budget spreadsheet for 30 seconds, and I don't think you've seen a single number. I'm processing. You're spiraling. I am not spiraling. I'm processing. There's a difference. The difference is about 2 degrees of jaw tension. You're right on the border. Zuri pulled in a breath, held it, let it go. It's fine, he's back. He's looking at the place. It's a professional matter. I'll deal with it professionally. Of course you will. I always do. Absolutely. Stop agreeing with me like that. It's condescending, Sasha grinned. I would never condescend to you. You're terrifying when you're in denial. The front door of the youth center banged open, and 2 of the afternoon volunteers came through with armloads of donated board games, calling out greetings to the kids already settled in the activity room. The noise pulled Zuri back to the present, to the center she was responsible for. The programs she ran, the 100 small decisions that needed her attention between now and 5 o'clock. Miles Ashford could assess whatever he wanted. This was her building, her work, her community. She'd been here for 4 years while he'd been wherever he'd been, doing whatever architects did in cities that weren't Sweetgum. If the town council wanted his professional opinion, fine. But if he thought he was going to walk in here and start rearranging things without understanding what this place meant to the people who used it every single day, he had another thing coming. I need to get back to work, Zuri said, pulling her laptop closer. Sasha didn't move. That means you can go. I know what it means. I'm staying because it's Tuesday, and I always take my break here on Tuesdays, and also because you're going to want a witness for what's about to happen. Zuri looked up. What's about to happen? Sasha tilted her head toward the window. Through the glass, Zuri could see the front entrance of the youth center. The afternoon light fell warm and golden across the walkway, catching the edge of the community garden the kids had planted last spring. And walking up that walkway, a leather portfolio under one arm and a purposeful stride that she would have recognized from half a mile away, was Miles Ashford. Her heart did something involuntary and inconvenient. No, she told it. Absolutely not. He moved the same way he always had, deliberate and unhurried, like every step had been planned 3 steps in advance. But the boy she'd known had been lean and restless, always shifting his weight during debates like his body couldn't keep up with his brain. The man walking toward the youth center carried himself differently, settled. Sure, like he'd grown into the body he'd been borrowing as a teenager and finally owned it. She was cataloging. She stopped herself. Are you going to go out there, or are you going to sit here and watch him through the window like a nature documentary? Sasha asked. I am going to go out there and handle this like the professional I am. With that expression on your face? Zuri didn't ask what expression. She stood, smoothed the front of her shirt, and walked out of her office and through the activity room where 10-year-old Destiny Williams looked up from her board game to say, Miss Zuri, there's a man outside and he looks lost. He's not lost, Zuri said. He just doesn't know where he is yet. She pushed through the front door and stepped into the late afternoon warmth just as Miles reached the top of the walkway. He stopped. She stopped. The distance between them was 8 feet, maybe 10, and the air in that gap was not neutral. Zuri. His voice was lower than she remembered. Not deeper exactly, just more of itself. The way everything about him seemed to be more of itself now. Her name in his mouth sounded the same as it had in high school, careful and specific, like he was aware of every syllable. Miles. She kept her tone even. I heard you were coming to look at the place. Word travels fast. It's Sweetgum. Word was traveling before you finished parking. The corner of his mouth moved. Not quite a smile, an acknowledgement. I've got a meeting with the council next week to present my initial findings, but they asked me to do a walkthrough first. Is now a good time? No, she thought. Now is a terrible time. Now is me in a shirt I spilled coffee on this morning, standing in front of a man I haven't seen in years, having a reaction I refuse to name. Now's fine, she said. I'll walk you through. He fell into step beside her as she led him toward the entrance. And the proximity was immediate. She caught his scent, clean and warm, soap or cologne, a detail that had no business being as noticeable as it was. His arm was 6 inches from hers. She was aware of those 6 inches the way she was aware of a sound she couldn't locate, constant and low and impossible to ignore. The main activity room, she said, leading him inside. This is where we run most of our programs. After-school tutoring, summer reading, community meals on the 3rd Friday of every month. He stepped past her into the room, and his arm grazed hers in the doorway. The contact lasted less than a second. She felt it travel up her forearm like a current. Irritation, she told herself firmly. That's irritation. He was already scanning the room with a quiet intensity she recognized from every classroom and auditorium they'd ever shared. His gaze moved methodically across the walls, the ceiling, the support columns, the window frames. He was reading the space the way he used to read her debate arguments, looking for weaknesses, mapping the structure, finding the places where everything held together and the places where it didn't. How long has the HVAC been making that sound? He asked, tilting his head slightly toward the ceiling. Which sound? There are several. That almost smile again. The one that sounds like the system is negotiating with itself about whether to keep working. She didn't want to find that funny. She found it a little funny. Since October, the repair company patched it, but it comes back every few weeks. He pulled a small notebook from his portfolio and made a note. The pencil moved in quick, precise strokes. She watched his hand, the sureness of the motion, and then she watched herself watching his hand and forced her gaze back to the room. The storage area is down the hall, she continued, walking ahead of him. Foundation issues in the back corner. There was a pipe burst in January that took out 2 ceiling tiles and most of my patience. I saw the repair in the council's file. The patch job was surface level. It didn't address the underlying issue. Which is? Won't know until I get a closer look. But based on its age and the water damage pattern, there's likely a structural issue that goes deeper than one pipe. She stopped walking and turned to face him. The hallway was narrow, and the turn put them closer than she'd intended, close enough that she had to tilt her chin up slightly to meet his eyes. "Let me be clear about something," she said. "Whatever you find, whatever you recommend to the council, this place is not just a structure. It's where dozens of kids spend their afternoons. It's where parents know their children are safe. If your assessment leads to any kind of disruption to those programs, I need to know about it before the council does, not after." He held her gaze. His expression was steady, unreadable in a way that used to make her want to throw things during debates because she could never tell if he was 3 moves ahead or genuinely undecided. "That's fair," he said. "It's not a request." "I know. I said it's fair." They stood there, closer than 2 people who hadn't seen each other in over a decade had any reason to be, and the silence between them was not empty. It was full of something she refused to identify, a charge that hummed at the same frequency as every debate they'd ever had, every argument, every long look across a crowded room that she'd told herself meant nothing. She stepped back. "Storage room's through here." She finished the walkthrough in 20 minutes, keeping her commentary factual and her distance deliberate. He asked smart questions. She gave thorough answers. They were professional and efficient, and at no point during the remaining 20 minutes did she stop being conscious of exactly where he was standing in relation to her. When they reached the front entrance again, he tucked his notebook into the portfolio and turned to her. "Thank you for the walkthrough. I'll have my initial assessment ready for the council meeting next week. I'll be there." I'd expect nothing less. Something in his tone caught her, the evenness of it, the quiet certainty, like he knew exactly who she was and wasn't surprised by any of it. He'd looked at her the same way across the debate stage a lifetime ago, as if being across from Zuri Palmer was the most natural place in the world for him to be. She didn't respond. He gave her a nod, turned, and walked back down the path toward the street. She watched him go for exactly 2 seconds, then made herself stop. Inside, Sasha was leaning against the doorframe of Zuri's office with both arms crossed and a look that could only be described as diagnostic. "So," Sasha said, "don't." "I didn't say anything." "Your face is saying plenty." "My face is merely observing that you just spent 20 minutes showing a man around a building you could describe in your sleep, and you came back looking like you ran a mile." "It's a big building. It's 4,000 square feet, Zuri. I've seen you walk it twice that fast without breaking a sweat." Sasha uncrossed her arms and picked up her iced coffee, which was now mostly melted ice. "But sure, it's the building. It's definitely the building." Zuri sat down at her desk, pulled her laptop close, and stared at the budget spreadsheet she'd been working on before Sasha had blown into her office with the news that had upended her entire afternoon. The numbers didn't hold still. They kept rearranging themselves into nothing useful, because underneath the spreadsheet and the summer programs and everything she needed to do before 5 o'clock, her mind kept returning to the hallway. The narrowness of it. The 6 inches between his arm and hers. The way he'd said, "That's fair," without arguing, without countering, without doing any of the things she'd expected him to do based on 15 years of accumulated certainty about who Miles Ashford was. "Sasha? If you tell Rochelle about this, I will end you." Sasha held up her free hand in surrender, but she was smiling. "Wouldn't dream of it. That woman doesn't need my help anyway. She's probably already got a plan." Through the window, the late afternoon light was shifting toward gold. The activity room was loud with kids and board games and volunteer laughter. The place was old and creaking and full of life, the way it always was, the way she'd made it. Miles Ashford was back in Sweetgum, and he was going to assess her building, and she was going to handle it with the same competence and focus she brought to everything in her life. She just needed to figure out why her pulse was still running fast, 5 full minutes after he'd left. It's the building, she muttered under her breath. Across the desk, Sasha took a very long, very deliberate sip of her coffee and said nothing at all.
Chapter 2. You look just like her around the mouth, you know that? Mrs. Gladys Turner stood on the front porch of his grandmother's house, holding a foil-covered casserole dish and studying Miles like she was reading a family tree. Eloise had that same jaw, strong, stubborn. That sounds about right, Miles said, taking the dish from her. The foil was warm, and underneath it, whatever she'd made smelled like garlic and butter and someone else's kitchen. Mrs. Turner, you don't have to keep feeding me. Boy, I have been bringing food to this house since before your grandmother's hip surgery in 2014. Do not tell me what I have to do. She adjusted her cardigan and peered past him into the front hall. How's the sorting going? You making any progress in there? Depends on your definition of progress. I've been through the kitchen and the downstairs closets. The upstairs is still... He searched for the word. Untouched. Her bedroom, Mrs. Turner said gently. That's the hard one. He nodded. It was. Mrs. Turner had lived next door to his grandmother for over 30 years. She'd been the one who called his mother when Eloise fell last winter, the one who sat in the hospital waiting room for 6 hours because she didn't want her to be alone when she woke up. Front pew at the funeral. First person to knock on the door when Miles pulled up to the house 10 days ago with his car packed and no clear plan for how long he was staying. Come in for a minute, he offered. I just made coffee. Half a cup. I've got book club at the diner at 6, and Rochelle will talk my ear off if I'm late. She followed him inside, her eyes moving across the rooms with the familiar ease of someone who'd walked through this house 1,000 times. You moved the coat rack. It was blocking the hall light. Your grandmother liked it there. My grandmother also liked that wallpaper in the bathroom, and I'm choosing to believe she'd forgive me for both changes. Mrs. Turner laughed, settling into a chair while Miles poured her coffee. The kitchen was the room he'd tackled first. It was also the room that had nearly undone him. Every drawer he opened held his grandmother's handwriting on recipes cut from magazines, on shopping lists, on little notes to herself that said things like, "Call the dentist Tuesday," and "Miles likes the cornbread with honey," in her careful, slanting script. He'd kept every note. He'd put them in a shoebox that now sat on the counter beside the coffee maker, because he wasn't ready to store them somewhere he couldn't see them. So, Mrs. Turner wrapped both hands around her mug. I hear the council's got you looking at the community center. Word travels fast around here. Honey, this is Sweetgum. Rochelle knew before you did. She took a careful sip. How'd the walkthrough go? Miles set his own mug down and leaned against the counter. The walkthrough. The question was simple enough. The answer was not. The structure needs more work than the council expected, he said, which was true, and also not the part of the walkthrough that had kept him up until 1 in the morning. And Mrs. Turner watched him the way his grandmother used to, patient and relentless, willing to wait through the silence until the real answer came out. And I ran into the woman who runs the youth center programs. Zuri Palmer. Mrs. Turner said the name like she was laying down a card. Miles kept his face neutral. That girl has done more for the children in this town in 4 years than the council managed in 20. Mrs. Turner tilted her head. But that's not news, is it? You two went to school together. Miles took a drink of his coffee rather than answer immediately. He'd expected Sweetgum's memory to be long. He hadn't expected it to be quite this precise. We did. I remember Eloise talking about you two. Said you were always competing for top of the class. Said you studied harder when that Palmer girl was ahead. His grandmother had noticed that. Of course she had. She saw everything, and she kept her observations filed away like recipes, pulling them out years later when they'd be most useful. It was a long time ago, Miles said. Was it? Because I heard you were over there yesterday afternoon, and according to Rochelle, who heard from Mrs. Andrews, who heard from someone at the coffee shop, you came back looking like you'd seen a ghost. I came back looking like a man who'd assessed a building with significant structural issues. Sure you did. He changed the subject before she could press further, asking about the book club and what they were reading, and Mrs. Turner allowed the redirect with the graciousness of a woman who knew she'd made her point. She finished her half cup, reminded him to eat the casserole before it went bad, and left with a pat on his arm and a look that said this conversation wasn't over. Miles closed the door behind her and stood in the front hall of the house in the quiet. The place was a craftsman bungalow, built in the 1940s, with original hardwood floors and trim work that an architect couldn't help but admire even through the grief of being here without the woman who'd lived in it for 60 years. 2 bedrooms, 1 bath, and it opened onto a back porch facing the yard where he'd caught fireflies as a kid. The bones were good. The roof needed attention. The plumbing was older than he was. He'd been here 10 days, and in those 10 days he'd cleaned the downstairs, reorganized the hall closet, fixed the screen door that had been sticking since he was 12, and accepted enough meals and baked goods from the neighbors to feed a family of 6. What he hadn't done was go upstairs, where her bedroom door was still closed and her slippers were still beside the bed and her reading glasses were still on the nightstand. What he also hadn't done, despite his best professional intentions, was stop thinking about Zuri Palmer. He took his coffee to the back porch and sat on the top step, the way he'd sat here as a teenager during summers with his grandmother, watching the evening settle over the yard. The April air was warm, carrying the smell of cut grass from somewhere on the street and the faint sweetness of whatever was blooming in Mrs. Turner's garden next door. The council had approached him 3 days after he arrived. He'd been at the hardware store picking up WD-40 for the screen door, and Councilman Davis had materialized in the aisle the way small-town officials did when they wanted something, casual and deliberate at the same time. They needed a structural assessment of the community center. The building was aging. There'd been a pipe burst in January. They'd been putting it off, but now they had a licensed architect right here in town, and wouldn't it be a shame to waste that kind of expertise? Miles had said yes because the work was needed, and because he wanted to be more than a man sorting through his grandmother's belongings. He wanted to be useful. He wanted Sweetgum to see him as someone who belonged here, not someone passing through on his way back to a career that had given him everything except the one thing he couldn't design. A reason to stay anywhere. He hadn't known Zuri would be there. That wasn't true. He'd known she was in Sweetgum. He'd known since before he came back because his grandmother had mentioned her in phone calls over the years. That Palmer girl started a youth program at the community center. She's doing wonderful things over there, Miles. You'd be impressed. He'd filed the information the way he filed everything about Zuri Palmer, carefully and without examination, in a drawer he never opened. Then he'd walked up the path to the youth center yesterday afternoon, and she'd come through the front door, and the drawer blew open. She was different, and exactly the same. The girl he'd known had been fierce and precise, all forward motion, the kind of person who entered a debate round like she was stepping into a ring. The woman who'd met him on the walkway carried that same energy, but it had deepened into something steadier. She moved through that space with the authority of someone who'd built it. And when she turned to face him, her dark curls catching the afternoon light, he'd felt the exact sensation he used to feel when she stood up to deliver an opening argument, the floor dropping out from under his preparation. Her eyes had been direct. They'd always been direct. In high school, she'd had this way of looking at him during debates, like she could see the seams in his logic before he'd even finished laying it out. Yesterday, standing 8 feet away on the walkway, that same directness had gone through him like voltage. He'd said her name. She'd said his. And the air between them had done what it always did, what it had done for 4 years of high school, charged itself with something that had driven him to study until 2 in the morning and rewrite debate openings 3 times and run for class president because she was running for class president and being anywhere. Zuri Palmer was felt more important than sleep. He'd just never called it what it was. He'd called it competition. Academic drive, the natural result of 2 high-achieving students pushing each other toward excellence. He'd told himself all of those things during 4 years of being unable to look away from her, and then he'd graduated salutatorian to her valedictorian, lost by a GPA fraction so small it might as well have been a rounding error. And instead of saying any of the things he should have said to her, he'd shaken her hand at the ceremony and left for college, and spent a decade building a career on the same restless energy that had once been entirely focused on keeping up with a girl who argued like the truth owed her a personal debt. The walkthrough had been 20 minutes of controlled torment. She'd been professional, thorough, and completely in command of the space, pointing out problems and programs with equal precision, and he'd taken notes and asked questions and performed the role of competent architect while his actual brain cataloged details that had nothing to do with structural integrity. The warmth that radiated off her skin when she walked ahead of him in the narrow hall, the way her voice dropped half a register when she was making a point she wouldn't negotiate on. The moment she'd turned to face him in the hallway, and the distance between them had collapsed to something that required him to tilt his chin down to meet her eyes, and every rational thought he'd ever had about Zuri Palmer being a chapter of his life he'd closed evaporated like dew. "Let me be clear about something," she'd said, and he'd stood there watching her mouth form the words and thinking, "I am in serious trouble." He'd said, "That's fair." He'd meant, "I would redesign every plan I've ever drawn if you asked me to, and the fact that I know that after 20 minutes in your presence is a problem I do not have the tools to solve." Miles drained his coffee and went back inside. Mrs. Turner's dish needed to go in the oven. The upstairs still needed facing. The assessment report for the council was half written on his laptop. He had work to do, real work, the kind that involved load-bearing walls and HVAC systems and code compliance, not the kind that involved replaying the exact sensation of his arm grazing Zuri Palmer's in a doorway. That had been an accident. He hadn't planned it. His arm had grazed hers as he stepped past her, and the contact had lasted less than a second, and he'd felt it for the rest of the afternoon like a handprint on his skin. He opened his laptop at the table and pulled up the assessment draft. The data was clean. The structural issues were real. Foundation settling in the northeast corner, HVAC beyond patching, water damage that went deeper than the surface repair. The honest recommendation was a phased renovation. Phase 1 would require temporarily relocating the programs. He stared at the screen. "It's where dozens of kids spend their afternoons," she'd told him. "It's where parents know their children are safe." He thought about the way she'd said it. Not pleading. Not political. Just fact. Delivered with the quiet force of a woman who knew what she was defending and didn't need his permission to defend it. She'd looked at him like she expected him to be the kind of man who would hear the data and miss the people, and the expectation had stung more than any GPA fraction. He closed the laptop without finishing and leaned back in his chair. Through the window, the yard was going dim, fireflies starting to blink in the tall grass near the fence. His grandmother used to sit right here at this table, drinking decaf and watching the fireflies, and he wondered what she would say if she could see him now. Probably something sharp and knowing, something that cut straight to the part he was avoiding. "You didn't come back to Sweetgum for a building assessment, baby, and you didn't stay for the casseroles." His phone buzzed on the table, a text from his mother. "Mom, how are things? Did you eat today? Please don't tell me you had cereal for dinner again." He smiled, typing back, "Mrs. Turner brought a casserole. I'm fine. That woman is a saint. Are you sleeping? Mostly. Miles, you can come home anytime. You know that, right? You don't have to stay there and do this alone." He looked at the text for a long time. Home. His mother meant Atlanta, the apartment he'd been renting for 3 years, the firm where he'd made junior partner ahead of schedule. That was home in the logistical sense. But sitting at this table in the house where he'd spent every summer of his childhood, on the street where Mrs. Turner had known him since he was small enough to carry, in the town where every third person stopped him on Main Street to tell him how much they missed his grandmother, the word home was starting to point in a direction he hadn't expected. He typed, "I know, I'm okay. Talk tomorrow? Mom, tomorrow. Eat the casserole. Love you. Miles, love you too." He set the phone down and got up to put Mrs. Turner's dish in the oven. While it heated, he stood by the sink and let himself think, just for a moment, about the thing he'd been circling all evening. He was going to see Zuri Palmer at the council meeting next week. He was going to stand in front of a room and deliver findings that might threaten the programs she'd built, and she was going to be in the audience, and she was going to look at him with those steady, unflinching eyes, and he was going to have to choose between the honest assessment and the version that didn't make her hate him. Except there was only one version, the honest one. That was what architects did. That was what he did. He told the truth about structures, and people decided what to do with it. But standing in his grandmother's kitchen, reheating a neighbor's cooking, thinking about a woman he hadn't seen in over a decade and couldn't stop seeing now, Miles Ashford was not entirely sure that the truth about structures was the only truth that mattered. The oven timer beeped. He pulled the dish out and set it on the counter. Through the window, Mrs. Turner's porch light was on, a warm yellow glow visible through the hedge that separated their yards. She'd left her light on every night since he'd arrived, and he'd never asked her why, but he suspected it was the same reason she kept bringing food, because his grandmother would have wanted someone watching out for him, and Gladys Turner had never once failed to do what Eloise Ashford would have wanted. He ate standing at the window, looking out at the fireflies and the porch light and the yard he used to run through barefoot, and he let the quiet of the house settle around him like something that might, if he was brave enough to let it, start feeling like home.
Chapter 3. If he suggests knocking down a single wall, I'm going to have words. Zuri dropped into a folding chair in the back row of the community center's meeting room and set her notebook on her lap. It smelled like it always did for council meetings. Coffee and lemon pledge, the twin scents of Sweetgum civic life. Define words, Sasha said, settling in beside her. Because your version of words and most people's version are very different things. I mean professional, measured feedback delivered in an appropriate public forum. So words, but louder, if necessary. The back room of the community center on Magnolia Street was filling up. Wood-paneled walls, 3 rows of folding chairs facing the council table, a small lectern off to one side. Zuri had been here more times than she could count, for budget hearings and grant presentations and the annual youth center review. She knew every crack in the paneling, every squeak in the floor. Tonight, though, the space felt smaller. The chairs were closer together. The air was tighter. Or maybe that was just her. The week since the walkthrough had been a study in controlled avoidance. Miles had sent her a written summary of his preliminary findings 3 days ago, as she'd demanded. She'd read it at her desk with a highlighter and a growing sense of dread. The document was thorough, precise, and written in a language that assumed the reader cared more about load-bearing capacities than about 12-year-olds who needed somewhere safe to go after school. She'd understood the broad strokes. The building needed work. The work would happen in phases. Some disruption to programming was likely. She'd told herself she could handle some disruption. She hadn't realized some disruption meant what it apparently meant. But that was tonight's problem. Right now, the seats were filling and the community had turned out. Mrs. Zhang sat in the second row in a printed silk blouse, her posture perfect, her expression unreadable. Rochelle was beside her, leaning over to whisper something that made Mrs. Zhang's mouth twitch. Joanne from Roasted Beans stood against the back wall with her arms crossed, scanning the crowd the way she scanned her cafe when things were running behind. 2 parents from the youth center had come, one of them the mother of a boy in the summer reading program, and Zuri's chest tightened at the sight of them because those were the people whose lives would change if what was in that document became real. Her mother was in the front row. Of course she was. Lorraine Palmer attended every council meeting that had anything to do with the youth center, and she'd called Zuri twice today to make sure she was prepared. Zuri loved her mother. She also wished, just occasionally, that Lorraine's version of support involved less reconnaissance. Full house, Sasha observed. People brought their opinions tonight. They always do. Yeah, but tonight they brought snacks too. Mrs. Patterson has a Tupperware in her purse. This is an event. Zuri almost laughed. Almost. Then the side door opened and Miles walked in. He was wearing a button-down shirt, navy, sleeves rolled to the forearms. No jacket. The shirt was pressed but not stiff, professional without performing it, and the color sat well against his skin. His hair was freshly faded, lined clean at the temples. Clean-shaven, the way he'd been at the walkthrough, the strong line of his jaw unobscured by anything. She noticed all of this in the time it took him to cross from the door to the lectern. She noticed it the way she'd noticed everything about him since he walked back into her life. Involuntarily, thoroughly, and with a degree of specificity that she found personally offensive. He carried a folder and a laptop. He set both on the lectern, opened the laptop, and adjusted the angle of the screen. His hands were steady. His shoulders were straight. He looked like a man who had done this 100 times, and probably had, in conference rooms and council chambers that weren't Sweetgum, for clients who didn't include the woman he used to argue with in front of the entire school. He hadn't looked at her yet. She didn't know if that was better or worse. The council chair, Councilwoman Abrams, called the meeting to order and introduced Miles as the consulting architect engaged to assess the community center's structural condition. Mr. Ashford has prepared a formal presentation of his findings. We'll hear the full report first, then open the floor for questions. Miles, whenever you're ready. Miles took his place at the front. Thank you, Councilwoman. I want to start by saying that this building has served Sweetgum well for a long time, and the goal of this assessment is to make sure it can keep serving this community for decades to come. A good opening. Respectful, grounded, acknowledging the history of the space before getting into what was wrong with it. Zuri recognized the structure. He'd always been good at framing an argument. He walked them through the findings. Foundation settling in the northeast corner, significant enough to warrant remediation before it affected the load-bearing walls. HVAC system operating well past its useful life, the patching no longer holding. Water damage from the January pipe burst that extended deeper than the surface repair, with moisture readings in the subfloor that suggested ongoing issues. Electrical panel outdated and approaching code noncompliance. His voice was even and clear, carrying to every corner without straining. He spoke the way he used to speak in debate rounds, measured and precise, every sentence constructed to build on the one before it. In high school, that voice had been her primary opponent. She'd trained herself to listen past the confidence and find the weakness, the place where his logic bent and she could push. She was doing it again now. Except this time, she couldn't find the gap. His data was solid, his citations were current, his structural analysis tracked with every complaint she'd filed with the council over the past 2 years. The HVAC, the water damage, the increasingly creative electrical workarounds she'd been using to keep the activity room lit properly. He wasn't wrong. That was the part she couldn't stand. Based on these findings, Miles continued, I'm recommending a phased renovation approach. Phase 1 addresses the foundation, HVAC, and water damage, which are the most urgent structural concerns. Phase 2 handles the electrical upgrade and interior updates. He paused, clicked something on his laptop. A timeline appeared on the screen he'd set up beside him. Phase 1 would require approximately 3 months of construction. During that period, the building would need to be vacated to allow for foundation work and HVAC installation. The air shifted. Zuri heard the intake of breath from the parent in the second row. She felt Sasha go still beside her. 3 months. She'd read disruption to programming in his summary. She'd read temporary relocation of current programs. She hadn't seen a number. She hadn't seen 3 months laid out on a color-coded timeline, the bars stretching across June, July, and August like a wall dropped across the summer. June, July, and August. The summer reading program. The outdoor leadership camp. The junior debate club she'd just finished building. The community meals. Every program she ran in the peak season, the months when the kids needed the center most because school was out and parents were working and there was nowhere else in this town that was free, safe, and staffed by people who gave a damn. 3 months. Gone. Relocated to where? A church basement? A borrowed room at the school? Somewhere that didn't have the bookshelves the kids had painted themselves, or the mural on the activity room wall, or the beanbag corner where the shy ones went when the world got too loud. Her hand tightened on her pen. Miles was still talking, outlining the phased approach, the projected timeline for permits and contractors. His voice was calm, his grip on the podium relaxed. He presented the 3-month displacement as a structural reality, a logistical variable, a problem with a solution that looked clean on a chart. I know that timeline raises questions about the programs currently operating in this space, he said, and for the first time, his eyes moved to where she was sitting. Brief, steady, then back to the council. I want to be clear that the goal of this phased approach is to minimize disruption while ensuring the safety and longevity of the facility. Minimize disruption. She could feel the words forming behind her teeth. Councilwoman Abrams thanked him and opened the floor for questions. A council member asked about cost estimates. Another asked about the permitting timeline. A resident in the front row asked whether the renovation would affect parking. Zuri waited. She let the procedural questions run their course. She let the meeting settle into its rhythm, and then she stood. Zuri Palmer, Youth Center Coordinator, she said, though everyone present knew who she was. She said it anyway, because the title mattered, because it meant she wasn't speaking as a concerned citizen. She was speaking as the person responsible for the 112 children who walked through that building's doors every week. Mr. Ashford, I appreciate the thoroughness of your assessment, and I don't dispute the structural findings. This building needs work. I've been filing maintenance requests about the HVAC alone for 2 years, so we are not in disagreement about the problem. She paused. Let that land. What I'd like to understand is the plan for the programs. You're recommending a 3-month vacate that covers the entire summer season. That means the summer reading program, which serves 68 children, the outdoor leadership camp, which serves 40, the community meals program, which feeds an average of 90 residents on the 3rd Friday of every month, and the new junior debate club, which has 22 kids already registered. She wasn't shouting. She wasn't raising her voice. She was laying out facts the same way he'd laid out his, and the room was absolutely quiet. Where do those programs go for 3 months? What facility in this town has the capacity, the staffing infrastructure, and the accessibility to serve those families with zero interruption? Because your timeline shows the construction window, and it's very clean and very organized, but I don't see a line on that chart for the 12-year-old who comes to the reading program every afternoon because her mother works second shift and there is nowhere else for her to be. The silence after she finished was the kind that had weight. Miles held her gaze. She could feel the whole room watching them, but the distance between her and the man at that lectern had collapsed to something that felt like inches. His jaw was tight. His hands had dropped to his sides, and she watched him press his fingers flat against his thigh. A small motion, controlled, the only sign that her words had landed. When he spoke, his voice was level. Those are important questions. The written summary I provided included a note about identifying alternative spaces during the construction period. I've had preliminary conversations with 2 potential facilities that could serve as temporary locations. Which facilities? The Fellowship Hall at Greater Hope Church and the gymnasium at the high school. Both have the square footage to accommodate the core programs, and both are available during the summer months. The Fellowship Hall doesn't have a commercial kitchen. The community meals program requires a commercial kitchen. That's a detail that would need to be worked out with the church administration. It's not a detail, Mr. Ashford. It's a meal for 90 people. Somewhere behind her, someone made a sound that might have been a stifled laugh or a cough. Rochelle's face was perfectly composed, but Mrs. Zhang's eyes were bright in a way that had nothing to do with the overhead lights. You're right, Miles said. That was a poor choice of words. The meal program is a core service, and the relocation plan needs to account for it fully. I should have been more clear in the summary. The acknowledgement caught her off guard. In high school, Miles Ashford did not concede points. He pivoted, reframed, found another angle. He did not stand in front of a crowd and say, "You're right," and mean it. She didn't know what to do with this version of him. I'd like to request, she continued, recovering, that the council table the renovation timeline until a complete relocation plan is presented, one that accounts for every program, every service, and every population currently served by this center. Not a note in a summary, a plan. A murmur rippled through the crowd. The parent from the reading program nodded. Lorraine Palmer, in the front row, sat very still with an expression Zuri recognized from a lifetime of watching her mother. Fierce pride held at a low simmer. Councilwoman Abrams looked at Miles. "Mr. Ashford, do you have a response?" "I think Miss Palmer's request is reasonable," he said. "I'll prepare a detailed relocation plan in coordination with her office and present it alongside the renovation timeline at the next session." In coordination with her office, which meant meetings, phone calls, sitting across from each other at a table, going over square footage and meal counts and programming schedules, the same kind of close, collaborative work that the walkthrough had been, except now with the added weight of what had just happened in this room. Zuri sat down. Her heart was hammering. She told herself it was the adrenaline of a public challenge, the familiar rush of standing up and making a case and watching it land. It was the same feeling she used to get after a debate round, the one that buzzed through her for an hour afterward, electric and sharp. Except after debate rounds, she'd never been this aware of the person on the other side of the argument. She'd never noticed the way his throat moved when he swallowed, or cataloged the tension in his body when her words landed, a stillness so controlled it told her everything he wasn't saying. After a debate, the adrenaline settled into satisfaction. This time it settled into something warmer, lower, less appropriate for a council meeting. "That's not what this is," she told herself. "You just challenged his professional recommendation in front of the entire town. You're running on adrenaline, that's all." The meeting wound down. The council tabled the renovation timeline pending the relocation plan, which meant another meeting, which meant more preparation, which meant more Miles. Councilwoman Abrams thanked everyone for coming. Chairs scraped. Conversations erupted. Sasha leaned over. "You were incredible. I was doing my job." "You were doing your job like a woman on a mission." Also, his face when you said, "It's not a detail, it's a meal. I need that framed." Zuri gathered her notebook and stood. Across the room, Miles was closing his laptop. He glanced up, and their eyes caught for a half-second before she looked away. She didn't examine why she looked away first. She didn't want to know. She was moving toward the door when Rochelle's voice floated across the room, warm and carrying and aimed with precision. "Those two haven't changed one bit." Rochelle was speaking to Mrs. Zhang, but the volume was calibrated for Zuri's ears and everyone else's. All that was missing was a debate podium. Mrs. Zhang's response was quieter, but Zuri caught it anyway. "Give it time." Zuri's jaw tightened. She did not look back. She pushed through the door into the evening air with Sasha beside her. And she did not think about Miles Ashford saying "you're right" like it cost him nothing, or his fingers pressing flat against his leg, or Rochelle's voice carrying the particular warmth of a woman who was already making plans. She definitely did not think about any of that. "Zuri," Sasha said as they crossed the parking lot. "What?" "Your jaw is doing the thing again." Zuri unclenched it. Sasha bumped her shoulder, gentle and knowing, and they walked to their cars without another word. But Sasha's look, as she opened her door across the lot, said everything she wasn't saying, and Zuri drove home with the windows down and her pulse still running faster than it had any right to.
Chapter 4. I saw you get schooled last night. Mrs. Turner stood on the porch with a plate of lemon bars and an expression that was far too entertained for 7:30 in the morning. "That Palmer girl put you through the ringer." Miles took the plate. "Good morning to you too, Mrs. Turner." "Good morning. You looked like a man who got hit by a truck and wasn't sure which direction it came from." She adjusted her glasses. "She had numbers, Miles. Specific numbers. 68 children. 90 meals. She came prepared." "She always does." Mrs. Turner patted his arm. "Eloise would have gotten a kick out of that meeting. She always said you two were evenly matched. I think last night proved her right." She left him with the lemon bars and a wave, and Miles stood in the doorway holding a plate of someone else's baking and thinking about the word matched. His grandmother had used that word deliberately, the way she used every word. Not equal, not similar, matched, like two things designed to fit against each other, sharp edge to sharp edge. He closed the door and took the plate to the kitchen. The laptop was open on the table where he'd left it at 2 in the morning. The assessment report was on screen, the cursor blinking in the middle of a paragraph he'd rewritten 4 times. Beside the laptop, a legal pad covered in sketches showed an alternative phasing approach he'd started drafting around midnight, one that might, if the engineering held up, reduce the vacate period by several weeks. He wasn't doing this because of Zuri Palmer. He was doing this because her questions were valid, and a good architect responded to valid questions with better solutions. That was professional integrity. That was the job. The fact that he could still hear her voice in his head, calm and devastating, saying, "It's not a detail, Mr. Ashford, it's a meal," for 90 people, had nothing to do with it. He poured coffee and sat down in front of the laptop. The council meeting had not gone as he'd planned. He'd prepared a thorough, data-backed presentation. He'd anticipated questions about cost, timeline, permits, even resistance to the vacate period. What he had not anticipated was Zuri Palmer standing up in the back row and doing to his renovation proposal what she used to do to his debate arguments in high school, taking it apart with surgical specificity, conceding the points that were correct, and then driving straight through the one place where his logic didn't account for the human cost. He'd watched her from behind the lectern as she spoke, and the experience had been disorienting in ways that had nothing to do with the content of her argument. She'd risen from her chair with the posture of a woman who knew exactly what she was about to do, and the room had gone quiet around her like a held breath. Her curls had caught the overhead light. Her voice had carried without effort, every sentence built to land. She'd addressed him by his surname, professional and precise, and the formality had created a distance that somehow made him more aware of her, not less. As if the wall she put up between them was thin enough for him to feel the heat on the other side. She'd been brilliant. He could admit that now, alone in the kitchen with his mug and his bruised professional pride. She hadn't raised her voice. She hadn't appealed to emotion over reason. She'd used his own methodology against him, citing numbers and capacities and programmatic details with the same precision he'd used to cite structural data. And when she'd asked where the 12-year-old girl was supposed to go while the building was empty, she'd dropped the abstraction entirely and put a face on the displacement that made his color-coded timeline look like exactly what it was. A chart that forgot about people. In high school, there had been a debate tournament their senior year, state semifinals, where she'd done something similar. He'd built his case around economic data, clean and airtight, and she'd stood up at the opposing podium and told a story. Not a sob story, not an emotional appeal, but a documented account of a family affected by the policy he was defending. She'd folded the data into the narrative so precisely that by the time she finished, the judges weren't looking at his spreadsheets. They were looking at the person she'd made visible. She'd won that round. He'd watched the judges' scores post and felt something that wasn't just the sting of losing. It was the recognition that she was the only person who could do that to him. The only person who could take his best work and show him the gap he hadn't seen. Not because she was smarter, but because she looked at the world differently, and she was right about the parts he missed. 15 years later, sitting in his grandmother's kitchen with a renovation plan that had a Zuri Palmer-shaped hole in it, not a single thing about that dynamic had changed. His phone buzzed, a text from a number he didn't recognize. Unknown, "Miles, this is Rochelle Walters. Benjamin gave me your number. Don't be alarmed. I come in peace. Are you home this morning? I'd like to stop by." He stared at the message, Rochelle Walters. The woman who'd looked at him across a council meeting with the serene composure of someone who'd been expecting the exact spectacle that unfolded. The woman who'd said loud enough for everyone to hear, "Those two haven't changed one bit." He typed back, "I'm home. Come by whenever." The response was immediate. "Be there in 20. Put on coffee." She arrived in 18 minutes. Miles heard the car before the knock, and when he opened the door, Rochelle was standing on his porch in a coral blouse and pressed slacks, her smile warm enough to thaw a January morning. "Miles Ashford." She looked him over with open approval. Last time I saw you, you were 18 and headed off to college. You filled out nice. Thank you, Mrs. Walters. Rochelle, nobody calls me Mrs. Walters except the insurance company. She stepped inside with the ease of a woman who'd been walking into houses uninvited for decades and had never once been turned away. This place looks good. Eloise kept it up beautifully, and I can see you're keeping it right. Doing my best. Coffee? Please. Black, no sugar. I'm sweet enough. She settled at the kitchen table the same way Mrs. Turner had, with the practiced comfort of a woman who considered every kitchen in Sweetgum an extension of her own. Her eyes landed on the laptop screen, then the notepad full of drawings beside it, then back to him. Working on the renovation plan? Revising it. Based on what happened at the meeting? Based on valid feedback from a community stakeholder. Rochelle's mouth curved. Is that what we're calling her? A community stakeholder? Miles poured her coffee and set it on the table, choosing not to answer. Rochelle took a sip, nodded her approval, and got to business. Miles, I'm going to be straight with you because that's how I operate, and because your grandmother, God rest her, would have expected nothing less. I'm organizing a charity bachelor auction. He blinked. A what? A bachelor auction. For charity. The proceeds go to the Historical Society, the Youth Center, and the Founders Day Fund. We're doing it at the convention hall in 2 weeks. It's going to be elegant, it's going to be fun, and it's going to raise a significant amount of money for causes this town cares about. That sounds like a wonderful event. He took a careful sip. How can I help? I'm happy to volunteer for setup, or if you need someone to handle logistics. Honey, I don't need you to set up chairs. Rochelle set her mug down. I need you on the stage. His hand stilled. On the stage. As a bachelor. For the auction. She said it the way she might say, pass the salt, as though this were the most natural request in the world. You're single, you're accomplished, you're easy on the eyes, and you're new in town, which makes you interesting. The women of Sweetgum will bid generously, and every dollar goes to programs that matter. Rochelle, I appreciate the offer, but I don't think the youth center is one of the beneficiaries. She let that land. The same youth center you're proposing to renovate. The same one Zuri Palmer stood up and defended last night in front of the whole town. If you participate, you're not just a man who showed up with a plan to close the building for 3 months. You're a man who put himself out there to raise money for the programs that use it. The logic was flawless. The delivery was expert. He understood viscerally how this woman had run a diner, a matchmaking operation, and half the social infrastructure of Sweetgum Meadows for 30 years. What exactly does the auction entail? Each winning bidder and their bachelor complete a series of 5 community service events together over the following weeks. Visible, fun, good for the charities. It's not a date. It's community engagement with a partner. 5 events. 5 events. You'll paint things, serve things, plan things. You'll show this town that Miles Ashford isn't here to hand down assessments and leave. You're here to work. She tilted her head. You are here to work, aren't you? The question sat heavier than she made it sound. His grandmother's house, the porch he sat on every evening, the street where Mrs. Turner left her light on, the council meeting, the whole room measuring whether he meant what he said or was passing through with a clipboard. Zuri Palmer in the back row, laying out the case for why his plan wasn't enough, looking at him like she expected him to be the kind of man who wouldn't listen. He'd spent 10 years in conference rooms where listening meant waiting politely until the other person finished talking so you could present your rebuttal. Zuri didn't argue like that. She argued like she needed you to actually hear her, and the difference between the two was something he was only now starting to understand. He wanted to be the kind of man who would. I'll do it, he said. Rochelle beamed. I knew you would. You're very confident. I'm very persuasive. There's a difference. She finished her cup in one smooth swallow and stood. The auction is Saturday after next. I'll send you the details. Wear something nice. Not a suit, but not jeans either. Something that says, I'm a serious man who also knows how to have a good time. I'll do my best. You'll do better than that. She paused at the kitchen doorway, then turned back. Miles? Yes? That revision you're working on. She nodded toward the laptop. That's the right instinct. Zuri Palmer is not wrong about those programs, and she's not wrong about what they mean to this town. If you can find a way to do the renovation without taking that away from those kids, you'll have done something that matters, not just to the council, to the people who live here. She let that settle between them, then her smile returned, brighter now, sharpened with purpose. I'll see myself out. Thank you for the coffee. He heard the front door open and close. Her car started in the driveway, reversed, and was gone. Miles sat at the table in the quiet of the house and took stock of what had just happened. In the span of 45 minutes, Rochelle Walters had walked into this kitchen, complimented his jawline, emptied a mug, enrolled him in a charity bachelor auction, and left him sitting here with the distinct impression that he'd been managed by an expert. He'd said yes because the cause was right and because the alternative was being the outsider architect who didn't show up for the community. He'd said yes because Rochelle was Rochelle, and resistance was a theoretical concept. He had not said yes because the auction benefited the youth center. He had not said yes because participating would mean being visible, present, involved in the same orbit as the woman who ran those programs. He was very clear about that. He was also very clear that if he thought about it too carefully, the clarity would dissolve. Through the window, the morning light fell across the legal pad with his sketches, the alternative phasing plans, the notes he'd scrawled at midnight about temporary structures and modular setups that could keep programs running during construction. He'd started this revision at 11 o'clock last night, an hour after the council meeting, still wearing the shirt he'd presented in, still carrying the afterimage of Zuri Palmer rising from her chair and addressing him by title like they were strangers in a professional setting instead of two people who'd spent 4 years learning every rhythm of each other's arguments. Mr. Ashford. She'd called him Mr. Ashford. In a room full of people who'd known both of them since childhood, she'd used his surname like a wall, and the formal distance of it had done something unexpected. It had made him aware of every inch of space between them, the same way a closed door made you think about what was on the other side. He pulled the legal pad closer and started a clean sketch. The foundation work was non-negotiable. The HVAC replacement was non-negotiable. But the phasing could be restructured so that the sections of the building used by the youth center were the last to close, not the first. If he sequenced the work starting from the storage wing and moved inward, the main activity space could remain operational for most of the first phase. The displacement window might shrink from 3 months to 5 or 6 weeks. Maybe less, if the contractor cooperated. It would cost more, it would take longer, it would require a more complex coordination plan and a construction manager willing to work around occupied spaces. He started drawing anyway. He worked through the morning, stopping once to refill his mug and once to eat 2 of Mrs. Turner's lemon bars standing at the sink. The revision pulled him in as good design problems always did, the kind where the constraints were tight but not impossible, where the solution existed if you were willing to rethink the sequence. The trick was separating the work he had to do from the reason he was doing it. The structural problems were real. The revision was necessary, regardless of who had pointed out its flaws. He would have made these adjustments for any community, for any coordinator who'd raised the same concerns. But no other coordinator would have raised them the way she did. No other voice would have delivered those numbers with that combination of calm and conviction that made him feel like he was 17 again. Watching Zuri Palmer walk to a podium and knowing with absolute certainty that she was about to change the terms of the argument. By noon, he had a rough schematic that wasn't ready for the council, but was ready for a conversation with a structural engineer. And maybe, if the engineering held up, ready for a conversation with Zuri. Not a community stakeholder, Zuri. The woman who'd stood up in a public meeting and made him see the people his plan had turned into a timeline, the same way she'd once made a panel of debate judges see the family his economic argument had turned into a statistic. He saved the file and closed the laptop. His phone showed a new message from Rochelle, a flyer for the bachelor auction with his name already printed in the lineup, followed by a smiley face and the words "too late to back out now." He shook his head, but he was almost smiling. Outside, Mrs. Turner was in her garden, pruning roses in a sun hat that was 2 sizes too large. She caught his eye through the glass and raised her pruning shears in a little wave. He raised his mug back. The house was quiet, the revision was waiting, and in 2 weeks he was going to stand on a stage and let the women of Sweetgum bid on his time, all in the name of charity. He thought about who might be in the audience. He told himself it didn't matter. He was lying, and Mrs. Turner's knowing salute through the window suggested he wasn't the only one who knew it.
Chapter 5. For the record, Zuri said, settling her clutch on her lap, I am here in a professional capacity. Absolutely. Sasha slid into the seat beside her and crossed her legs, looking around the convention hall with the bright-eyed interest of a woman who had dressed up, done her makeup, and put on heels for a Saturday night and fully intended to enjoy every minute. Professional capacity. You organize the logistics, you care about the charities, and you are definitely not here to watch attractive men get auctioned off for money. I am not. Of course not. I'm supporting the youth center. Nobody said otherwise. Good. Although, Sasha said, adjusting the strap of her dress, if you happen to see an attractive man while supporting the youth center, that wouldn't be the worst thing. Zuri gave her a look. Sasha smiled and reached for the program on her seat. The convention hall had been transformed. Rochelle and her committee had outdone themselves, which was saying something for a woman who treated event planning the way generals treated battlefield strategy. Round tables draped in cream linen filled the main floor. String lights looped from the exposed ceiling beams. A small stage had been set up at the far end, framed by potted greenery that Mrs. Chen from the flower shop had contributed. A banner above the stage read Sweetgum Meadows Charity Bachelor Auction in gold letters, with the 3 beneficiary logos arranged underneath: the Historical Society, the Youth Center, and the Founders Day Fund. The crowd was already lively. Women of every age filled the tables, some in groups, some in pairs, some solo, with the determined faces of people who'd come to bid and win. A few husbands and boyfriends sat in the back rows, looking mildly alarmed. Rochelle's book club was stationed at a prime table near the stage, armed with numbered paddles and what appeared to be a strategy binder. Zuri spotted her mother at a table with Mrs. Zhang. Lorraine Palmer waved, then held up her paddle and pointed at the stage with a questioning eyebrow. Zuri shook her head firmly. Lorraine shrugged in a way that said, "We'll see." "Your mother brought her paddle," Sasha noted. "My mother brings her paddle to everything. She bid on a handmade quilt at the church auction last year and won it for $140. It's in the guest room. She doesn't even like quilts. Lorraine Palmer does not lose auctions. That's the problem." Rochelle took the stage at 7:30 sharp, and the room quieted with the instinct of a town that knew when Rochelle was about to speak. She wore a deep emerald dress that caught the string lights, and her smile reached every corner of the hall before she said a word. "Good evening, Sweetgum." Her voice rolled through the microphone with the warmth of a woman who'd been commanding rooms for 3 decades. "Welcome to the first annual Sweetgum Meadows Charity Bachelor Auction. Every dollar raised tonight goes directly to 3 organizations that make this town what it is: the Historical Society, the Sweetgum Meadows Youth Center, and the Founders Day Fund." Applause. Rochelle let it build, then brought it down with a raised hand. "Now, here's how this works. Each bachelor will come out, introduce himself, and share a little about who he is and what he loves about this community. You lovely people will bid. The winning bidder and her bachelor will then complete a series of 5 community service events together over the following weeks. These events benefit our charities, bring folks together, and give our winners some quality time with Sweetgum's finest." She paused for effect. "And before anyone asks, yes, this is community service, not a date. But I have been told the events involve close collaboration, extended time together, and at least one occasion requiring formal attire, so you should dress accordingly and draw your own conclusions." Laughter filled the hall. Sasha elbowed Zuri. Zuri kept her face neutral. The first bachelor was a local firefighter, broad and cheerful, and the bidding was enthusiastic. The second was a local teacher who coached the high school basketball team, and the book club table went after him with military precision. The third was a quiet veterinarian who ducked his head under the stage lights and mumbled his introduction. And 4 women bid on him simultaneously, out of what appeared to be pure protective instinct. Zuri relaxed into the evening. The energy in the hall was warm and generous, the bids climbing steadily, and the running total on the display board behind the stage was already impressive. The youth center's share would make a real difference. She could feel the months of logistics and late-night planning paying off, and the satisfaction of watching something she'd helped build come together was enough to let her guard down. Then Rochelle leaned into the microphone and said, "Ladies, our next bachelor is someone many of you already know. He grew up right here in Sweetgum, and he's recently returned to grace us with his presence. He's a licensed architect, he volunteers his time to our community, and according to several reliable sources, he makes an excellent cup of coffee. No. Please welcome Miles Ashford." He walked out from behind the greenery, and Zuri's chest did something she would be filing a complaint about later. He was wearing a charcoal button-down under a dark sport coat, collar open, shirt sleeves rolled to the forearms where he'd pushed the jacket back. Dark pants that fit like they'd been chosen by someone with an opinion about tailoring. His fade was fresh, his jaw was clean, and he moved across the stage with the same deliberate ease she'd been trying not to notice since the day he walked back into town. He looked good. He looked unreasonably, structurally, offensively good. And the fact that she was noticing this in a room full of women who were also noticing it made her want to leave. She didn't leave. "Thank you, Rochelle." Miles stood at the microphone with the composed confidence of a man who'd presented to tougher audiences, but a trace of sheepishness that was new. He wasn't performing, he was participating, and the difference softened something in his bearing that Zuri was unprepared for. "I'm Miles Ashford. I grew up here, went away for too long, and came back because this town has a way of calling you home. I'm grateful for the chance to give back to Sweetgum, and I'm looking forward to working with whoever bids tonight on the community service events. All 3 of these organizations mean something to me, and I'm glad to support them." Short, genuine, no flash. The crowd responded with warm applause and several enthusiastic whistles from the book club table. "All right, let's start the bidding," Rochelle said. "Do I hear 200? 3 paddles went up before she finished the sentence. 200, 250, 300. 300 from the table in the back. "Do I hear 350? Zuri watched the bids climb and told herself the tightness in her stomach was pride in the fundraiser's success. 350, 400, 450. The book club table was conferring. A woman at the far end raised her paddle to 500 with a decisive snap, and the hall murmured approval. 500, Rochelle announced. $500. Do I hear 550? The room stalled. The $500 bidder sat back with the satisfied expression of a woman who'd made her play. The book club table had gone quiet. A few glances ricocheted around the hall, but nobody raised a paddle. She should have been watching the stage, watching the bid board, sitting quietly in her chair with her hands in her lap like the professional, non-bidding logistics coordinator she'd told everyone she was. Instead, she turned to Sasha. $500, she whispered, her voice tight with something she refused to name. $500 for a man who's barely been back a month and already tried to close down my youth center for an entire summer. He didn't try to close it, he assessed the structural. He presented a 3-month vacate plan in front of the entire council and called the community meals program a detail. To be fair, he apologized for that. He apologized after I made him apologize. That's not the same thing. And now he's up there looking like... She gestured toward the stage with her right hand, a sharp, emphatic sweep that encompassed Miles's charcoal shirt and his forearms and his jaw, and the general injustice of a man who could present a building demolition plan and still look like someone you'd want to spend every weekend with. The gesture reached its peak at the exact moment the bidding stalled at $500 and the entire hall held its breath. Rochelle's eyes found the raised hand like a hawk spotting movement in a field. $550. We have 550 from the lovely lady right there. Do I hear 600? The world stopped. Zuri's hand was still in the air. She pulled it down so fast she nearly elbowed Sasha. Her mouth opened. The word that came out was not eloquent. No, that wasn't. I wasn't. 600? Rochelle called, scanning the crowd. The $500 bidder looked back at Zuri, hesitated, and shook her head. The book club table didn't move. 550 going once. Rochelle, wait, that wasn't a bid. I was just 550 going twice. Zuri's eyes found Miles on the stage. He was looking directly at her. His expression was not smug. It was not amused. It was closer to recognition, startled and certain at the same time, as if the universe had just confirmed a thing he'd been refusing to believe. Sold. Rochelle's voice rang through the convention hall like a bell. $550 to Zuri Palmer, our very own youth center coordinator and a woman who clearly knows a good investment when she sees one. Every penny goes to the charities that make Sweetgum what it is. Let's give her a hand. The applause was thunderous. People turned in their seats. Her mother was on her feet, clapping. Mrs. Zhang's face was unreadable in a way that communicated everything. The book club table erupted. Beside her, Sasha had both hands over her mouth, and her eyes were enormous. That, Sasha said through her fingers, was not a bid. I know it wasn't a bid. Your hand was in the air. I was gesturing. You were gesturing at the exact moment the bidding stalled, in a room where every hand movement means money, while looking at the stage. It was a coincidence. Sasha removed her hands from her mouth. The expression underneath was somewhere between sympathy and delight, and the delight was winning. Zuri Palmer, you just accidentally bought Miles Ashford for 5 community service dates. They're not dates, they're community service events. 5 of them, with Miles Ashford, the man you can't stop talking about. I don't talk about him. You literally just gave a speech about his forearms. Zuri closed her eyes briefly. When she opened them, the hall was still applauding. Rochelle was moving on to the next bachelor, and the reality of what had just happened was settling over her like a weather system. She had accidentally bid on Miles Ashford. She had won. The money was going to the youth center, which meant she couldn't take it back without undermining the programs she'd stood up to defend 2 weeks ago in front of the entire town council. She was locked in. 5 events, weeks of forced proximity with the one man in Sweetgum who made her pulse do things she didn't authorize. The auction continued. Zuri sat in her chair and did not hear a single word of it. After the bidding ended and the crowd began mingling, Rochelle directed the winners to meet their bachelors near the stage. Zuri stood, smoothed her dress, and walked toward the front of the hall with the composure of a woman approaching her own sentencing. Miles was waiting near the edge of the stage, jacketless, hands in his pockets. He watched her approach without a smile, but something in his expression had changed since the stage. The sheepishness was gone. In its place was a quiet attention that she felt like a palm against her skin. Zuri. The low register of his voice hit her sternum the way it always did. Miles. She stopped at a distance that was close enough to be polite and far enough to be survivable. It wasn't far enough. She could smell his cologne, warm and clean, the same scent from the walkthrough that she'd been pretending she hadn't cataloged. So, he said, 5 community service events. It would appear that way because you were gesturing. I was making a point to my friend, with your hand in the air. It was a conversational gesture. During a live auction, she held his gaze. He held hers. The space between them crackled with something that was not hostility and not amusement and not anything she planned to examine in a public setting. I'm committed to the charities, she said. The money supports the youth center. I'm happy to participate in the community service events in the spirit of the programs we both care about. That's very professional of you. I'm a very professional person. I've noticed. His mouth twitched towards something that wasn't quite a smile, an acknowledgement that lived somewhere between respect and challenge. And she recognized it instantly because it was the same look he used to wear after a debate round when she'd landed a point he couldn't counter. Rochelle appeared beside them with a clipboard and a smile that could power a small city. Wonderful. You two will receive the event schedule next week. 5 events, 5 Saturdays, Good work for good causes. She looked between them. I trust you can collaborate effectively? We managed a walkthrough, Miles said. We managed a council meeting, Zuri added. Then a month of Saturdays should be no trouble at all. Rochelle made a note on her clipboard, gave them both a look that said she had never once in her life left anything to chance, and moved on to the next pair. Zuri turned and walked back to her table. Sasha was waiting with both their clutches and a look that managed to be sympathetic, thrilled, and vindicated all at once. Don't say it, Zuri said. I'm not saying anything. Your face is saying everything. My face is an innocent bystander. They walked out of the convention hall into the warm evening air. The parking lot was half full, clusters of women laughing and comparing their auction wins. The string lights from inside cast a soft glow through the open doors. 5 Saturdays, Sasha said as they reached their cars. With the man who just looked at you like you were the most interesting structural problem he's ever encountered. He did not look at me like that. Zuri. Sasha put her hand on the car door and faced her. He looked at you like you were the only person in that building, and you looked at him the same way, and then you bid on him. I didn't bid. I gestured. Sasha opened her door, shaking her head with a grin she wasn't trying to hide. 5 Saturdays. This is going to be incredible. Zuri got in her car and sat for a moment before starting the engine. Through the windshield, the convention hall glowed against the evening sky. Inside, Rochelle was probably already planning the community service schedule with the precision of a woman who'd been waiting for exactly this outcome. 5 events, every Saturday for a month. Miles Ashford's voice, saying her name in that quiet tone, the cologne she'd caught standing 3 feet away, the look on his face when the bid landed, recognition, and an undercurrent she was going to have to deal with eventually, but not tonight. She started the car. Sasha was pulling out of the next spot over, still grinning, and she gave Zuri a little wave through the window. Zuri waved back, put the car in gear, and drove home telling herself that 5 community service events with her former high school rival was a perfectly manageable, entirely professional, absolutely fine situation. She said it 3 times on the drive. It didn't get more convincing. And when her phone lit up on the passenger seat at a red light, she already knew who it was before she looked. 5 Saturdays. Smiley face. Zuri put her eyes back on the road and did not respond.
Chapter 6. So let me make sure I have this right. His mother's voice came through the phone with the carefully measured tone of a woman who was enjoying herself immensely and wanted him to know it. You stood on a stage in front of the entire town, and the woman you competed with for 4 years of high school accidentally bid on you because she was too busy complaining about you to notice her hand was in the air. Miles leaned against the porch railing and looked out at the yard. The Sunday morning air was warm, carrying birdsong and the distant sound of someone's lawnmower 2 streets over. That's a generous interpretation of the events. That's what Rochelle told Benjamin, who told Mrs. Turner, who called me at 9:15 last night to make sure I knew before the rest of Atlanta found out. Mrs. Turner called you at 9:15. She did. She was very thorough. She described the entire evening, including what you were wearing, what Zuri was wearing, and the exact moment the bid happened. She said the whole room went quiet and then exploded. That's accurate. She also said Zuri Palmer looked like she wanted to crawl under the table and you looked like Christmas came early. I did not look like Christmas came early. I looked composed. Baby, you have never once in your life been composed around that girl, and I say that with love. You used to come home from school and talk about her for 45 minutes before you realized you were doing it. Your father would time you. Miles closed his eyes. Dad timed me? With the kitchen clock. His record was 52 minutes. You'd gone head-to-head with her in a practice debate round that afternoon, and you came home and dissected every single argument she made, point by point, for nearly an hour. Your father looked at me over your head and mouthed, "He's gone. You were 16. I was analyzing her debate technique. You were gone." He didn't have a rebuttal for that. His mother's laugh was warm, the kind that wrapped around the phone line and made the distance between Sweetgum and Atlanta feel smaller. "So what happens now?" she asked. Rochelle said something about community service events. 5 of them, every Saturday for the next month. The winning bidder and the bachelor do volunteer work together for the charities the auction benefits. And the winning bidder is Zuri Palmer. The winning bidder is Zuri Palmer. The same Zuri Palmer whose youth center you're trying to renovate. I'm not trying to renovate her youth center. I'm trying to renovate the building her youth center operates in. There's a distinction. Is there? He took a drink of his coffee, which had gone lukewarm while his mother dismantled his defenses with the efficiency of a woman who'd had 33 years of practice. The events are community service. We'll paint things, organize things, show up for the charities. It's not personal. Miles, it's not. You just told me 5 facts about the auction, and every single one included Zuri Palmer's name. You've been home for over a month, and you've mentioned this woman in every conversation we've had since the walkthrough. Before that, you mentioned her exactly 0 times in 13 years. Something shifted. The lawnmower sound faded. A cardinal landed on the porch, railing 6 feet away, and regarded him with the impassive judgment of a creature that had no opinion about human romantic complications. Something shifted, he admitted. His mother was quiet for a moment. When she spoke again, the teasing was gone. Your grandmother used to tell me about the 2 of you. She said it was the most obvious thing in the world to everyone, except the 2 people in the middle of it. She said you'd figure it out eventually. Grandma said that? She said it every time your name and Zuri's came up in the same sentence, which, according to her, was often. His mother paused. Eloise was usually right about people. She was. I'll tell you something else, she said, and you can do with it what you want. She said the reason you 2 fought so hard was because you were both terrified of what would happen if you stopped. The words settled somewhere behind his ribs and stayed there. So maybe stop treating this like a structural assessment and start paying attention to what's actually happening. He smiled despite himself. I'll take that under advisement. You'll do more than that. Call me after the first event. I want details. Goodbye, Mom. Details, Miles. I don't care if you have to take notes. He ended the call and sat on the porch step with the phone on his knee and the Sunday morning settling around him. The conversation had left him feeling exposed in the way only his mother could manage, as if she'd peeled back the professional veneer he'd spent a decade constructing and found the same kid underneath who used to sit at the dinner table and talk about Zuri Palmer until someone stopped him. The auction. He'd replayed it 3 times since he got home last night, and each replay surfaced details the previous one had missed, like peeling back layers of a floor plan and finding structure underneath structure. He'd been nervous on stage. Not the kind of nervous that showed, because Miles Ashford had spent a decade presenting to clients and review boards and had long ago learned to channel anxiety into stillness. But standing under those lights, facing a hall full of people who'd known him since childhood, he'd felt a vulnerability that conference rooms never produced. This wasn't a professional presentation. This was personal. He was asking Sweetgum to bid on who he was, not what he could build, and the difference had shaken something loose in his chest. He'd found her in the crowd within the first 5 seconds. He hadn't meant to. He'd scanned the hall the way you scan any audience, looking for the general shape of the crowd, and his gaze had snagged on her like a nail catching fabric. She was at a table toward the back, beside a woman who had to be a close friend based on how they leaned toward each other. Her curls were down, fuller than they'd been at the council meeting, catching the string lights until the air around her looked warm. She was wearing a dress, dark and fitted, that he noticed and then forced himself to stop cataloging because he was on a stage and the entire town was watching. She'd been looking at him. He'd been looking at her. And the 2 seconds of eye contact before she glanced away had hit him with a clarity that felt architectural, like seeing the load-bearing wall in a structure for the first time and understanding that everything else was built around it. He'd delivered his introduction on autopilot. Words about growing up in Sweetgum, about coming home, about supporting the community. He'd meant every word, and he'd also been aware, through the entire 30 seconds of speaking, that Zuri Palmer was sitting 40 feet away, and her gaze had a weight he could feel across the distance. When the bidding started and paddles went up, he'd track them the way you track variables in a calculation, mechanically, while the only data point that mattered stayed fixed in his peripheral vision. Her hand moved. Not a paddle, not a deliberate bid, a gesture, sharp and emphatic, aimed at the friend beside her, and he'd watched it happen in real time and known, with the same certainty he brought to reading structural drawings, that she was talking about him. The angle of her hand, the energy behind the sweep, the way her body turned toward her friend with the focused intensity of a woman making a case. She was arguing. She was furious, and her hand went up at the exact wrong moment, and Rochelle's voice rang out, and the evening changed direction. The look on her face. He'd carry that image for a long time. The shock, the horror, the instant calculation of how to undo what couldn't be undone. She'd pulled her hand down so fast she'd nearly hit her friend, and her mouth had opened, and the sound that came out was pure, undiluted Zuri Palmer, indignant, flustered, and already trying to argue her way out of a situation her own body had created. And underneath the chaos, underneath the crowd erupting, and Rochelle closing the deal, and Zuri's visible distress, Miles had felt something he was not proud of and could not suppress. He'd been glad. Some deep, 16-year-old part of him that had never stopped competing for her attention had looked at Zuri Palmer accidentally bidding on his time and thought, "Good. Now she has to be in the same room as me for 5 Saturdays, and she can't pretend I'm not here." He was not proud of that. He was also not going to pretend it wasn't true. The post-auction meeting by the stage had lasted all of 5 minutes, and every second of it was seared into his memory. She'd walked toward him with the composure of someone approaching a firing squad, her posture straight, her chin lifted, and every line of her body communicating that she was handling this with grace and professionalism, and would he please stop looking at her like that. He'd tried to arrange his face into neutrality, the kind that said colleague, community partner, fellow charity volunteer, but she'd stopped 3 feet away, and the scent of her had reached him, warm and floral, a fragrance she'd chosen for the evening, deliberate and devastating. His best efforts at composure had collapsed like a structure with compromised foundations. She was wearing heels. He'd noticed that too, because they changed her height just enough that the angle between them shifted, and when she tilted her chin up to hold his gaze, the line of her neck was right there, exposed and close, and he'd had to grip the inside of his pocket to keep his hand from doing anything his brain hadn't authorized. They'd exchanged pleasantries, careful, measured, professional. She'd used the phrase, "in the spirit of the programs we both care about," and he'd heard it and filed it in the same drawer where he kept every sentence she'd ever aimed at him, carefully, completely, with the full knowledge that the filing system was not as organized as he pretended. She'd called him Miles, not Mr. Ashford, the way she had at the council meeting. Miles, his own name said in her voice, close enough for him to see the pulse point in her throat, had done more damage than any council meeting confrontation. He picked up his phone and opened the calendar. 5 Saturdays. The first event was a week away. He didn't know yet what Rochelle had planned, but he knew it would involve close quarters with Zuri Palmer, and he knew that his ability to function normally was roughly proportional to the physical distance between them. At last night's distance, standing close enough to catch her perfume, he'd barely managed a conversation. At arm's length, during the walkthrough, he'd managed a full assessment. At 0 distance, which 5 Saturdays of community service might eventually produce, he had no data and no confidence. He was an architect. He solved problems by understanding structures, identifying weak points, and designing solutions that accounted for every variable. The problem of Zuri Palmer had no solution he could see. The weak point was him. The variable he couldn't account for was the fact that he'd been carrying some version of this feeling since he was 16 years old, and 13 years of distance hadn't diminished it. If anything, the distance had acted like a load on a support beam, invisible pressure that you didn't notice until you tested the structure and found it had been bearing weight the entire time. He looked out at the yard. The cardinal was gone. The lawnmower had started up again somewhere down the street. Mrs. Turner's garden was visible over the hedge, her tomato cages standing in neat rows like small scaffolding projects. His mother had said, "Stop treating this like a structural assessment and start paying attention to what's actually happening." What was actually happening was that in 6 days he was going to show up at a community service event and spend an entire Saturday working alongside a woman who could dismantle his arguments, command a room, and reduce him to silence with a single look. A woman who had accidentally bid on him because she was so agitated by his existence that she forgot where her hand was. He thought about the gesture, the sharp sweep of her arm, the frustration behind it, the way it encompassed his shirt and his forearms and his jaw with the specificity of someone who'd been paying very close attention to the things she claimed not to notice. She'd been paying attention. The gesture told him that. The fury behind the gesture told him she wished she wasn't. And the particular quality of her frustration, the heat and precision of it, how she'd catalogued his appearance even while protesting his existence, told him something he'd suspected since the walkthrough but hadn't dared to test. Whatever this was between them, it wasn't one-sided. That knowledge was not useful. That knowledge was, in fact, dangerous, because it transformed 5 Saturdays of community service from a manageable obligation into a slow-motion collision that he could see coming and couldn't stop. If she felt nothing, he could maintain the distance. He was good at distance. He'd practiced it for over a decade. But if she felt something, if the friction between them was generating the same kind of heat on her side of the line, then every Saturday they spent together was going to erode the carefully constructed boundary between professional collaboration and the thing neither of them was ready to name. He understood the feeling completely. Miles set his phone on the porch railing, went inside, and pulled the renovation file up on his laptop. The revised phasing plan was nearly finished. If the engineering held, the displacement window could shrink to 6 weeks. If the contractor was flexible, maybe less. He had a meeting with a structural engineer on Tuesday and a follow-up with the council the week after that. And on Saturday, he had the first of 5 community service events with Zuri Palmer. He started working on the phasing plan. The work was good. The work was clean. The work did not involve thinking about the scent of warm flowers across a distance close enough to touch, or the sound of his own name in her voice, or the quiet devastation of standing on a stage and watching the one person you'd been looking for look right back at you. He worked for 2 hours. He did not think about any of those things. His phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. Unknown. This is Zuri Palmer. Rochelle gave me your number. I'd like to coordinate logistics for Saturday's event. Is there a time this week that works to meet briefly? He read the message twice, 3 times. She'd texted him. She'd used his number. The message was perfectly professional, perfectly measured, and the formality of it made him smile because it was so completely, unmistakably her. He typed back, "Any afternoon works. Roasted beans?" The response came 30 seconds later. Tuesday, 3 o'clock, don't be late. 6 words, and the last 3 were a command. He could hear her voice in the text, the clipped efficiency of a woman who managed every interaction the same as she managed her programs, with precision, purpose, and zero tolerance for wasted time. He could also hear, underneath the efficiency, the faint echo of every debate assignment they'd ever received in high school, every paired project, every forced collaboration that she'd approached with the same combination of competence and barely concealed irritation. She didn't want to be in the same room as him. She was going to be anyway, and she'd be on time, prepared, and devastating, because that was who Zuri Palmer was. And it had been who Zuri Palmer was since she'd walked into their first shared classroom and changed the terms of his entire academic career. Tuesday, 3 o'clock, roasted beans. He set the phone down. Through the window, Mrs. Turner was on her front porch with a glass of sweet tea, watching the street with the calm surveillance of a woman who missed nothing. She caught him looking and raised her glass. He raised his mug and thought about Tuesday.
Chapter 7. If he tries to take over, I will handle it. Zuri clipped the volunteer roster to her clipboard and surveyed the youth center grounds with the eye of a woman who had organized 37 community events in 4 years and had never once lost control of one. This is my event, my site, my volunteers. Nobody's arguing with you. Sasha leaned against the supply table, which was loaded with paint cans, rollers, brushes, tarps, and enough landscaping tools to renovate a small park. I'm just saying, the man is an architect. He might have opinions about how to paint a wall. He can have opinions. He can keep them to himself. That's the spirit of collaboration Rochelle was hoping for. Rochelle can also keep her opinions to herself. It was 8 in the morning, a Saturday in late May, and the youth center grounds looked like they always did at the start of a cleanup day, scrubby, overgrown, and full of potential that would take 40 people and 8 hours to unlock. The fence along the playground needed repainting. The garden beds were choked with winter weeds. The storage shed had a door that hadn't closed properly since November. And the exterior walls of the center itself, which Zuri had been meaning to repaint for a year, were peeling in patches that she tried not to think about every time a parent walked through the front entrance. Volunteers were arriving in waves. Parents from the programs, teenagers earning community service hours, retirees who showed up for every cleanup because they remembered when this building was the town library and felt personally responsible for its upkeep. Zuri checked names against her roster, assigned teams, distributed supplies, and directed traffic with the calm efficiency of someone who could run a small country if the country held still long enough. Organized, focused, and absolutely not watching the parking lot for a particular car. She had a system. She had a schedule. She had 40 volunteers arriving in the next 20 minutes and a site that needed every one of them. He's here, Sasha said. Zuri did not look up from her clipboard. Who's here? The man you're not watching for. Gray truck, pulling in now. Zuri looked up. Miles stepped out of the truck in work boots, faded jeans, and a white t-shirt that he had no business wearing in public. The shirt was old and soft, the kind that had been washed enough times to give up any pretense of structure, and it fit close across his chest and shoulders in a way that made the charcoal button-down from the auction look restrained by comparison. He had a pencil tucked behind his ear and a tool belt slung over one shoulder. And he crossed the gravel lot with the unhurried stride of a man who knew how to show up for physical work. She watched him for 3 full seconds before she caught herself. Work clothes, she told herself firmly. He's wearing work clothes. Everyone here is wearing work clothes. There is nothing remarkable about a man in a t-shirt. The t-shirt disagreed. Good morning. Miles stopped at the supply table, set down his tool belt, and looked at her. His eyes moved briefly over her face, her hair pulled back under a bandana, the paint-stained sweatshirt she'd owned since college. The assessment took half a second, and he gave nothing away, but something in the quality of his attention made her skin warm. Good morning, she said. You're on Team B, west wall and fence line. Brushes and rollers are on the table. Paint is labeled by section. Team B, Team B, and Team A is mine. Of course it is. He picked up a roller and a tray. East wall, garden beds, and the storage shed door. So your team has the showcase projects and mine has the fence. My team has the projects that require the most coordination. Your team has the projects that require the most paint. Sasha, still leaning against the supply table, looked between them with the expression of someone watching a tennis match warm up. Miles nodded, the corner of his mouth pulling toward a smile he didn't quite release. Team B it is. He turned and walked toward the west wall, tool belt over his shoulder, and Zuri forced herself to turn back to the clipboard and the 40 volunteers who needed direction and the 8-hour day ahead. She did not watch him walk away. Sasha watched her not watch him walk away. Don't, Zuri said, didn't say a word. The morning was competitive and everyone knew it. Zuri's Team A attacked the east wall with military discipline, taping edges, laying tarps, rolling primer in clean, even strokes. She moved between stations, checking coverage, adjusting technique, keeping the pace brisk. A parent from the tutoring program asked if this was a race. It's not a race, Zuri said. At the exact moment, one of her volunteers glanced at the west wall and said, We're ahead. Across the grounds, Miles's Team B was doing the same on the west wall and fence, and she could hear his voice carrying across the yard, calm and steady, directing volunteers with an ease that irritated her because it sounded effortless. One of the retirees on his crew, a man named Mr. Owens, who'd been volunteering at cleanups since before Zuri was born, was telling anyone who would listen that the new architect knew how to hold a brush. This was apparently high praise. She caught herself checking his team's progress at 10:15. They were ahead on the fence line. She picked up a roller and joined her own crew on the east wall without a word, and within 20 minutes, Team A had closed the gap. Mr. Owens wandered over during a water break and looked at both walls with the satisfied assessment of a man who'd been painting things since before latex primer existed. "Y'all are making this place shine," he said. "Haven't seen this kind of energy since Rochelle used to run the spring cleanups at the diner." He looked at Zuri, then across the yard at Miles. "Must be nice having some competition." "It's not a competition," Zuri said. Mr. Owens smiled like he'd heard that one before and went back to his section. At 11, she realized she was racing him to finish the primer coat and made herself stop. "What are you doing?" she asked herself, roller in hand, primer dripping onto the tarp. "You are 33 years old. You are a professional. You are not going to turn a community cleanup into a competition with a man you haven't been able to stop competing with since high school." She took a breath. She put the roller down. She walked to the garden beds where a group of volunteers was pulling weeds and spent 30 minutes doing something that didn't involve checking whether Miles Ashford's team was painting faster than hers. It helped. Slightly. The midday break came at noon. Volunteers gathered under the shade of the oak tree near the playground, eating sandwiches from the coolers Rochelle had sent over and drinking lemonade that one of the parents had made. Zuri was refilling cups when she saw Miles walk away from the group and head toward the far edge of the playground. He crouched near the base of the play structure, studying the ground. Then he stood, walked a few paces, crouched again. He pulled the pencil from behind his ear and picked up a scrap of paper from the supply station. She watched from the lemonade table as he sketched, quick and focused, the pencil moving in sure strokes. He wasn't performing. He wasn't trying to be seen. He was doing what architects apparently did when they noticed something. He was solving it. After a few minutes, he walked over to where a handful of youth center kids were eating lunch on the grass. She couldn't hear what he said, but she watched him crouch to their level, show them the drawing, and then pull a small bubble level from his tool belt and hold it out. The kids gathered around. He set the level on the ground and let them watch the bubble shift. One of the boys asked a question, and Miles tilted the level to demonstrate, patient and unhurried. And the whole group leaned in with the focused fascination that children reserved for adults who treated them like their curiosity mattered. Something in Zuri's chest shifted. She didn't want it to shift. She wanted Miles Ashford to stay in the category she'd built for him, the man who presented data without empathy, who spoke architect when the situation required human, who'd been gone for over a decade and came back expecting authority he hadn't earned. That category was clean and simple, and it kept her safe. The man kneeling in the grass showing a 10-year-old how a bubble level worked did not fit in that category. She walked over. She told herself it was because she was the coordinator and she needed to know what he'd found. "What's the issue?" she asked, stopping a few feet away. Miles looked up. Grass stains on his knees, pencil behind his ear, the level still in his hand. "Drainage. The ground slopes toward the play structure instead of away from it. After a heavy rain, you're getting standing water right at the base, which is why the wood's starting to rot on the lower supports. That's been happening for 2 years. I thought it was just the rain. It's the grade. The soil settled unevenly, probably after they installed the structure. A French drain along this line," he traced a path on the paper, "would redirect the water to the garden beds, which actually need the moisture. 2 birds." He held out the sketch. She took it, and their fingers overlapped on the paper's edge. The contact was brief, a brush of skin against skin, the pad of his index finger against hers, warm and dry. It lasted less than a second, and neither of them pulled away fast enough to pretend it hadn't happened, but fast enough that it didn't become something they had to acknowledge. Zuri studied the drawing. The lines were clean, the solution elegant. He'd drawn it in 5 minutes on a scrap of paper, and it would fix a problem she'd been reporting to the council for 2 years. "This is good," she said, because it was. "It's straightforward. A contractor could do it in a day, or we could do it ourselves with a rented trencher and some gravel." "We? If you want the help." She looked at him. He looked at her. The offer sat between them, simple and unguarded, and she didn't know what to do with simplicity from Miles Ashford. Competition, she could handle. Professional distance, she could manage. A man on his knees in the grass offering to fix something for her without being asked, she could not. "I'll think about it," she said. "Take your time." She handed it back. Their fingers didn't touch this time, and the absence of contact was somehow louder than the contact had been. The afternoon went differently than the morning. The competitive edge between them softened into something closer to parallel effort. She ran her team, he ran his, and they stopped checking each other's progress and started checking in instead. He came to her when his crew ran low on primer. She sent a volunteer to his side when the fence brushes wore out. The communication was brief and functional. And underneath the function was a current she was choosing not to examine. At 3 o'clock, she was carrying a stack of paint trays back to the supply table when she glanced across the yard and saw him on the west wall. He was up on a stepladder, rolling the top section of the fence, and a streak of white paint had found its way onto his forearm. The paint traced a line from his wrist to the inside of his elbow, bright against his skin, and her gaze followed it without permission, up the forearm to the curve of his shoulder where the t-shirt sleeve pulled taut. She looked away too fast. The paint trays rattled in her hands. "It's paint," she told herself, "on an arm, attached to a man. You have seen arms before. Not his arms. Not those arms, with paint on them in late afternoon light, while he stretched to reach the top of a fence he was painting for her youth center." She put the trays down harder than necessary and went to check on the garden beds. By 5 o'clock, the grounds were transformed. The east wall gleamed. The west wall and fence were fresh and white. The garden beds were weeded and mulched. The storage shed door opened and closed on new hinges that one of the retiree volunteers had brought from home. The playground area was clean, the trash was bagged, and 40 people stood around the oak tree looking at what they'd built together with the particular satisfaction of a community that showed up. Miles found her near the supply table as volunteers were packing up. He was paint-spattered and tired, the t-shirt no longer white in any meaningful sense, and he moved with the slight stiffness of someone who'd been on a ladder for 3 hours. He was carrying a rolled-up piece of paper. "I made a cleaner version." He held it out. Measurements and materials list included. If you want to submit it to the council with the renovation plan, it could be folded into the scope. She took the paper. The drawing was precise, labeled, professional. He'd done this during the afternoon, in between painting and directing and showing kids how levels worked. He'd spent his own time solving a problem she hadn't asked him to solve. "Thank you," she said. The words came out softer than she intended. "It's a good facility. It deserves the fix." A volunteer passed between them, calling out a goodbye, and the moment eased. Sasha appeared at Zuri's elbow with a trash bag in one hand and her car keys in the other. "Incredible day," Sasha said, looking between them with the careful blankness of a woman who was cataloging everything she saw and would be discussing it in detail later. "You two make a surprisingly effective team." "We managed," Zuri said. "We managed," Miles agreed, and the echo sat between them for a beat too long. He nodded, picked up his tool belt, and headed for the parking lot. Zuri watched him go for exactly 1 second, then turned to Sasha. "Don't. I said effective. That's a compliment. Your compliments come with footnotes." They walked to their cars. The grounds behind them were clean and bright, the paint drying in the late afternoon sun. Sasha tossed her trash bag in the trunk and leaned against the driver's door. "So, event 1 of 5. Event 1 of 5. And how are we feeling?" Zuri thought about the drainage sketch, the finger brush on the paper's edge, the paint on his forearm in the afternoon light. The way he'd crouched to show a child how a level worked, gentle and focused, like the only thing in the world that mattered was making sure a 10-year-old understood gravity. I'm feeling like it was a productive day for the youth center, she said. Sasha studied her face for a long moment. Then she smiled, gentle and knowing, and got in her car. 4 more Saturdays, Sasha said through the open window. She held Zuri's gaze for a moment, and the teasing softened into something warmer. He's not what you expected, is he? Zuri didn't answer. She got in her own car and sat for a moment with the drainage plan on the passenger seat. Through the windshield, she could see the freshly painted walls of the youth center catching the late light, and beyond the parking lot, Sasha's car idling, waiting for her to pull out first, the way Sasha always did, because Sasha never left until she knew Zuri was on her way. She started the engine and gave Sasha a wave. They pulled out together, turning in opposite directions at the street, and Zuri drove home with the windows down and the afternoon sun on her face. The drawing on the seat beside her all the way.
Chapter 8. You're walking like a man who discovered muscles he forgot he had. Benjamin Walters set a cup of coffee on the table across from Miles and lowered himself into the chair with the measured ease of someone whose own muscles had made their peace with manual labor decades ago. Rough day yesterday? Productive day. Miles shifted in his seat at Roasted Beans and felt his shoulders protest. His lower back had filed a formal complaint sometime around 4 this morning, and his hands were still stiff from 8 hours of gripping rollers and brushes. The youth center cleanup. We painted the exterior, fixed the fence, redid the garden beds. I heard. Rochelle said it looked like a brand new place. It looks like a place that 40 people cared about enough to spend a Saturday on. Benjamin nodded, wrapping both hands around his mug. He was a tall man, broad through the shoulders, with a steadiness about him that made the space around him feel calmer. Miles had met him twice before, once at the house when Rochelle came by to recruit him for the auction, and once in passing at the hardware store. Both times, Benjamin had said less than anyone else in the conversation and communicated more. Rochelle also said you and Zuri Palmer ran it like a military operation. He took a sip. She seemed pleased. Rochelle seems pleased by anything that involves Zuri and me in the same sentence. That's accurate. Benjamin's mouth curved. She's been this way since you two were in school. She had a theory about you. Everyone had a theory about us. Rochelle's theories tend to come with action plans. Miles almost laughed. I've noticed. The Sunday morning crowd at Roasted Beans was sparse and comfortable. A few regulars occupied the corner tables, and the barista behind the counter moved with the quiet competence of someone who'd made this many lattes before noon and would make this many again tomorrow. Miles had come here to work on the renovation plans, his laptop open beside his coffee, but the numbers on screen hadn't held his attention the way they should have. His attention was somewhere else. Specifically, it was in the youth center yard, about 14 hours ago. Cataloging details he had no professional reason to remember. He remembered the bandana. She'd tied her hair back with a faded blue bandana that looked like it had survived 100 cleanup days before this one, and the few curls that escaped it had framed her face in a way that was distractingly soft against the efficiency of everything else about her. She'd been wearing an old college sweatshirt, paint-stained before the day even started, and she'd moved through the site with the focused authority of someone who knew where every supply was, where every volunteer belonged, and where every blade of grass was supposed to be pointing. Then there was how she'd managed the volunteers, not with volume or urgency, but with a calm certainty that made people want to do their best work. Parents who'd never held a paint roller asked her for guidance, and she gave it without condescension. Teenagers who'd clearly been dragged there by their families fell into rhythm within 20 minutes because she treated their effort like it mattered. Retirees who'd been doing this since before she was born deferred to her with the natural respect of people who recognized competence. 40 people, and every single one of them had been there because of her. He had a harder time not thinking about the moment their fingers touched on the edge of the drainage sketch, the warmth of her skin, the brief pressure of contact, the way neither of them had pulled away fast enough, and both of them had pulled away too fast. He'd spent the rest of the afternoon carrying the sensation in his hand like a coin he couldn't put down. And then there was the paint, the detail that had kept him up past midnight. Late afternoon, 3 o'clock, the sun slanting low across the yard. He'd been on the stepladder finishing the top of the fence when he'd glanced toward the supply table and seen her crossing the yard with a stack of trays. She'd looked in his direction, and even from 30 feet away, he'd seen the moment her gaze caught on his arm and traveled. Up the forearm, past the elbow, toward the shoulder. She'd looked away fast, and the trays had rattled in her hands. She'd been looking at him the way he'd been looking at her, and neither of them was ready to admit what that meant. There was also the competition, which he hadn't expected to enjoy as much as he did. The morning had been ridiculous. She'd assigned him to Team B like she was sending him to the penalty box, and he'd gone without argument because arguing with Zuri Palmer about territory was a losing proposition he'd learned to recognize by age 15. But once the painting started, the old dynamic had kicked in. Her team on the east wall, his on the west, both working with an intensity that had nothing to do with primer coverage and everything to do with refusing to be outpaced by the other. He'd caught her checking his team's progress at least 3 times. He knew because he'd been checking hers. By mid-morning, Mr. Owens on his crew had started narrating the contest like a sportscaster, calling out coverage percentages and time estimates, and the volunteers on both sides had been laughing so hard they could barely hold their rollers. The difference was that in high school, the contest had been the whole point. Yesterday, somewhere between the second coat of primer and the lunch break, the contest had faded, and what replaced it was better. They'd started working together instead of against each other, and the ease of the collaboration had unsettled him more than the competition ever had. When his crew ran low on supplies, she'd sent a volunteer over before he asked. When her garden team needed an extra pair of hands for the heavy mulch bags, he'd walked over and hauled them without being told. They'd fallen into a rhythm that felt practiced, instinctive, like they'd been doing this for years instead of hours. That was the part he kept coming back to, not the competition, the collaboration, how it felt to work alongside her without a scoreboard. "You've been staring at that spreadsheet for 5 minutes without typing," Benjamin said. Miles blinked and refocused on the laptop. "I'm thinking. About the renovation? About the phasing plan?" He took another sip, his expression perfectly mild. "Rochelle does that too, stares at things while she's thinking about something else entirely. Usually means she's 3 steps into a plan she hasn't told me about yet. I'm not planning anything. Didn't say you were, just making an observation." He set his mug down. "How's the house coming along?" The shift was welcome. They talked about the Chestnut Street house for a few minutes, the roof that needed replacement, the plumbing Miles was getting quotes on, the porch railing that was solid but needed refinishing. He knew contractors, had opinions about materials, and offered both with the economy of a man who didn't waste words on things that didn't need them. "Have you been upstairs yet?" Benjamin asked. Miles paused. "Not yet." "Eloise's bedroom?" "Yeah." Benjamin nodded slowly. "When I leaned past, it took me 8 months to change anything in our room. Rochelle finally came over one Saturday and sat with me while I went through the closet. Didn't say much, just sat there." He looked at his coffee. "Sometimes the sitting is the hard part." The grief arrived without warning, the way it always did. Not the sharp, dramatic kind from the funeral, but the low, steady kind that lived in the floorboards of the house, and the smell of the kitchen and the empty chair at the table where his grandmother used to sit with her decaf watching the fireflies. "She loved that house," Miles said quietly. "She loved that house because of who'd been in it. The walls weren't the point." Benjamin met his eyes. The people were. They sat with that for a moment. The Sunday morning sounds of roasted beans filled the space between them. The hiss of the espresso machine, a low conversation at the corner table, the front door opening and closing as customers came and went. "I found something yesterday," Miles said. "When I got home from the cleanup, I was looking through the hall closet for clean towels, and there was a box of my grandmother's papers I hadn't gone through yet. Letters, receipts, old programs from church events. He paused, remembering the moment. Standing in the hallway in his paint-stained clothes, a shoebox in his hands, flipping through his grandmother's careful slanting handwriting. He'd almost missed it. The receipt was tucked between a church bulletin and a grocery list, folded once, the ink faded but legible. There was a receipt from 4 years ago, a donation to the Sweetgum Meadows Youth Center, and underneath it, a note in her hand. It said, Zuri Palmer's Youth Program, Summer Reading. 20 books for the lending library, make sure they get the good ones. He could still see the ink on the paper, the precise loops of her script. Make sure they get the good ones. That was his grandmother, generous and completely certain about what mattered. She donated to the youth center? Benjamin asked. 20 books, every summer for at least 3 years. The receipts were all there, dated June, with the same note. Same hand, same instruction. Miles looked at his mug. She never mentioned it to me. Not once, in all the phone calls where she talked about the youth center and what Zuri was building over there. She just quietly bought books every summer and made sure the lending library had the good ones. He'd sat on the hallway floor for 20 minutes, reading every receipt, tracing every careful line. 3 years of donations, 3 summers of books. The receipts were from the bookshop on Main Street, which meant his grandmother had walked there herself, picked out the titles, and arranged the delivery. She'd done it the way she did everything, without fanfare, without recognition, because the doing was the point. And somewhere in the youth center, on the shelves Zuri's kids used every day, were books his grandmother had chosen. Benjamin was quiet for a moment. That sounds exactly like Eloise. It does. Does Zuri know? The question landed with more weight than 4 words should carry. I don't know, Miles said. The donations might have been anonymous. My grandmother wasn't the type to put her name on things. Are you going to tell her? Miles pictured the drainage sketch, the one Zuri had taken home on her passenger seat. Her saying thank you at the end of the cleanup, softer than she meant to, and how the softness had undone him more completely than any argument she'd ever made. Then there was the image he couldn't shake. Standing in the hallway of his grandmother's house, holding a note that proved his grandmother had been investing in Zuri Palmer's work for years, quietly and without credit, because she believed in what Zuri was building. His grandmother, who saw everything and filed it away like recipes, had been watching Zuri from across town and deciding, year after year, that this woman's work was worth supporting. The same work Miles had nearly disrupted with a 3-month vacate plan. The same woman Miles had been trying not to fall for since the day he came home. I'll tell her, he said, when the timing's right. Benjamin nodded and didn't push. That was the thing about Benjamin Walters. He knew when a conversation had reached the place it needed to reach, and he left it there. They finished their coffee. Benjamin stood, pressed a hand briefly on Miles's shoulder, and said, The Founders' Day celebration is next Saturday. Rochelle's got you and Zuri running a booth together. Of course she does. Historical trivia and kids' activities. She said to tell you there will be close quarters. She said that specifically? She said it twice. Benjamin's expression was as close to a smile as Miles had seen from him. She also said to wear sunscreen. It's going to be a long day. He left with a nod, and Miles sat alone at the table with his cold coffee and his laptop, and the memory of his grandmother's writing on a receipt for 20 books. Make sure they get the good ones. He closed the laptop. The renovation numbers could wait. The phasing plan could wait. Right now, the thing that mattered was simpler and harder than any structural calculation. A woman who'd built something real in a town his grandmother had loved, and the slow, terrifying recognition that the distance he'd been maintaining was not a wall but a door, and it had been open for weeks. Saturday loomed, the Founders' Day booth. Hours of close quarters in a small space, passing supplies, managing kids, fielding questions from every person in town who had opinions about the two of them. The cleanup had been different because the yard was big, and they'd been on separate teams. A booth offered no such buffer. A booth was arm's reach for 8 hours. Benjamin's words about Eileen came back to him. The walls weren't the point. The people were. He'd been talking about grief, but it applied to more than that. Miles had spent a month behind walls he'd built out of professional distance and rivalry, and the careful fiction that what he felt about Zuri Palmer was complicated when it was actually the simplest thing in his life. His phone buzzed. A text from Zuri. Zuri, Rochelle sent the event 2 details. Founders Day booth. Saturday, I'll handle the trivia cards if you handle the activity supplies. Professional, measured, exactly the kind of message that made him want to type back something that wasn't professional or measured at all. He typed, "Done. Need anything else?" The response came after a pause that lasted long enough to mean something. "Just don't be late." There it was again. The command. The distance. The faint echo of a woman who was holding him at arm's length with one hand and texting him back in 30 seconds with the other. He recognized the contradiction because he was living his own version of it, keeping the conversation professional while his heart rate told him a different story. He set the phone on the table and looked out the window. Main Street was quiet in the Sunday morning light. The storefronts closed, the sidewalks empty except for a couple walking their dog past the flower shop. Sweetgum on a Sunday, unhurried and steady, the kind of place that held its people gently and didn't let go. He was starting to understand why his grandmother never left, why Zuri came back, and why the 5 Saturdays Rochelle had engineered were not going to be enough. Because the woman who'd looked at his paint-stained arm across a yard and rattled a stack of trays had already gotten past every wall he'd built, and the clarity of that had nothing to do with architecture. The barista called out a goodbye as she wiped down the counter. Miles raised a hand in thanks, gathered his laptop, and stepped out into the warm May morning with the Founders Day booth 6 days away and his grandmother's story waiting to be told.
Chapter 9. Tell me again why this booth is the size of a closet. Zuri stood behind the folding table and surveyed the space Rochelle had assigned them. 6 feet wide, 8 feet deep, with a canvas canopy overhead and a hand-painted banner that read, Sweetgum History, Trivia and Activities. The Historical Society had provided a stack of trivia cards, a timeline poster, and a box of coloring sheets featuring the town's founders. Zuri had added markers, stickers, and a prize basket for the kids. Miles had brought a set of building blocks and a miniature model of the town square he'd assembled from balsa wood, which sat on the corner of the table, looking like it belonged in an architecture firm and not a festival tent. It's cozy, Miles said, arranging the cards into neat stacks. He was standing 2 feet away from her, which in this space was approximately as far away as it was possible to get. Efficient use of space. It's a booth designed for 1 person that Rochelle assigned to 2. You think she did that on purpose? Zuri gave him a look. Right, he said. Of course she did. The Founders' Day celebration had transformed the town square into the best version of itself. Banners in gold and green hung from the lampposts. The gazebo at the center had been strung with lights and draped in bunting for the main stage, where the elementary school would perform their annual play about the town's founding later that afternoon. Food vendors lined the east side of the square, the smell of fried chicken from the diner's tent mixing with the warm sweetness of Joanne's coffee booth, and the ginger-spiced air drifting from sweet and spicy Chinese palace. Activities and games filled the west side, and a small farmer's market anchored the north end. Wooden crates of early-season produce stacked beside jars of local honey and bundles of fresh herbs. The whole town was here. Families spread blankets on the grass. Kids darted between booths. The high school band was warming up near the gazebo, brass instruments catching the May sun. And in the middle of all of it, Zuri Palmer was standing in a 6x8 booth with Miles Ashford and approximately 4 inches of unclaimed air between them. It was going to be a very long day. The first wave of visitors arrived within minutes when they opened, and the morning settled into a rhythm that Zuri hadn't anticipated. She'd expected awkwardness, tension, the same careful distance they'd maintained during the cleanup. What she got instead was something worse: seamless cooperation. A group of kids from the youth center appeared first, loud and enthusiastic, and Zuri welcomed them with the practiced warmth of someone who'd been managing their energy for 4 years. She dealt cards, explained the rules, and moderated the arguing that broke out when two boys insisted the town was founded in 1847 instead of 1865. 1865, she said firmly. May 16th. It's on the banner right above your heads. While she managed the debaters, Miles had quietly drawn the shy girl lingering at the edge of the group toward the building blocks. Zuri noticed it from the corner of her eye. He didn't call the girl over or make a production of it. He just sat down on the low stool behind the table, pushed the blocks toward her end of the surface, and started building. The girl watched. After a minute, she sat down and started building too. They didn't speak for several minutes, just worked side by side, and when the girl finally asked a question about the miniature town square model, Miles answered her with the same patient focus he'd shown the kids at the cleanup. Zuri turned back to her debaters and pretended she hadn't seen it. She saw it again at 11. A pair of siblings, maybe 7 and 9, arrived with their father. The older one grabbed a coloring sheet and a fistful of markers. The younger one hung back, thumb near his mouth, overwhelmed by the noise and color of the festival. Miles crouched to the boy's level, showed him the balsa wood model, and asked if he wanted to help build an addition. The boy's thumb came out of his mouth. 5 minutes later, he was arranging tiny block buildings along a popsicle stick main street, narrating a story about a dog who lived in the clock tower. She saw it at 1 o'clock, and at 2, and at 2:30. Every time a quiet child drifted toward them, Miles was there, calm and present, creating space for the ones who needed the festival to be smaller and softer before they could enjoy it. Zuri handled the loud ones, the competitive ones, the ones who answered every question at full volume and argued about the scoring. She was good at that. She'd always been good at that, channeling big energy into useful directions, the same skill that had made her a debate champion and a youth center coordinator and a woman who could manage 40 volunteers with her voice and a clipboard. But the quiet ones had always been harder for her. She loved them, advocated for them, built programs that served them. She just didn't always know how to reach them in the moment, in the one-on-one space where volume and energy didn't help, and what was needed was stillness. Miles knew how to be still. She was starting to realize that about him, and it was inconvenient information. The proximity didn't get easier as the day went on. It got worse. The space was exactly as small as it looked, and moving through it meant constant negotiation of proximity. She reached for the markers, and his arm was there. He leaned across the table to hand a child a coloring sheet, and his shoulder brushed hers. She turned to grab the prize basket and found herself face to face with his chest, close enough to feel the heat radiating through his shirt. "Sorry," she said, stepping back. "You're fine," he said, and the low steadiness of his voice at that distance did not help. By mid-afternoon, she'd stopped apologizing for the accidental contact and started bracing for it instead. Every brush of arms, every graze of knuckles over the supply box, every moment when the tight quarters forced them shoulder to shoulder, sent a current through her that she was running out of ways to explain. It wasn't adrenaline. It wasn't rivalry. It was the physical awareness of a man whose body she'd spent 2 Saturdays learning to track. And the booth was making it impossible to stop. Miss Zuri, Destiny Williams, 10 years old and relentless, appeared at the booth with 2 friends in tow. "Is this your boyfriend?" "This is Mr. Ashford. He's my community service partner. My mom says you bought him at the auction." "Your mom has a colorful interpretation of charitable giving. She says you like him." "Destiny, would you like a card or a coloring sheet?" Destiny took a card, gave Miles a long, appraising look, and departed with her friends. Miles, to his credit, kept his face neutral, but the set of his jaw suggested he was holding something back that he'd be paying for later. Around 3 o'clock, the crowd thinned as families moved toward the gazebo for the elementary school play. The booth traffic slowed. Zuri was reorganizing the trivia card stacks when a voice she hadn't heard in years floated across the table. "Well, I'll be. Zuri Palmer and Miles Ashford. Together. In a booth." Mrs. Delacroix stood on the visitor side of the table, arms crossed, a Founder's Day button pinned to her cardigan. She'd been their AP English teacher senior year, the kind of teacher who assigned novels that changed your life and graded essays like she was preparing you for war. She'd also been the faculty advisor for the debate team, which meant she'd watch Zuri and Miles argue each other to a standstill more times than anyone except possibly their parents. "Mrs. Delacroix," Zuri smiled. "Happy Founder's Day." "Happy Founder's Day to you both." Mrs. Delacroix looked between them with the particular sharpness of a woman who had spent 30 years reading teenagers and had never lost the skill. "You know, I used to tell the other teachers that you two generated more intellectual energy per square foot than any pair of students I ever taught. The problem was that all the energy went into fighting each other instead of anything productive." "We were very focused," Miles offered. "You were exhausting." Mrs. Delacroix's mouth twitched. "But Lord, you were something to watch. I still remember that semifinal round, senior year. The one about economic policy. You," she pointed at Miles, "had the most airtight data set I'd ever seen a student produce. And you," she pointed at Zuri, "stood up and told a story that made every judge forget the data existed." The memory settled between them like a stone in still water. Zuri felt the ripple of it, the heat of that afternoon in a high school auditorium, standing at a podium 3 feet from Miles Ashford, arguing with everything she had because the alternative was admitting he made her feel things she didn't have a name for. Some things don't change. Mrs. Delacroix gave them both a look that could have graded a dissertation. "Enjoy the festival, and try not to set anything on fire." She walked away. The silence she left behind was louder than the festival noise around them. Zuri straightened the cards. Miles adjusted the building blocks. Neither spoke for a full minute. "She was a good teacher," Miles said finally. "The best. She failed my first essay. She failed everyone's first essay. It was a rite of passage." He almost smiled. She almost smiled back. The moment held, warm and tentative, and neither of them rushed to fill it with argument or deflection. The last hour of the festival passed in a quieter rhythm. The crowds had migrated to the gazebo for the play and the band performance, leaving the activity booths mostly empty. Zuri and Miles packed up the supplies in easy, practiced motions, the kind of coordination that came from a full day of sharing a small space. She was handing him a stack of leftover trivia cards when it happened. Their fingers met on the edges of the stack, not a brush this time, an overlap. His fingers settled against hers, warm and certain, and neither of them let go. 1 second, 2. She looked up. He was already looking at her. His expression was not competitive. It was not guarded, not professional, not any of the versions of Miles Ashford she'd cataloged over the weeks since his return. It was open and still and searching, as if he was asking a question he didn't have words for and waiting to see if she'd answer it. Her pulse knocked hard against her throat. The trivia cards were still between their hands, and his fingers were still against hers, and the festival was still going on around them. The faint sound of the band drifting from the gazebo, children laughing somewhere, the smell of kettle corn and fresh-cut grass. She should have pulled away. She should have said something practical and professional and kept the distance she'd been maintaining since the auction. Instead, she stood there holding the cards and his gaze and something else she wasn't ready to name, and the world went very, very still. "Zuri." His voice was low, not a question, just her name, spoken the way he always spoke it, careful, except now his fingers were touching hers, and the specificity meant more than it ever had. "We should finish packing up," she said. Her voice sounded strange to her, softer than usual, missing the edges she relied on. He held her gaze for one more beat. Then he nodded, took the cards, and stepped back. The air between them rearranged itself, but it didn't go back to what it was before. They finished closing down in silence that wasn't uncomfortable, but wasn't neutral either. It was the silence of two people who had crossed a line they couldn't see and were both deciding whether to acknowledge it. The folding table was collapsed, the supplies were boxed, the banner was rolled. They carried everything to Zuri's car in 2 trips, walking side by side across the square as the festival wound down around them. At the car, with the trunk open and the boxes loaded, they stood in the parking area and the conversation happened before she could stop it. "How's the renovation plan coming?" she asked. and heard herself asking not because she wanted to discuss construction timelines, but because she wanted to keep him here for another minute. Good. The revised phasing is nearly finished. I think I can get the displacement window down to about 6 weeks, maybe less. 6 weeks. She leaned against the car. That's half of what you originally proposed. Your questions were valid. The plan needed to be better. The simplicity of it disarmed her. No defense, no qualification. Just acknowledgement that she'd pushed, and he'd listened, and the work had improved because of it. "How's your grandmother's house?" she asked, and the question surprised them both. Miles paused. Something shifted in his expression, a warmth that had nothing to do with the May sun. "It's getting there. I've been working through the downstairs, haven't made it upstairs yet. That's the hard part." That's what Benjamin said. Benjamin's usually right about the hard parts. They stood there, leaning against her car in the late afternoon, talking the way two people talk when they've stopped performing and started paying attention. He told her about the plumbing quotes and the porch railing. She told him about the summer program registrations and the new debate club. The conversation was careful, tentative, like walking across a frozen lake and listening for the creek. But it held. For 10 minutes, it held. And neither of them argued or deflected or retreated into formality, and the ease of it frightened her more than any amount of friction ever had. A car horn honked across the lot. Sasha, pulling in to help with the festival teardown, waved through the windshield with a grin that could be seen from space. The moment broke. Zuri straightened from the car. "I should go help with cleanup." "Yeah." Miles picked up his tool bag from beside the car. "Good day today." "It was. See you next Saturday?" "Next Saturday." He held her gaze for a second longer than necessary, then turned and crossed the lot toward his truck. Sasha pulled into the spot beside Zuri's car and got out, looking between Zuri and Miles's retreating figure. "Good festival?" "Fine. Normal. We ran the booth." Sasha studied her face with the diagnostic precision of a woman who had been reading Zuri Palmer for 20 years. "You look like someone who just discovered that the man she's been fighting with is actually someone she likes." "I don't like him." "Zuri, I tolerate him. Professionally, in the spirit of community service." Sasha slung an arm around her shoulders and steered her toward the square. 3 more Saturdays, Palmer. Let's see how long that story holds." They walked into the festival together, Sasha's arm warm and steady around her shoulders. And Zuri did not look back at the parking lot, and she did not think about the way his fingers had felt against hers over a stack of cards, steady and warm and in no hurry to let go. She didn't think about it at all. Not during teardown, not on the walk to the car, not when Sasha hugged her goodnight in the lot with a look that said she knew exactly what Zuri wasn't thinking about. She thought about it all the way home.
Chapter 10. You look like a man who is thinking very hard about something he doesn't want to think about. Mrs. Zhang set a bowl of wonton soup in front of Miles and settled into the opposite side of the booth without being invited. "Eat first, then we talk." Miles looked at the soup, then at Mrs. Zhang, then at the empty restaurant around them. Sweet and spicy Chinese palace on a Sunday afternoon was nearly deserted. The lunch rush gone, the red lanterns casting a warm glow over empty tables and golden dragons painted on the walls. The smell of garlic and ginger hung in the air like a permanent resident. He'd come here for the soup and the quiet. He was getting the soup. "Mrs. Zhang, you don't have to sit with me." "I know." She folded her hands on the table. "Eat." He ate. The soup was perfect, the way it always was, hot and clean with just enough ginger to cut through the richness of the broth. He'd been eating it sweet and spicy since he was 14, when his grandmother used to bring him here after debate tournaments as a reward for surviving another round. She and Mrs. Zhang had been friends for decades, the kind of friendship built on weekly tea, shared gossip, and the mutual understanding that the young people in their lives were hopeless and required management. "I was at the festival yesterday," she said, watching him eat with the patient attention of a woman who had been reading people across this table for 20 years. "I saw your booth. It went well. Good turnout. The trivia cards were a hit with the kids." "I didn't ask about the cards." She tilted her head. I saw you with the children, the quiet ones. Miles lowered his spoon. I just let them build with the blocks. It wasn't a big deal. It was a big deal to the little boy with his thumb in his mouth who left an hour later carrying a popsicle stick building he made with you. His mother came to my booth afterward and asked who the man was at the history tent. She said her son doesn't usually talk to strangers. Her expression was steady. That is not a small thing. The compliment landed differently than he expected. Not like praise for a job well done, but like a piece of evidence being entered into a record he didn't know was being kept. I also saw you with Zuri Palmer. There it was. The pivot so smooth he almost missed it. We were running the booth together, he said carefully. That's the arrangement Rochelle set up. Yes, Rochelle sets things up. That is what Rochelle does. She picked up his tea and refilled it from the pot on the table, a gesture so practiced it barely interrupted her sentence. What I saw was not an arrangement. What I saw was two people who forgot they were in public. Miles wrapped his hands around the fresh cup and didn't answer. He'd been replaying it since last night. Not the whole day, though the whole day was there, stored in a file his brain kept opening without permission. It was one moment, near the end, when the crowds had thinned and the festival noise had faded to something distant, and he'd been standing in that ridiculous 6x8 booth with Zuri Palmer, and she'd handed him a stack of leftover cards. But before that moment, there was the whole day to account for. 8 hours in a booth that barely fit two people, where every movement required negotiation, and every negotiation meant proximity. He'd learned things about Zuri Palmer in that booth that no amount of council meetings or cleanup days could have taught him. She reached for things without looking, her hand moving by instinct towards supplies she'd organized so thoroughly she could find them blind. Which meant that when he was standing where the markers used to be, her hand found his arm instead, and the surprise on her face told him she hadn't planned it and couldn't undo the contact fast enough. She smelled like cocoa butter and something faintly citrus, and the scent intensified in the afternoon heat, and 8 hours of breathing it in at close range had rewired some fundamental part of his ability to concentrate. When she was focused on a child, her whole body oriented toward them, all her energy and attention narrowing to a beam, and being in the peripheral edge of that focus felt like standing near a spotlight. Bright, vivid, impossible not to notice. And then there was the thing he kept circling back to. In one devastating 2-second interval, Zuri Palmer's fingers had rested against his and neither of them had pulled away. And the sensation had traveled from the point of contact to the center of his chest and stayed there like a coal that wouldn't cool. Their fingers had met on the edges of the card stack. Not a brush, not an accident, an overlap, deliberate in its duration if not its intention. Her fingers against his, warm and steady, and neither of them had pulled away. 1 second. 2. The cards between their hands, the festival around them, and a silence that felt louder than anything either of them had ever said in a debate round. She'd looked up at him. Her eyes had been direct, the way they always were, but without the armor. No challenge, no formality, no distance. Just Zuri, looking at him like she was seeing something she hadn't expected to find and wasn't sure she was ready for. He'd said her name, not as a question, not as a strategy. Just her name, because it was the only word in his vocabulary at that moment, and saying it felt like the most honest thing he'd done since coming home. Then she'd said, "We should finish packing up," and the moment had closed, and they'd spent the next 10 minutes carrying boxes to her car in a silence that hummed with everything they hadn't said. The conversation by the car had been worse, or better. He couldn't decide which. She'd asked about the renovation plan, and he'd told her about the 6-week revision, and she'd leaned against the car and looked at him with an expression he was going to carry for a long time. Surprise softening into respect, softening into something warmer that she was clearly trying not to show. Then she'd asked about the house, his grandmother's house, and the question had cracked something open in him, because nobody since Benjamin had asked about the house with that particular quality of attention, the kind that meant they actually wanted to know the answer and weren't just filling space. They'd talked for 10 minutes. Real conversation, not combat. He'd told her about the plumbing and the porch railing. She'd told him about the summer programs and the debate club. And the ease of it, the strange, disarming normalcy of just talking, had settled over him like a weather pattern he didn't know how to predict. "You are very far away right now," she observed. "I'm right here. Your body is here. Your mind is at a festival booth, holding trivia cards." He looked at her. She looked back with the unflappable calm of a woman who had been Rochelle Stevens Walter's closest friend and co-conspirator for 30 years and had learned to read people the way most people read menus. "Mrs. Zhang, with all due respect, I know what you and Rochelle are doing." "What are we doing?" "You're matchmaking." "That is a strong word." She straightened a napkin on the table. "I prefer to say we are creating opportunities for people to see what is already in front of them." "That's the same thing with better branding." Her mouth curved. It was the closest to a laugh he'd gotten from her, and it transformed her face from its usual composed stillness into something warm and conspiratorial. "Your grandmother used to say the same thing." The warmth stayed in her voice. "She was the one who first told me about you and Zuri, you know. Years ago, before you even graduated. She said, 'May, that boy and that girl are going to figure it out eventually, and when they do, it's going to be spectacular.'" She used that word, spectacular. The kitchen sounds from the back filled the pause, a pot being moved, water running, the low hum of the ventilation fan. "She said that many times, usually over tea, usually when you had done something particularly impressive or particularly foolish at school, which according to Eloise happened in equal measure." Mrs. Zhang leaned forward slightly. "She also said that you were afraid of what Zuri made you feel, and that the competing was easier than the feeling. She saw it very clearly." Miles sat with that. His grandmother, watching from across town, understanding the thing he'd spent 15 years refusing to name, filing it away like she filed everything, with precision and patience, waiting for the moment when the information would be useful. He'd spent a decade building a career around reading structures, identifying what held them together and what made them fail. She had spent that same decade reading him, and she'd seen the load-bearing truth he'd been constructing his life around. Zuri Palmer was not a rival. She'd never been a rival. She was the person who made every room feel like it mattered, and the competition had been the only way he'd known to stay close to her. His grandmother had seen that at 16. It had taken him until 33. The moment was apparently now, delivered by proxy through Mrs. Zhang and a bowl of wonton soup. "I have something to tell Zuri," he said. "About my grandmother." She waited. She donated books to the youth center lending library, 20 books every summer for at least 3 years. I found the receipts in her papers. She never put her name on the donations, never mentioned them to me. Her expression shifted just slightly, a softening around the eyes that told him this was news to her. She never mentioned it. She wouldn't have. That wasn't her style. No, it wasn't. She was quiet for a moment, turning her teacup in her hands. "Your grandmother and I had tea every Thursday for 15 years. She talked about the youth center often, always with such pride in what Zuri was building, but she never once told me she was donating to it." A pause. That was Eloise. She gave the way she loved, quietly, completely, without needing anyone to notice. Miles felt the grief rise again, gentler this time, braided with gratitude. "There are books on those shelves right now that Zuri's kids are reading, books my grandmother picked out for them." He looked at his cup. "Zuri should know where they came from." "Yes," her voice was firm again. "She should, and you should be the one to tell her." "I know. I'm waiting for the right time." "Miles," her voice was gentle and very firm, "the right time is not a thing that arrives, it is a thing you choose." She stood, collected his empty soup bowl, and paused beside the table. "The community dinner fundraiser is your next event. Rochelle says you and Zuri will be planning it together. Meetings at Roasted Beans, starting this week." "Of course there are meetings." "Several meetings. Over coffee, across a small table." She set the bowl on a passing tray. "Rochelle wanted me to tell you it's purely logistical." "And what do you want to tell me?" She considered this. "I want to tell you that Eloise was right about the spectacular part." She turned toward the kitchen, then paused. "Also, the lo mein is on the house today. You looked like you needed feeding." She disappeared through the kitchen door, leaving Miles alone in the booth with his tea and the golden dragons and the particular quiet of a restaurant that had seen 30 years of sweetgum conversations, confessions, and first dates unfold across its tables. He finished his tea and pulled out his phone. The planning meetings for Event 3 started this week. Roasted beans, multiple sessions, across a small table from Zuri Palmer. The festival replayed itself unbidden, the finger overlap on the cards, the conversation by the car, her asking about the house like she cared about the answer. 10 minutes of honest conversation that had unsettled him more than 4 years of high school rivalry ever had. And underneath it all, the knowledge he was still carrying. His grandmother's books on the youth center shelves, chosen with care, delivered without credit. Years of quiet investment in Zuri's work, because she believed in what Zuri was building. The receipts were still in the box from the hall closet, spread across his kitchen table where he'd left them, and the story they told was still waiting to be shared with the one person who deserved to hear it. Mrs. Zhang's words came back to him. The right time is not a thing that arrives. It is a thing you choose. Tuesday. He'd see her Tuesday. And at some point, over coffee and event logistics, he was going to have to decide whether the planning meetings were the right time or whether he was just looking for an excuse to sit across from her again. He opened his text thread with Zuri. For a long moment, he stared at the screen. The previous messages were still there. Logistics, schedules, don't be late, professional, measured. The careful language of two people maintaining a boundary they both knew was dissolving. He could see her typing style in the messages, the same precision she brought to everything. No abbreviations, no emojis, full sentences with proper punctuation. She texted the way she argued, cleanly, with no room for misinterpretation. And yet the pauses between her responses, the ones that lasted just long enough to mean she was choosing her words carefully, told him more than the words themselves. He typed, "Rochelle says the planning meetings for the dinner fundraiser start this week. Tuesday work for you?" The reply came in under a minute. "Tuesday works. Same time, same place. 3 o'clock. Roasted beans." A pause. Then "see you there." 3 words. Neutral, professional, completely unremarkable. And he sat in the booth and read them twice. Because underneath the professionalism was the fact that she'd responded in under a minute, both times. Which meant she'd been looking at her phone. Which meant she'd been waiting for him to reach out. Which was not a conclusion he should be drawing, and was drawing anyway. He set the phone on the table and looked around the empty restaurant. The lanterns swayed faintly in the air from the kitchen vent. Through the front window, Main Street was Sunday quiet. The last of the Founders' Day decorations being taken down by a crew of volunteers in the fading afternoon light. Tuesday, roasted beans, a small table, Zuri Palmer across from him, planning a dinner they'd co-chair in meetings that were purely logistical and absolutely not dates. Mrs. Zhang appeared briefly in the kitchen doorway with a takeout bag. She set it on the counter by the register, caught his eye, and said, "For the road. And Miles?" "Yes. Don't be late." The same 3 words Zuri kept sending him. Coming from Mrs. Zhang, they carried a different weight, not a command, but a benediction, as if being on time was the least of what she was telling him not to miss. She vanished back into the kitchen. Miles picked up the bag, left a tip that was probably too large, and stepped out into the Sunday afternoon carrying lo mein, his grandmother's secret, and the growing certainty that the next few weeks were going to change everything.
Chapter 11. We are not serving fried fish at a formal dinner fundraiser. Zuri set her notebook down at roasted beans and looked across at Miles, who was holding his coffee with both hands and the faintest trace of a smile. This is a sit-down event at the B&B. There's a theme. There's a program. Rochelle specifically said elevated. Rochelle also said sweetgum, and sweetgum means fried fish. Sweetgum means community. Community can eat something besides fried fish. You're going to tell this town they can't have fried fish at a fundraiser and see what happens. I'm going to curate a menu that reflects the character of the event. Curate. He took a sip. That's a word. It's the correct word. It's the word you use when you're trying not to say, "I'm in charge of the food." She pressed her lips together to keep from smiling. She did not smile. The effort cost her something she would not be examining. This was Tuesday, the first planning meeting for Event 3, the community dinner fundraiser at the B&B. Rochelle had given them a budget, a guest list of 60, a venue, the B&B's main dining room and garden, and a mandate to make it an evening people will talk about for years. She had not given them instructions that agreed with each other, which Zuri suspected was by design. Roasted beans was the neutral ground they'd chosen. Joanne's coffee shop on Main Street, small and warm, with exposed brick walls and the perpetual hum of the espresso machine providing cover for conversations that didn't want to be overheard. Zuri had ordered a chai latte. Miles had ordered a black coffee, no sugar, like a man who thought personality was optional in a beverage. The table between them was barely 2 feet across. "Here's what I'm proposing," Zuri said, pulling out her planning binder. 3-course seated dinner. Salad, entree choice, dessert. The entree options should reflect the B&B's style, which is southern but refined. So, elevated fried fish. I'm going to pretend you didn't say that. He leaned back in his chair, and the motion drew his shoulders wide and his arms open in a way that she noticed and resented in equal measure. What about the entertainment? Live music. Local. Rochelle suggested the quartet from Greater Hope Church. That's good. I know it's good. I suggested it to Rochelle, and she suggested it back to us. So Rochelle laundered your idea. Rochelle does what Rochelle does. They worked through the planning details for an hour. Seating arrangements, table assignments, the flow of the evening from cocktail hour through dinner, through the fundraising appeal. Miles had a logistical mind that she kept wanting to dismiss and couldn't, because his suggestions were consistently practical, well-organized, and irritatingly helpful. He proposed staggering the dinner courses to give Rochelle time to make her fundraising pitch between entree and dessert. He sketched a table layout on a napkin that maximized seating without cramping the garden flow. He asked whether the B&B's kitchen could handle 60 covers or whether they needed to bring in outside catering support. These were her questions. These were the questions she would have asked if he hadn't asked them first, and the fact that his brain worked in the same grooves as hers was information she did not want and could not give back. At the end of the hour, they divided the task list. She would handle the menu, the guest invitations, and the program. He would handle the venue logistics, the table setup, and coordination with Benjamin on the kitchen capacity. They shook hands like professionals, and the brief pressure of his palm against hers sent a current up her arm that she ignored with practiced determination. "Thursday?" he said. "Same time?" "Thursday, 3 o'clock. Thursday, she told herself she was cautious. She arrived at 3 exactly, not a minute early, and found him already there with 2 cups waiting. He'd ordered her a chai latte. "You didn't have to do that," she said, sitting down. "I know. You always order the same thing. It seemed efficient." Efficient? I'm an architect. Efficiency is a professional value. She picked up the chai and took a sip. It was exactly right, which meant he'd been paying attention to her order, which meant nothing, and also meant everything. And she was going to stop thinking about it. They worked. The menu had taken shape since Tuesday, and she'd brought samples of the printed invitation she'd designed. He reviewed them with the same focused attention he gave structural drawings, noting a typo on the RSVP line and suggesting a slightly larger font for the venue address. She fixed both without argument, because he was right, and the ease of accepting his input without defensiveness startled her. Something had changed since the festival. The arguments were still there. The push and pull of 2 people with strong opinions about how things should be done, but the heat behind the arguments had shifted. It wasn't adversarial anymore. It was collaborative, the kind of friction that happened when 2 people cared about the same outcome and brought different strengths to achieving it. She caught herself laughing at something he said about the seating chart. A dry observation about putting Rochelle and Mrs. Zhang at adjacent tables being a strategic risk, and the laugh escaped before she could stop it, genuine and unguarded, and the sound of it in the small coffee shop surprised her so much that she stopped mid-breath. He looked at her, not with triumph, not with smugness, with a warmth that made the 2 feet between them feel like 2 inches. "What?" she said, recovering. "Nothing. You laughed. People laugh. It's a physiological response. You don't laugh around me. Not like that." She didn't have a response. He was right, and they both knew it, and the silence that followed was the kind that rewrote the terms of a relationship without either person signing the contract. Joanne appeared with a refill pitcher and a smile that was doing an extremely poor job of pretending to be casual. "How's the planning going?" "Fine," Zuri said. "Great," Miles said. "You two have been here for 2 hours." Joanne refilled their cups with the practiced ease of a woman who had been watching this unfold from behind the counter and had opinions. "The dinner's going to be wonderful. Rochelle's already sold half the tickets." "Half?" Zuri looked up. "She said she'd let us handle ticket sales." "Honey, Rochelle lets people handle things the way a conductor lets the orchestra handle the music. She's already orchestrating." Joanne patted the surface. "You two keep doing what you're doing. It's working." She walked away. Zuri stared after her and wondered exactly how much of the town was tracking these meetings and what conclusions they were drawing. The following Tuesday, she arrived 12 minutes early. She didn't mean to. She'd told herself she was coming at 3, the same as always, and then she'd left the youth center at 2:30 because the afternoon programs were covered and there was no reason to stay. And she'd driven to Main Street and parked and walked into Roasted Beans and sat down at 2:48 and ordered her chai before she fully processed what she'd done. She was early for a planning meeting with Miles Ashford. The progression was damning. Tuesday, braced for combat. Thursday, cautious. The following Tuesday, early, with her hair down instead of pulled back, wearing the green blouse she liked instead of the first thing she'd grabbed, sitting in a spot she was starting to think of as theirs. She was furious with herself. She was also completely unable to stop. Miles arrived at 2:55. His eyebrows rose when he saw her already seated. "You're early." "I had a gap in my schedule. At 2:48. "How do you know what time I got here?" Joanne waved at me through the window and held up her watch. Of course she did. Zuri made a mental note to have a conversation with Joanne about the boundaries between hospitality and surveillance. They spread the final planning documents across the table. The dinner was 4 days away. The menu was set, the seating finalized, the program printed. What remained were the small decisions, the garnish choices, and the table linens, and the timing of the fundraising appeal. And they moved through them with a fluency that no longer surprised her and still unsettled her. He was telling her about the kitchen capacity at the B&B, how Benjamin had confirmed they could handle 60 covers with Amy's help from the diner when she reached for the seating chart at the same moment he did. Their hands collided over the paper. The chart slid. The table tipped. Miles grabbed the edge to steady it. His arm extended across the surface, and the motion brought his body forward and hers instinctively toward him. And suddenly they were leaning across the narrow space with their faces separated by less than a foot of air. She could see the individual lashes framing his eyes. She could feel the warmth of his breath. His hand was still braced on the edge, his arm between them like a bridge, and his gaze had dropped to her mouth and come back up so fast she almost missed it. Almost. Her pulse was a drumline in her throat. The coffee shop was still there, the espresso machine still humming, Joanne still behind the counter, but the world had contracted to the space between her face and his, and the space was not enough and was too much, and she could not move. "Zuri," he said, and his voice was barely above a whisper, and the sound of her name at that volume and that distance did things to her nervous system that she was going to be processing for days. Behind the counter, a mug hit the floor and shattered. They both flinched. The spell cracked. Zuri sat back in her chair so fast the legs scraped the floor. Miles released his grip and straightened, his jaw working, his hands finding his coffee cup like it was an anchor. "Sorry," Joanne called from behind the counter, crouching to sweep up ceramic. "Butterfingers." Zuri did not look at Miles. She looked at the seating chart, which was now slightly crumpled from being grabbed by 2 people at once. She smoothed it with hands that were not entirely steady. "The timing of the appeal," she said, and her voice was almost normal. Between the entree and dessert. Right, Miles said. His voice was not almost normal. His voice was rough at the edges in a way she was going to hear in her sleep. Between the entree and dessert. They finished the meeting. They were professional. They discussed linens and garnishes and the exact minute Rochelle should take the microphone. They did not discuss the fact that 60 seconds ago they had been close enough to kiss across 2 feet of space, and the only thing that stopped it was Joanne's grip on a coffee mug. At 4:30, they gathered their papers. Miles stood, Zuri stood. The distance between them was still just 2 feet, and it felt like nothing. Saturday, he said. Saturday. I'll be at the B&B by 4 for setup. I'll be there at 3. Of course you will. The corner of his mouth lifted, and the almost smile hit her sternum like it always did, except now she knew what his face looked like at a distance of 12 inches, and the almost smile carried new weight. He left. The bell above the door chimed behind him. Zuri stood there and did not move for a full 10 seconds. Sasha appeared in the doorway 30 seconds later, as if she'd been circling the block, waiting for Miles to leave. Knowing Sasha, she probably had been. Hey! Sasha dropped into Miles's vacated chair and looked at Zuri's face with the careful attention of a medical professional assessing symptoms. How was the meeting? Productive. Uh-huh. You look like someone punched you in the chest with a feeling. That's not a thing. It's absolutely a thing. I'm looking at it. Sasha leaned forward. What happened? Zuri sat down slowly. She thought about the table tipping, his face inches from hers, the whisper, the shattered mug, the roughness in his voice when they went back to discussing linens. The planning is done, she said. The dinner is Saturday. Everything is on schedule. Sasha studied her for a long moment. Then she reached across the table and put her hand over Zuri's. Zuri, it's okay to like him. I don't. It's okay. Sasha's voice was gentle now, the teasing gone. You've been fighting this since he came back, and I love you for it, but at some point you have to ask yourself what you're actually fighting, because from where I'm sitting, it doesn't look like him anymore. It looks like you. The words settled in Zuri's chest and stayed there. Sasha squeezed her hand, stood, and said, I'll pick you up Saturday at 2. Wear something nice. And Zuri? What? It's okay to get there early. She left with a wave to Joanne, who waved back with an expression that said she'd heard every word and was already composing the text to Rochelle. Zuri sat in the emptying coffee shop and let Sasha's words settle over her like a weather pattern she'd been watching approach for weeks. It doesn't look like him anymore. It looks like you. Tuesday, she'd arrived armed for an argument and left with a divided task list and the ghost of his handshake on her palm. Thursday, the argument about the seating chart had dissolved into collaboration so smooth she'd forgotten to keep score. Today, she'd shown up 12 minutes early in a green blouse and nearly kissed a man across a cafe table because the space between them had stopped being enough. 3 meetings. 3 shifts. From combat to caution to anticipation, each one pulling her closer to a truth she'd been outrunning since the walkthrough. Miles Ashford was not a problem to manage. He was a man who listened when she pushed, revised when she was right, and looked at her across a cafe table like she was the most important structure in the room. Saturday was 4 days away, the dinner, the B&B. An entire evening working side by side, and the only tables between them would be the ones they set for 60 guests. She picked up her cup, which had gone cold, and drank it anyway. Through the window, she could see Sasha's car still idling at the curb, the headlights on, waiting to make sure Zuri made it out of the coffee shop and into the evening. Because that was Sasha. She never left first. Zuri gathered her binder, pushed through the door into the warm evening, and raised a hand to the car at the curb. Sasha flashed the headlights once, and Zuri stood on the sidewalk outside Roasted Beans and let the evening air cool the heat in her chest, and she did not look back at the table where everything had changed. And she did not think about Saturday. She thought about Saturday the entire walk to her car, with Sasha's headlights steady in the rear view as they both pulled away.
Chapter 12. The centerpieces need to move 6 inches to the left. Zuri stood in the B&B's dining room with a clipboard and a vision, and the dining room was losing the argument. If they're centered on the table, they block the sightlines for the fundraising appeal. Rochelle needs to be visible from every seat. 6 inches? Miles lifted a glass vase of wildflowers and set it precisely where she'd indicated. You measured this. I measured this. With what? My eyes, Miles. I have excellent spatial reasoning. You have excellent everything. The words left his mouth before his brain could file an objection, and the silence that followed was the kind that rearranged furniture. Zuri looked at him. He looked at the centerpiece. Neither addressed it. The linens need pressing, she said after a beat that lasted a century, and the garden chairs should be angled toward the pond, not the parking area. I'll handle the chairs. Thank you. He took the garden chairs and the excuse to step outside, where the early evening air smelled like honeysuckle and freshly cut grass, and he could breathe without calculating the distance between himself and Zuri Palmer. The B&B grounds were beautiful in June. The willow by the pond trailed its branches in the water, catching the last of the afternoon light. The garden had been transformed for the dinner, round tables set across the manicured lawn for cocktail hour, string lights looped between the oaks, and the main dining room visible through the open French doors, warm and glowing with candlelight. Rochelle and Benjamin had opened every corner of the house for the event, and the result was the kind of evening that made you understand why people fell in love in Sweetgum Meadows. Miles angled the chairs toward the pond and tried not to think about the fact that he'd just told Zuri Palmer she had excellent everything. In front of a centerpiece. During a professional setup, his phone buzzed. A text from Rochelle. Everything looks perfect. Stop fussing, both of you. He didn't know how she always knew. The dinner was a success by every measure that mattered and several that didn't. 60 guests filled the dining room and garden. The 3-course meal was immaculate. Butter lettuce salad with roasted pecans, a choice of braised short ribs or herb-crusted salmon, and a peach cobbler with vanilla bean ice cream that drew actual sounds of reverence from the crowd. Amy had outdone herself in the kitchen, and Benjamin had orchestrated the service with the calm efficiency of a man who'd been hosting guests for decades. Rochelle's fundraising appeal, delivered between entree and dessert exactly as planned, raised $12,000 in 20 minutes. She stood at the front of the dining room with a microphone and a smile and told the story of what the Historical Society, the Youth Center, and the Founders Day Fund meant to this town. And by the time she finished, half the room was reaching for checkbooks. Miles watched from the edge of the garden, and what he noticed most was not the food or the donations or the string lights. What he noticed was Zuri. She moved through the evening like she'd been born to run it. Greeting guests by name, checking on the kitchen, redirecting a long-winded donor who'd cornered a volunteer so Miles could handle a seating issue outside. She brought him a glass of water without being asked when she saw him talking to 3 people at once. He brought her a plate of food at 9:30 when he realized she hadn't sat down all night. Eat, he said, setting the plate on the table beside her. I'm fine. You haven't eaten since 3 o'clock. Eat. She looked at the plate, then at him, and something in her expression softened in a way that had nothing to do with the short ribs and everything to do with the fact that he'd been paying enough attention to notice. Thank you, she said. You're welcome. They stood at the edge of the garden for 30 seconds, watching the crowd, and the silence between them was not professional and not awkward. It was the silence of 2 people who had spent an entire evening communicating in glances and half-sentences and had discovered, without discussion, that they understood each other's rhythms perfectly. He knew when she needed him to step in. She knew when he needed space to handle something. The collaboration wasn't choreographed. It was instinct. And the ease of it told him more than any of the arguments or planning sessions or accidental touches ever had. They fit. In the functional sense of 2 people whose skills and attention complemented each other so precisely that the work between them felt effortless. And in the other sense, the one he was trying not to name, the sense that had nothing to do with fundraising logistics and everything to do with the way her shoulder brushed his when she reached past him for the dessert list, and the contact felt like coming home. By 11, the guests were gone. The garden was quiet, the string lights still glowing against the dark sky, the willow a silver silhouette against the pond. Benjamin and Rochelle had retired upstairs after Rochelle declared the evening a triumph and gave them both a look that communicated several things she was choosing not to say out loud. Miles and Zuri were alone in the kitchen. The B&B's kitchen was large by residential standards, with a farmhouse island in the center, open shelving lined with Rochelle's collection of mismatched dishes, and a window over the sink that looked out on the garden. The overhead light was off. A single lamp on the counter cast the room in amber, and the dishwater steamed in the sink, and the last of the dessert plates were stacked beside the drying rack. They washed dishes, side by side at first, then across from each other at the island, drying and stacking in a rhythm that required no conversation. The exhaustion had stripped away the last layer of performance. Zuri's shoes were off, her feet bare on the tile floor. Her hair, which had been pinned up for the evening, was starting to come loose, curls escaping at her temples. Miles had rolled his sleeves past his elbows and loosened his collar, and the formality of the dinner had dissolved into something domestic and quiet and unbearably intimate. "You did a good thing tonight," Zuri said, drying a plate. Her voice was softer than usual, the edges worn smooth by the long evening. "We did a good thing tonight. $12,000. She set the plate on the stack. "That's more than the last 3 youth center fundraisers combined." Rochelle's speech helped. Rochelle's speech closed it. "The setup was yours." She looked at him across the island. "The table layout, the flow, the timing of the appeal, that was architecture. That was planning. You planned most of it." "We planned it." She picked up another. "That's the part I can't figure out." "Which part?" "The part where we plan things and they work. The part where we spend 3 meetings arguing about fried fish and seating charts and walk out of every meeting with a better plan than either of us would have made alone." She turned it over in her hands, not drying it, just holding it. "I wasn't expecting that." "What were you expecting?" "Competition, friction, the same thing we've always done." "Is that what you wanted?" She was quiet for a moment. The lamp on the counter hummed faintly. Through the window, the garden lights were still on, casting soft pools of gold across the empty tables. "No," she said. "It's not what I wanted." The honesty of it stopped him. He set down the dish he was drying and looked at her, and the kitchen was warm, and the light was low, and the house was quiet around them. "Can I tell you something?" he said. She nodded. "I didn't come back just for the estate." He'd been carrying this for weeks, and the words came out with the particular weight of things held too long. "My grandmother left me the house, and I needed to settle it, and that was the reason I gave everyone. But the real reason is that I spent 10 years building a career in cities that didn't know me, working for clients who didn't care whether I showed up or somebody else did, and the whole time I was chasing something I couldn't name. The next project, the next award, the next thing that would prove I was good enough." He paused. The dishwater dripped in the sink. "Good enough for what?" she asked. "For the standard I set when I was 16, the standard that was you." The words hung in the kitchen between them. "Every project I took was another debate round I was trying to win. Every presentation was another podium I was standing behind, trying to make the case that I belonged. And none of it ever landed because the person I was trying to prove it to was in Sweetgum, running a youth center and not thinking about me at all." Zuri set the plate down on the island. Her hands were still. Her eyes hadn't left his. "I came back because the work stopped mattering without the person who made me care about doing it well in the first place. I came back because every room I built felt empty, and I finally understood that the emptiness wasn't about the rooms. The silence that followed was not empty. It was full and warm, and it held the shape of everything he'd just said. Miles." Her voice was barely above a whisper. "Yeah, I came back too." She looked down at her hands on the island, then back up. "After college, I worked in Atlanta for 3 years. Nonprofit management, grant writing, the whole career path everyone expected. And I was good at it, but it felt like a performance. Like I was building something on someone else's blueprint." She took a breath. "The youth center was the first thing that was mine. Not because someone expected it, not because it looked good on a resume, because the kids needed it, and I knew how to build it, and this town gave me the space to try. It's the first thing in my life that felt like it belonged to me instead of belonging to someone else's idea of what I should be doing. He understood that so completely it ached. The competing was easier, she said quietly. With you, in school. It gave me something to push against, something to measure myself by. And when you left, I didn't have that anymore, and I had to figure out what I was actually building. And it turns out what I was building was this. She gestured vaguely at the kitchen, the B&B, the town beyond it. A life that's mine, programs that matter, a community that holds. They stood on opposite sides of the island, the dishes forgotten, the drying rack full, the house silent around them. The lamp cast long shadows across the tile, and the lights through the window made the kitchen glow like a room in a painting. He watched her hands on the dish towel, the way she held it loosely, wrung dry, her fingers tracing the edge of the fabric the way they'd traced the edge of the trivia cards at the festival. He thought about those hands managing 40 volunteers, managing 60 dinner guests, managing the entire architecture of a community that would fall apart without her holding it up. She looked up and caught him looking, and she didn't look away. The air in the kitchen thickened. He set down the dish he'd been holding. She set down the towel. The island was between them, 4 feet of butcher block and silence, and then he stepped around the end of it, and she didn't step back, and the distance between them shrank by half. 2 feet. 1. The pulse in her throat was visible. The faint trace of her perfume reached him, mixed with the warm air and the lingering sweetness of peach cobbler. Her face was tilted up toward his, and her eyes were open, and the expression in them was not guarded or professional or competitive. It was the same look from the festival, open and still and searching, except now there was no table between them and no crowd around them, and the searching had found what it was looking for. He raised his hand. His fingers hovered at the edge of her jaw, not quite touching, close enough to feel the warmth of her skin. Upstairs, a door closed. The sound was quiet, just a latch clicking into place, someone turning in for the night. But it broke the stillness like a stone through glass, and Zuri inhaled sharply and stepped back, and the space between them filled with all the air they hadn't been breathing. "I should go," she said. Her voice was unsteady. "Yeah." His voice wasn't better. "It's late." They cleaned up the last of the dishes in a silence that vibrated with everything that had almost happened. He walked her to her car in the B&B's side lot, the gravel crunching under their feet, the night air cool against his face. She opened her door and stood there for a moment, keys in hand, not getting in. "Tonight was good," she said. "Tonight was good. The dinner, the fundraiser, yes." She held his gaze for 2 seconds longer than goodbye required, then got in the car and drove away. And he stood in the gravel lot and watched her taillights disappear down the road toward town. He drove home to the Chestnut Street house and sat in the driveway with the engine off and the windows down and the June night settling around him. The kitchen replayed itself in perfect detail. Her voice saying, "It's not what I wanted." His own voice saying, "The standard that was you." The distance collapsing around the island, her face tilted up toward his hand hovering at her jaw where the heat of her skin had reached his fingers without contact. The door closing upstairs, the step back, the gravel. His phone lit up on the passenger seat. "Zuri, thanks for tonight. The dinner went well." He read it 4 times, 7 words. Professional on the surface, the same clipped precision she brought to every text. But she'd sent it at 11:42. Barely 20 minutes after leaving, which meant she'd driven home and texted him before she'd even gone inside, which meant she was sitting in her own car, in her own driveway, doing the same thing he was doing, holding a phone and thinking about what almost happened. He typed, "It went well. Good team," a pause, then, "Good team." 2 words, an echo. She'd taken his phrase and sent it back unchanged, and the repetition was its own kind of confession, because Zuri Palmer did not echo people. She reframed, she challenged, she improved. She did not repeat. Unless the words meant something, she wasn't ready to say a different way. He sat in the driveway with the phone in his hand and the porch light on, and his grandmother's house quiet behind him, and he thought about the woman who'd stood across from him, and told him why she came home, and how close he'd been to touching her face, and how the distance between them had been measured all evening in inches and glances and half-sentences, and how none of it was enough anymore. The porch light flickered once, the way old bulbs sometimes did, and for one irrational second, he thought it was his grandmother telling him to go inside and get some sleep, because tomorrow was another day and the girl wasn't going anywhere. He went inside. He did not sleep for a long time.
Chapter 13. Start from the dishes. Sasha sat cross-legged on the floor of Zuri's living room with a mug of tea and the expression of a woman conducting a deposition. You were washing dishes, together, in a kitchen, at 11 o'clock at night, alone. It was cleanup. We were cleaning up after the dinner. Were you standing next to each other? We were at the island, across from each other. And then we talked. About? Zuri pulled a throw pillow into her lap and held it like a shield. It was Sunday morning, barely 9 o'clock, and Sasha had shown up at her apartment with tea and questions and the kind of relentless focus that had made her the best paralegal in the county before she moved to Sweetgum. We talked about why he came back. Her eyebrows rose. And? He said he came back because the career felt empty, because he was chasing a standard he set in high school, and the standard was me. The silence that followed was the loudest sound in the apartment. He said the standard was you, Sasha repeated. That's what he said. In a kitchen, at 11 o'clock at night. Sasha, I'm just establishing the setting. What did you say back? Zuri looked at the pillow, then at the window, then at the tea she hadn't touched. I told him about the youth center, about Atlanta, about why I came home. You told him real things. Yes. And then he walked around the island. She set her mug down slowly. He walked around the island, toward me, toward you. And I didn't step back. Zuri Palmer didn't step back. Sasha's voice had gone quiet, the teasing stripped away. What happened? His hand came up, near my face. Not touching, just there. Zuri's chest tightened at the memory, the heat of his fingers hovering at her jaw, the way the air between his hand and her skin had felt charged. And then a door closed upstairs, and we both pulled away. A door. A door closed upstairs, and that's the only reason you didn't kiss Miles Ashford in that kitchen. We were cleaning up. It wasn't a romantic setting. Zuri, I cannot believe you are downplaying the setting right now. Zuri almost laughed. The almost laugh was the problem. Everything with Miles was almost touched, almost kissed, almost honest. And the almosts were accumulating like interest on a debt she couldn't afford. What are you going to do? Sasha asked. I'm going to focus on the remaining charity events and maintain a professional relationship with my community service partner. You're going to pretend a man didn't almost touch your face in a candlelit room after telling you that you were the standard for his entire career. Yes. And that's going to work? It has to work. She studied her face for a long moment, then picked up her tea and let it go. For now, it didn't work. Monday, Miles texted to say he was dropping off the finalized drainage plans at the youth center at 2 o'clock. Zuri had a standing meeting with a parent at 2:30, which she could easily handle from her office without being in the main area at all. She rescheduled the parent meeting to 3 and spent 20 minutes reorganizing the supply closet near the front entrance so she'd be visible when he arrived. She was aware of what she was doing. She did it anyway. He walked in at 2 on the dot, wearing a gray Henley and carrying a rolled tube of plans, and the sight of him in the doorway of her building sent a jolt through her chest that no amount of supply closet reorganization could have prepared her for. Drainage plans, he said, holding up the tube. Final version, materials list, measurements, and a recommended contractor. Thank you. She took the tube. Their fingers didn't touch. The absence of contact was somehow worse than contact would have been. He looked around the main room, and she watched his eyes travel over the bookshelves, the activity tables, the mural on the far wall. She'd seen him do this at the walkthrough, months ago, with the clinical eye of an architect assessing a structure. This time, the assessment was different. He was looking at the space the way someone looks at a place they've come to care about. The summer reading program starts next week, he asked. Monday. We're expecting 40 kids. You've got a good setup for it. The light in here is perfect for reading corners. He walked toward the bookshelves, not with purpose but with curiosity, running a finger along the spines. Good selection. Who picks the titles? I do, mostly, and donations. We get books from the community sometimes. She paused, watching his hand on the shelf. His fingers were careful with the spines, the same careful touch he brought to everything. Some of these showed up years ago. Whole boxes of them, beautiful editions. No name on the donation. I always wondered who sent them. His hand stilled on the shelf. Just for a second, a pause so brief she might have imagined it. Then he kept moving, pulling a book partway out to read the cover before sliding it back. Someone with good taste, he said, and his voice carried something she couldn't quite place. Very good taste. Whoever it was knew exactly what middle schoolers wanted to read. Not the safe choices, not the assigned reading. The books kids actually pick up. He nodded, still facing the shelf. She could see the side of his jaw, the tension in it, and she had the sudden feeling he wanted to say something and was choosing not to. But before she could press, he turned back with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. The summer reading program starts next week? He asked again, then caught himself. You already said that. Sorry. It's fine. She tilted her head. Are you okay? Yeah, fine. He cleared his throat. I should let you get back to work. You should. She didn't move toward the door, neither did he. They stood in the main room of the youth center, 6 feet apart, in broad daylight, with children's artwork on the walls and the afternoon sun coming through the windows, and the distance between them hummed. See you Saturday, he said. Saturday, kids' field day. Looking forward to it. He left. She stood in the doorway and watched him cross the parking lot to his truck, and she did not pretend she wasn't watching, and the honesty of that small refusal to look away frightened her more than any of the accidental touches ever had. The strange thing was how close he'd been to telling her something at the bookshelves. She'd seen it in his jaw, in the pause of his hand on the spine. A held thought, a swallowed sentence. She filed it away and didn't push, because pushing Miles Ashford was a reflex she was trying to unlearn. Tuesday at the diner, Amy handed Zuri her takeout bag and said, casually, without looking up from the register, "The dinner was beautiful, by the way. You and Miles make a good pair." "Event partners," Zuri corrected. Amy gave her the same look Joanne gave her. The same look Mrs. Zhang gave her. The same look the entire book club network apparently distributed through some encrypted group chat she was not invited to. Event partners, sure. At the post office, Mr. Owens from the cleanup held the door for her and said, "That young architect of yours is good people. He helped me carry my groceries to the car last week without being asked." "He's not my architect." "No, ma'am, of course not." The town had made up its mind. The town had made up its mind weeks ago, possibly years ago, and the only people still pretending were Zuri and Miles, and the pretending was getting thinner by the day. Her phone rang at 4:30. The caller ID said, "Mom," and Zuri briefly considered not answering, because Lorraine Palmer had a sixth sense for emotional vulnerability and would detect the kitchen incident through the phone like a signal from a satellite. She answered anyway because not answering would generate a welfare check. "Hey, Mama. Hey, baby. How was the dinner Saturday?" "It went well. We raised $12,000. I heard. Mrs. Zhang told me. She also told me you and that Ashford boy stayed late to clean up. We helped with the dishes. It wasn't a thing." Mrs. Zhang said it was very much a thing. Mrs. Zhang has a vivid imagination. Mrs. Zhang has been right about every couple in this town for 30 years, and you know it. Lorraine's voice carried the warmth of a mother who was enjoying herself. "Your father says to tell you he likes the boy. He watched him carry chairs at the festival and said he's got good posture and a firm handshake." Dad assessed his handshake. "Your father assesses everyone's handshake. It's his love language." A pause. "Zuri, baby, I'm not going to push. You know I don't push." "You're pushing right now. I'm inquiring. There's a difference. I just want you to know that your father and I think he seems like a good man. And if something were to happen between you two, we wouldn't be upset about it. Nothing is happening." Mama. I said, that's an acknowledgement, not a disagreement. Zuri closed her eyes and pressed her forehead against her desk. Her mother's was never just an acknowledgement. It was a placeholder for a fully formed opinion she was choosing to deliver on her own timeline. I love you, Mama. I love you too. Bring him to Sunday dinner sometime. If nothing is happening, it won't matter. She hung up. Zuri sat at her desk and stared at the drainage plans Miles had delivered and tried to figure out how a man she'd spent 15 years not thinking about had become a man she couldn't stop thinking about in the span of 6 weeks. The answer was simple, which was the problem. He listened. He showed up. He fixed things without being asked and built things without needing credit and looked at her like she was the answer to a question he'd been carrying for a decade. He was kind to quiet children and patient with loud ones and respectful of the work she'd built. And every time she expected him to compete with her, he chose to collaborate instead. And the collaboration was so good, it made her want to scream because she had no defenses against a man who made her better. She had defenses against rivals. She had no defenses against partners. Wednesday, she walked into Roasted Beans at 3 o'clock, not because Miles would be there, but because she wanted coffee. He was there, at their table, with 2 cups. You're predictable, he said. You're presumptuous. I ordered your chai. If you don't want it, I'll drink it. You don't drink chai. I'll learn. She sat down. She drank the chai. They talked for 40 minutes about the field day setup, about the relay race logistics, about which kids to pair for the 3-legged race. And underneath the logistics was a current so strong she could feel it pulling at the edges of every sentence. When they stood to leave, he walked her to her car. They crossed Main Street side by side, and the evening was warm, and the storefronts were lit, and somewhere down the block someone was playing music with the windows open, and the whole town felt like a set piece designed to make her fall in love. At her car, she turned to say goodbye and found him closer than she expected. Not dangerously close, not kitchen at midnight close, but close enough that she had to tilt her chin up to meet his eyes, and the angle was the same angle from the B&B, and her body remembered what almost happened at that angle before her brain could intervene. Zuri, he said, and the way he said her name had changed since the kitchen. It was softer now, more careful, as if the name itself had become something he handled gently. Yeah? Saturday's going to be fun. I know. I'm going to beat you in the relay race. She laughed. The sound surprised her, full and open and aimed directly at him, and his face when he heard it was something she was going to carry for a long time, surprised and pleased and looking at her like the laugh was a gift he hadn't expected to receive. You're not going to beat me in anything, she said. We'll see. He stepped back. She got in the car. He raised a hand as she pulled away, a small wave that was nothing and everything, and she watched him in the rear view getting smaller against the storefronts until she turned the corner. She did not call Sasha. Sasha called her. So, Sasha said. So what? Joanne texted me. You were at the table again, with the chai. Joanne is running a surveillance operation. Joanne is a concerned citizen. A pause. Zuri, I'm going to say something, and I need you to hear it. I'm listening. You're falling for him. You've been falling for him since high school. The only person who doesn't know is you. And honestly, you know it too. You've known it since the walkthrough. You've known it since the council meeting. You've definitely known it since the kitchen. And the reason you keep showing up at Roasted Beans at 3 o'clock and rearranging your schedule to be at the youth center when he drops off plans is because you're done fighting it, and the only thing left is admitting it. The words landed with the precision of a closing argument. Every sentence was evidence, every claim was supported, and the defense had nothing. I'm not ready, Zuri said. Her voice was small. I know. Sasha's voice gentled. But Zuri, ready isn't something you become. It's something you decide. And Saturday is the field day, and you're going to spend 8 hours outside with that man around children and sunshine and relay races, and at some point you're going to have to decide whether you're still fighting or whether you're finally letting yourself want what you want. Zuri sat in her car in the parking lot behind her apartment and let Sasha's words settle. Through the windshield, the evening sky was the color of peach cobbler, and the streetlights were coming on one by one, And somewhere in this town, Miles Ashford was probably sitting in his grandmother's house thinking about the same things she was thinking about. "I'll pick you up Saturday at 8, Sasha said. "Wear sneakers." And Zuri, "What?" "It's okay to want this." The line went quiet, but Sasha didn't hang up. She stayed on, breathing softly, the way she'd done since they were teenagers, sharing a phone line after bad days. Sasha never hung up first. She waited until Zuri was ready. "I'm scared," Zuri said. The admission was so quiet, she wasn't sure Sasha heard it. "I know, babe. That's how you know it's real." They stayed on the phone for another minute, saying nothing, and the silence was the kind that only 20 years of friendship could hold without breaking. "Saturday at 8, Sasha said finally. "Sneakers, sunscreen, and whatever happens, I've got you." Zuri hung up and sat for another minute in the parking lot behind her apartment. Sasha's voice was still warm in her ear, and the field day was 2 days away. She was not falling for Miles Ashford. She had already fallen. The only question left was whether she was going to land.
Chapter 14. You're going down, Ashford. Zuri stood on the far side of the field with a whistle around her neck and 20 kids at her back, and the grin on her face was the most dangerous thing he'd seen in Sweetgum. Bold talk from a woman who's never beaten me in anything athletic. "I beat you in the three-legged race at the junior retreat, sophomore year. That was a technicality. Your partner had longer legs. My partner had better strategy, which is what my team has today." She turned to her kids. "Team Palmer, are we ready?" 20 voices screamed, yes, with the intensity of an army charging into battle. Miles looked at his own team, Team Ashford, who were vibrating with competitive energy. "Are we going to let that stand?" "No," they screamed back, louder. The kids' field day at Sweetgum Park was barely 30 minutes old and already approaching the intensity level of a championship bout. The park spread out in a wide green bowl near the lake, bordered by trails on the north side and a grove of oaks on the south that would provide shade when the afternoon heat set in. Volunteers had set up relay stations, obstacle courses, a three-legged racetrack, and a water balloon station that Zuri had insisted on because kids need to throw things. The morning was bright and warm, the sky cloudless, and the smell of fresh-cut grass mixed with sunscreen and the distant sweetness of honeysuckle along the trail fence. Rochelle and Mrs. Zhang had positioned themselves in lawn chairs at the edge of the field, with a cooler of iced tea and an unobstructed view of everything. They were not here to volunteer, they were here to watch. The first event was the relay race, and Miles lost it. Not because his team was slower. His team was excellent. His anchor runner, a lanky 12-year-old named Deshawn, covered the final leg with the speed of someone who'd been born to sprint. But Zuri had put Destiny Williams in the second leg, and Destiny ran with the ferocious determination of a child who had opinions about losing, and when her baton hit the anchor's hand a full stride ahead of Miles's team, the outcome was sealed. Zuri's team erupted. Zuri herself turned toward him from across the field, and the look on her face went through him like lightning. It was the grin she used to give across a debate stage after landing a winning point. Competitive, radiant, completely alive. Except now it was aimed directly at him in full summer sunlight, and her skin was glowing with exertion, and her curls were escaping from the band she'd tied them back with, and the sight of her in sneakers and shorts and a youth center t-shirt, triumphant and out of breath, was doing things to his cardiovascular system that had nothing to do with the relay. "Rematch," Deshawn demanded. "We accept the results with grace," Miles told his team, "and we will win the obstacle course." They won the obstacle course, barely. Miles ran the demonstration leg to show the kids the route, and Zuri ran the counter demonstration for her team, and the sound of both of them sprinting through tire obstacles and crawling under rope nets while 40 kids screamed themselves hoarse was apparently the highlight of Rochelle's entire year, based on the expression she wore from her lawn chair. By noon, the score was tied. The three-legged race, the sack hop, the egg and spoon relay, and the water balloon toss had each gone to different teams, and the kids had stopped keeping official score and started keeping emotional score, which was louder and less accurate but significantly more invested. The water balloon station had been the highlight. Miles's team launched the first volley with the organized precision of an engineering firm, every balloon arcing in formation. Zuri's team responded with creative chaos, balloons coming from angles nobody anticipated, and when one caught Miles squarely on the back of the neck, the shriek from Zuri's squad could be heard across the lake. He'd turned to find her standing 10 feet away with empty hands and a face so innocent it confirmed she'd thrown it. "Friendly fire," she said. "That was targeted." "Prove it." He couldn't. He also couldn't stop smiling. The afternoon brought the obstacle course rematch and a tug-of-war that ended with both teams in a heap on the grass, laughing too hard to pull. Mr. Owens, who'd come to volunteer as a timer, declared it a draw and suggested everyone have lemonade. The parents on the sidelines had long since given up pretending this was about the children. Miles was grass-stained from the obstacle course and damp from the balloon that had found the back of his neck with suspicious precision. Zuri was in the same condition, her t-shirt spotted with grass, a smudge of dirt on her forearm, her hair fully liberated from the band now, and framing her face in the curls he'd been trying not to think about since the walkthrough. She looked like summer. She looked like the version of herself that existed before clipboards and council meetings and professional distance, the version that competed for the joy of it and laughed without checking first, and he couldn't stop looking at her. "Mr. Miles," a voice at his elbow. He looked down. Destiny Williams, hands on hips, covered in grass stains, assessing him with the clinical directness of a 10-year-old who had zero patience for adult nonsense. "Yes, Destiny? Are you and Miss Zuri boyfriend and girlfriend?" "No," he said, too fast. "We're community service partners." "Then why do you keep looking at her like that?" "Like what?" "Like my dad looks at my mom when she's not paying attention. He does it at dinner. It's gross." A boy from Miles's team appeared beside Destiny. "My sister says you bought him at the auction, Miss Zuri. She says that means you're dating." Zuri, who had materialized 3 feet away during this conversation, looked like she wanted the field to swallow her whole. "The auction was for charity. It wasn't a date." "But you spent money on him," Destiny pointed out. "I spent money on the youth center. With him. The money went to the charities, not to Mr. Ashford personally." "But you got him," the boy said, as if this were the only relevant fact. Destiny turned to Miles. "Do you like her?" "We're friends," Miles said, and the word felt inadequate the moment it left his mouth. "Grown-ups always say friends," Destiny observed. "That's how you know it's not friends." She departed with the boy in tow, both of them looking deeply unconvinced. Miles risked a glance at Zuri. She was looking at the sky with the expression of a woman praying for a subject change. From their lawn chairs at the field's edge, Rochelle raised her iced tea in a silent toast. Mrs. Zhang's face was unreadable. It was her most eloquent expression. The afternoon wound down. The final events finished. Volunteers began collecting equipment and folding chairs. The kids dispersed to their parents in clusters, still arguing about scores and demanding rematches. The field emptied gradually, the noise fading to the distant sounds of families heading to their cars and the birds reclaiming the trees. Miles was carrying a bin of water balloons toward the parking area when Zuri appeared beside him. "I'll get the other bin. It's by the trail gate." They walked together to the edge of the field, where the oaks gave way to the trail entrance. The shade was deep here. The afternoon sun filtered through the canopy into dappled patterns on the ground. The sounds of the field day were distant now, muffled by the trees, and the air was cooler, carrying the green smell of the woods. He set the bin down near the gate. She picked up the other one, and then set it down too, as if she'd suddenly realized she wasn't in a hurry. They stood under the oaks at the edge of the trail, and the silence between them was different from every silence that had come before. It wasn't charged with argument or heavy with things unsaid. It was easy and full, the silence of two people who had spent an entire day laughing together and were only now catching their breath. "Good day," she said. "Great day." He leaned against the fence post. "Your team was excellent." "Your team was also excellent. Deshaun has a future in track. Destiny has a future in cross-examination." She laughed. The sound was open and warm, and it settled over him like the canopy above them, and he thought about all the versions of Zuri he'd seen in the weeks since he came home. The coordinator with the clipboard, the woman who stood up at a council meeting and made 60 people listen, the person who managed 40 volunteers without raising her voice. And this version, in grass-stained sneakers with dirt on her forearm, laughing under the trees with the afternoon light catching her curls, was the one that undid him. Zuri, yeah? These weeks? He paused, finding the words the way he found structural solutions, carefully and with the understanding that what he built here would have to hold weight. I've spent my whole life measuring things. Distances, loads, tolerances. I'm good at it. It's what I was trained to do. She was watching him, still, attentive, the laughter fading into something quieter and closer. But I can't measure what's happened since I came back. I can't draw a plan for it. I can't phase it or schedule it or present it to a council. It doesn't fit any structure I know how to build. He looked at her. You don't fit any structure I know how to build, and I've been trying for weeks, and the reason I can't is because you're not a structure. You're the reason the structures matter. She didn't speak. The woods were quiet around them. A bird called somewhere in the canopy, a clear, bright sound that came and went. He reached for her. He was deliberate about it. His hand came up slowly, giving her time to see it, time to step back, time to decide. His fingers touched the curve of her jaw, and the contact was gentle and certain, and she didn't step back. Her skin was warm from the sun. The breath she took was uneven, and he could feel the pulse beating fast beneath his fingertips, and her eyes were wide and open and looking directly into his, and the look in them was not the open and still and searching from the festival. It was the look that came after the searching was finished. It was a look that said yes. He kissed her, slow at first, tentative. The first press of his mouth against hers was a question, and the question contained every debate round and every argument and every moment he'd looked at her across a room and imagined this exact thing. Her lips were soft and warm, and the first second of contact was so quiet it was like the world held its breath. Then her hand fisted in the front of his shirt. She pulled him closer, and the tentative question became an answer, and the answer was 15 years in the making. He felt her rise into him, felt her other hand find his shoulder and grip, and the kiss deepened, and it was nothing like what he'd imagined, and it was better. It carried the weight of every year of pretending, every accidental touch, every night he'd sat in his grandmother's driveway, replaying the almost moments. Her mouth moved against his with a certainty that matched his own, and his hands found her waist, her jaw, the back of her neck where her curls met her skin, and the softness of that juncture made his breath catch. She tasted like summer and lemonade, and the electric truth of something you'd wanted for so long you'd forgotten you were allowed to have it. They broke apart, breathing hard. Neither of them stepped back. His forehead rested against hers. His hand still at the back of her neck, her fingers still gripping his shirt. The shade moved over them. The bird called again from the canopy. "Well," she said, and her voice was wrecked. "Well," he said, and his wasn't better. "That was, yeah, we should probably, yeah." Neither of them moved. Miles. Her hand loosened on his shirt, but she didn't let go. Her fingers smoothed the fabric she'd crumpled, a gesture that was half apology and half claiming. "I don't know what to do with this. I don't either. That's not reassuring. It's honest." She looked up at him. Her eyes were bright, her lips still carrying the warmth of the kiss, and the expression on her face was something he'd never seen on Zuri Palmer before, vulnerable and sure at the same time. "I'm not good at this part," she said. "The part after the debate where you stop arguing and start meaning it." "Neither am I." He brushed a curl from her temple, and the tenderness of the gesture surprised them both. "But I'd like to try." "Miss Zuri, Mr. Miles." A voice from the field, high and carrying. Destiny Williams, of course. "My mom's here. Are you coming?" They stepped apart. Not fast, not with the frantic energy of the kitchen almost moment or the cafe table. Slowly, deliberately, with the understanding that the stepping apart was temporary and the world they were stepping back into had permanently changed. "Coming," Zuri called, and her voice was almost normal. They picked up the bins and walked back toward the field together, side by side, close enough that their arms brushed with every step. The walk was quiet, but the quiet was new. It wasn't loaded or careful or measured. It was the quiet of two people carrying the same knowledge and not needing to speak it yet. The parking area came into view. The volunteers had mostly finished loading. A few families lingered by their cars, calling out last goodbyes. The afternoon had softened into early evening, the light golden and long across the grass, and everything looked the same as it had that morning, and nothing was the same at all. Miles carried the bin to the equipment truck. Zuri carried hers to the same truck. They set them down at the same time, and their hands brushed on the tailgate, and the brush was no longer accidental, and both of them knew it. Saturday, she said. Event 5. The last one. The last one. She held his gaze, and the warmth in it was new and unguarded, and it made his chest ache. Don't be late. She walked toward Sasha's car at the edge of the lot. Sasha was leaning against the hood, watching them with an expression that said she knew, she'd always known, and she was never going to let Zuri hear the end of it. She opened the passenger door with the ceremonial gravity of a woman who had been waiting for this moment for 20 years. Miles stood in the parking lot with the taste of her still on his mouth and the sound of Zuri Palmer saying, "Don't be late," ringing in his ears, and the afternoon sun was warm on his face, and the field was still behind him, and the woman he'd been in love with since he was 16 had just kissed him back under the trees. Destiny Williams leaned out of her mother's car window as they passed. "Told you," she called. "Not friends." Her mother pulled her back inside, and the car rolled away, and Miles stood in the empty lot and laughed, because Destiny was right, and the whole town was right, and his grandmother was right, and the only two people who hadn't known were finally catching up.
Chapter 15. Tell me everything. Sasha was sitting on Zuri's kitchen counter with a glass of wine, her legs swinging, her face arranged in the expression of a woman who had been vindicated by the universe and was trying very hard not to say, "I told you so." It was Saturday evening. The field day had ended 3 hours ago, and Zuri had showered and changed and put on comfortable clothes and poured herself a glass and sat on the couch and stared at the wall for approximately 45 minutes before Sasha texted, "I'm coming over," and arrived with another bottle. "There's nothing to tell. You got out of my car with a look on your face like you'd been hit by a truck made of feelings. Something happened between the parking lot and the car ride. Talk." Zuri took a sip. She could still feel it. Not just the kiss, but the full-body memory of it. His hand on her jaw, the deliberate slowness of his approach, the moment she'd grabbed his shirt and pulled, and the careful question of his mouth had become an answer she could feel in her knees. "We kissed," she said. Sasha set down her glass with a precision that suggested she was containing an emotion roughly the size of the state of Georgia. "You kissed. Under the trees, by the trail gate, after the field day." "Who kissed who?" "He kissed me. She paused. "Pulled him closer." "You pulled him closer." "I may have grabbed his shirt." Zuri Palmer grabbed Miles Ashford's shirt and pulled him into a kiss under a tree. It was more mutual than that. Was it good? The question landed in the center of Zuri's chest, and the answer rose out of her before she could shape it into something careful or qualified or safely distant. It was like coming home to something I didn't know I'd been homesick for. Sasha's face went through 3 expressions in 2 seconds. Surprise, tenderness, and the fierce pride of a woman who had been watching her best friend fight the obvious for 6 weeks and had just heard the fight end. "Oh, Zuri, don't say I told you so." "I would never." Sasha paused, out loud, in this moment. They sat in the kitchen with the wine and the evening light coming through the window. And for the first time since Miles Ashford had walked into the youth center hallway 6 weeks ago, Zuri let herself feel the full weight of what was happening without trying to manage or redirect or minimize it. She'd kissed him. He'd kissed her. And the thing she'd been outrunning since the walkthrough had caught her. And it wasn't a collision. It was a landing. "What happens now?" Sasha asked. "I have no idea. Do you want to see him again?" "Yes." No hesitation, no qualification, just the word, clean and certain, and the sound of it in her own kitchen surprised her. "Then you'll see him." Sasha stayed for another hour. They talked about the field day, about Destiny's commentary, about Rochelle and Mrs. Zhang in their lawn chairs looking like they'd won a bet they'd placed 15 years ago. They talked about the water balloon Zuri had thrown at Miles's neck and the look on his face when he'd turned around and she'd stood there with empty hands and a face full of lies. And then Sasha asked the question Zuri had been avoiding. What did it feel like? Zuri stared at her glass. The wine was warm now, the stem of the glass pressed between her fingers, and the question deserved an answer she wasn't sure she could give without unraveling. It felt deliberate, she said finally. He didn't just lean in, he reached for me, slowly, like he wanted me to see it coming and decide for myself. She paused, and I decided. You decided to grab his shirt. I decided that I was done stepping back. The distinction mattered. Every almost moment before the kiss had ended with a step back, a door closing, a mug shattering, an interruption that gave them both an excuse to retreat. Under the oaks, with his hand on her jaw and the afternoon light filtering through the canopy, there had been no interruption. There had been a choice. She'd chosen him. She'd chosen him with both hands in his shirt and her mouth on his and the full, terrifying weight of what it meant to stop fighting the most obvious feeling of her life. And now? Sasha asked. Now I don't know how to go back. You don't go back. Sasha's voice was firm. That's the point. By Sunday morning, the town knew, not because anyone had seen them. The trail gate was shielded by the oaks, and the kiss had happened in the kind of dappled privacy that Sweetgum's landscape provided, as if by design. But someone's child had reported Destiny's not friends commentary to their parent, who told another parent who mentioned it at church, and by 10 o'clock the information had traveled through the community with the speed and inevitability of weather. Zuri's phone buzzed at 10:15. Lorraine Palmer. Morning, baby. Morning, Mama. I heard the field day went well. It was a good event. I heard you and Miles were coaching opposing teams. We were. And how did that go? Fine, normal, competitive. A pause that contained her mother's entire worldview. Mama. I said, I'm just glad the event went well. Another pause. Your father says the Ashford boy has strong character. He said he could tell from the way he coached the children, patient with the quiet ones. Zuri closed her eyes. Her father's character assessments were delivered through Lorraine with the authority of Supreme Court opinions, and they were approximately as difficult to appeal. He's a good person, Zuri said, and the sentence was the simplest and most honest thing she'd said about Miles Ashford to her mother. I know he is, baby. We've known that for a while. Lorraine's voice was gentle. Sunday dinner is at 5. The invitation still stands. She hung up. Zuri sat in her apartment and let the quiet settle and thought about how strange it was that the town's knowledge didn't feel like an invasion. It felt like permission, as if the community she'd built her life around was saying, we see what's happening, and we're not worried, and you shouldn't be either. Monday and Tuesday passed in the strange, heightened awareness of a woman counting days. She went to work. She ran the youth center programs. She filed the field day expense reports and answered emails about the summer reading launch. Normal things, routine things, the tasks that usually absorbed her completely, and now felt like the background hum of a life that was rearranging itself around a single, clarifying fact. She had kissed Miles Ashford, and she wanted to do it again. She saw him once on Tuesday afternoon when he passed the youth center on his way to the hardware store. He slowed his truck, raised a hand, and she raised hers from the doorway, and the wave was small and unhurried, and it carried the particular warmth of two people who had a secret that wasn't a secret at all. Amy texted a single emoji, a heart, with no context. Mr. Owens waved at her from across Main Street with what she could only describe as a congratulatory wave. And when she stopped at Roasted Beans for her chai, Joanne handed her the cup and said, "You look different today." "I look the same as always. You look like a woman who stopped arguing with herself. It's a good look." Joanne patted the counter. "Tell him I said he's welcome for the coffee." By the time she got home, Zuri was equal parts mortified and oddly grateful. The town's investment in her love life was invasive and presumptuous, and also the expression of a community that had watched her build something for 4 years and wanted to see her happy. She couldn't resent it, even when she wanted to, because the wanting to see her happy part was real. Her phone buzzed at 2 o'clock. Not her mother, not Sasha, not the book club network. Miles, I'd like to take you to dinner. Not a charity event, a real dinner. Wednesday evening. My grandmother's house. I'll cook. She read it 3 times. Then she read it a 4th time because the directness of it deserved attention. No games, no rivalry, no professional framing, just a man asking a woman to have dinner with him because he wanted to. Her thumb hovered over the screen. She could feel the careful, measured instinct rising, the one that wanted to wait, to overthink, to compose the perfect response that communicated interest without vulnerability. She typed, yes, 1 word, no qualification. She hit send before the careful instinct could intervene. His reply came in 10 seconds. 7 o'clock. I'll text you the address. I know where your grandmother's house is, Miles. Everyone knows where Miss Eloise's house is. A pause. Then, fair point, 7 o'clock. And Zuri, yeah? I'm looking forward to it. She set the phone down on the counter and pressed both hands flat against the surface and breathed. Wednesday. Tomorrow. A real date. Not a charity obligation. Not a planning meeting that had become something else. Not an accidental encounter at Roasted Beans where they both pretended the timing was coincidence. A date. With intention. At the Chestnut Street house, in the kitchen where Miss Eloise used to cook, with the man who had carried his grandmother's memory through every room of that house, with a tenderness that undid her every time she thought about it. He was going to cook for her. The architect who drew napkin sketches and revised renovation plans and built balsa wood models for quiet children was going to stand in his grandmother's kitchen and make her dinner. And the domesticity of that image hit her harder than any of the charged moments at the booth or the B&B or the cafe table. The booth had been proximity. The B&B kitchen had been vulnerability. The cafe table had been desire. This was something else. This was a man inviting her into his home, into the most personal space he had, and saying, I want you here. She was looking forward to it. The looking forward to it was a physical thing, warm and restless, settling into her body like the first awareness of a season changing. Wednesday evening, she stood in front of her bathroom mirror and took stock. She'd changed twice. The first outfit was too formal, the second too casual, and the third, which she was currently wearing, was a wrap dress in deep blue that she'd bought 6 months ago and never worn because she'd never had anywhere to wear it that felt like it deserved the effort. Tonight felt like it deserved the effort. Her curls were down, full and loose the way she usually wore them, and she'd spent longer on her skin than she normally would, smoothing shea butter into her arms and shoulders until her skin glowed warm in the mirror's light. The scent of cocoa butter rose from her collarbone, faint and familiar, and she wondered if he'd noticed it before, at the booth or the cleanup or the kitchen, whether the scent had settled somewhere in his memory the way the precise temperature of his hands had settled in hers. She thought about his hands. She'd been thinking about his hands since Saturday. The careful way he'd touched her jaw, giving her time, the gentleness that wasn't hesitation but intention. The way his fingers had found the back of her neck where her curls met her skin, and the sound of his breath catching at that juncture. Her own hands had fisted in his shirt, the cotton warm from his body heat, and the recklessness of pulling him closer when every instinct she'd built over 15 years had told her to pull away. And underneath the memory, the question she kept circling. What would it feel like to have those hands on her again? Not almost. Not interrupted. Not broken by a door closing or a mug shattering or a child's voice from the field. Just his hands and her hands, and the space between them finally closed. The anticipation was its own kind of gravity, steady and low, settling into the center of her body like a current that had been building for weeks and was only now becoming too strong to reroute. She looked at herself in the mirror. She looked like a woman who had stopped fighting. Her phone buzzed on the bathroom counter. Sasha. Status report. Leaving in 10 minutes. What are you wearing? A dress. Which dress? The blue one. The wrap dress you've never worn? The one you said you were saving? I wasn't saving it. I just hadn't found the right occasion. The occasion is a man who told you that you were the standard for his entire life and then kissed you under a tree. That's the occasion. Goodbye, Sasha. Wait, one more thing. What? You deserve this. All of it. The dress, the dinner, the man who looks at you like you're the answer. Don't forget that tonight. Don't make yourself smaller to feel safer. Just be Zuri. Zuri stood in the bathroom with her phone in her hand and her chest tight and her eyes stinging. Because Sasha Briggs had been her best friend for 20 years and still knew exactly when to stop teasing and start meaning it. I love you. I love you too. Now go eat dinner with your man and text me when you get home, if you get home. She set the phone down and looked at herself one more time in the mirror. The dress was right, the curls were right, the glow on her skin was right, and the nervousness humming beneath it all was the good kind. The kind that meant she was about to do something that mattered, something that couldn't be planned or managed or controlled, something that required the only skill she'd never been able to master: letting go. She grabbed her keys, checked the mirror one final time, and walked out the door into the Wednesday evening. The drive to Chestnut Street took 7 minutes. She took the long way. Not because she was stalling, but because the town looked different tonight. The way familiar places look when you're heading towards something new. The storefronts on Main Street were closing up, golden light spilling from their windows. Roasted Beans had its open sign still lit, and she wondered if Joanne was watching from behind the counter, somehow knowing where Zuri was going and smiling about it. She turned onto Chestnut Street. The house was ahead, the porch light on, and the sight of it sent a jolt through her chest that was half nerves and half the purest anticipation she'd ever felt. Her phone buzzed one last time as she parked. Sasha, be brave, Palmer. Zuri smiled, dropped the phone in her purse, and stepped out of the car into the warm evening with Sasha's words steady in her chest and the porch light waiting.
Chapter 16. You're using too much salt. Mrs. Turner stood in the doorway of his grandmother's kitchen with a foil-covered casserole dish and opinions. Eloise never used that much salt on her greens. This isn't my grandmother's recipe. Your recipe uses too much salt. Mrs. Turner, did you come here to deliver a casserole or to supervise my cooking? Both. She set the casserole on the counter and surveyed the kitchen with the proprietary eye of a woman who had been walking through this back door without knocking for 40 years. The house looks good. You've been working hard. She was right. The kitchen was the first room Miles had fully restored, and it showed. The counters were cleared and cleaned, the appliances polished, the window over the sink letting in the late afternoon light. He'd kept his grandmother's cast-iron skillet and her collection of wooden spoons and the ceramic fruit bowl she'd had on the counter since he was a child. The room felt like hers and his at the same time, which was exactly what he'd been trying to achieve. So, Mrs. Turner said, settling into a chair with the air of someone who planned to stay, I hear you have a dinner guest tonight. How do you hear these things? I live next door, Miles. Your grandmother told me everything, and the neighborhood has maintained the tradition. She folded her hands. Zuri Palmer. Yes. At 7 o'clock. Yes. And you're cooking. That is the plan. What are you making? Lemon herb chicken, roasted vegetables, rice pilaf, and a salad. Mrs. Turner considered this. That's a serious menu for a first date. It's dinner. It's a statement. A man who cooks a 4-course meal for a woman in this kitchen is saying something, Miles. She gave him a look that carried the full weight of her 7 decades. What are you saying? He turned from the stove and faced her, because Mrs. Turner deserved a real answer, and he was tired of giving careful ones. I'm saying I want her here. The simplicity of it hung in the kitchen. Mrs. Turner's expression softened. For a moment, she looked exactly like his grandmother, not in features, but in the quality of attention she gave to the people she loved. Good. She stood, patted his arm, and headed for the door. Use less salt. And Miles? Yes, your grandmother would be very pleased about this, about all of it. She left through the back door the same way she'd come, and Miles stood in the kitchen with lemon juice on his fingers and the quiet weight of what she'd said settling over him. He finished the prep. The chicken went into the oven at 6:15. The vegetables were cut and seasoned, ready to roast. The rice was measured, the salad was assembled. He set the dining table in the room adjacent to the kitchen, which his grandmother had used for holidays and which he'd been eating at, alone, for weeks. Tonight there would be 2 place settings, and the difference between 1 plate and 2 felt like the distance between the life he'd been living and the one he was building toward. He showered, changed into a navy button-down and dark jeans, and checked his reflection in the hallway mirror with the slightly embarrassed awareness of a man who was spending more time on his appearance than he had in years. His hair was freshly cut, his jaw clean-shaven, and the face looking back at him was the face of someone who had stopped rehearsing and started meaning it. At 6:55, headlights swept across the front windows. He opened the door before she knocked, and the sight of her stopped the breath in his chest. She was wearing a deep blue wrap dress that moved when she moved, the fabric catching the porch light and the warm brown of her skin in a way that made both look richer. Her curls were down, full and loose around her face. Her collarbone caught the light. She smelled like cocoa butter and something faintly citrus, and the combination hit his nervous system like a power surge. "Hi," she said. "Hi." He held the door open. "You look incredible." "Thank you." She stepped inside, and her eyes moved over the hallway, the restored woodwork, the framed photographs on the wall. "The house looks beautiful, Miles. It's getting there." He led her toward the kitchen, acutely aware of the sound of her bare feet on the hardwood. "Wait." He looked down. She was still wearing her shoes, low heels, strappy, the kind that made her legs look longer. He looked back up. She caught him looking, and the corner of her mouth lifted, and the almost smile on her face told him she knew exactly what she'd done when she chose that dress. "Something smells amazing," she said. "Lemon herb chicken. My recipe, not hers. Mrs. Turner has already lodged a formal complaint about the salt." Zuri laughed, and the sound in this kitchen, in this house, in the space his grandmother had filled for 60 years, was so right it made his ribs ache. They cooked the last of the meal together. She insisted on helping with the vegetables, and he let her, and they moved around the kitchen with the same instinctive coordination they'd developed over 4 charity events. She reached for the olive oil. He handed it to her before she finished the reach. He needed the cutting board moved. She slid it toward him without being asked. The kitchen wasn't large, and the choreography required proximity, and the proximity was different tonight because neither of them was pretending not to feel it. Her arm brushed his when she turned from the counter. His hand grazed the small of her back when he reached past her for the pepper mill. Each contact was brief, and it sent a current through him that was getting harder to redirect. They sat down to eat at 7:15. The dining room was candlelit, the windows open to the June evening, the sound of crickets drifting in from the yard. The food was good. He knew it was good because she told him so, with the particular authority of a woman who had been eating sweetgum cooking her entire life and knew the difference between competent and excellent. "This chicken is exceptional," she said. "High praise from a woman who was raised on Rochelle's cooking. Rochelle's cooking is comfort food. This is," she paused, searching for the word, "personal. This tastes like someone who learned to cook because they wanted to, not because they had to. My grandmother taught me, Sunday afternoons. She said a man who couldn't feed himself was only half finished." She was right. They talked through dinner the way they'd been learning to talk over the past weeks. Honestly, without armor, with the particular attention of 2 people who had spent 15 years not saying things and were now making up for lost time. And then, over the remains of the salad and the last of the wine she'd brought, they talked about high school. "I need to ask you something," she said, setting down her fork. "Ask." "Did you know, back then?" He didn't pretend to misunderstand. "Did I know that the reason I stayed up until 2 in the morning preparing for debate rounds was because you were the only person who made me want to be better?" "Yes, that. I knew something was happening. I didn't have the language for it. I had the language for competition, for winning, for being the best in the room. I didn't have the language for the fact that the best in the room was also the person I thought about when I was supposed to be studying." Her eyes were steady on his, dark and warm in the candlelight. "I used to come to school early on debate days," she said. "Not to prepare. I was already prepared. I came early because I wanted to see you before the round started. I wanted to see your face when you hadn't put the game face on yet." "What did you see?" A boy who was trying so hard to be impressive that he couldn't see he already was. The words settled between them like heat. "It was never just about winning. Zuri." His voice was low. "Not for me. I don't think it was for you either." "It wasn't." She looked down at the table, then back up, and the honesty in her face was the bravest thing he'd ever seen. "It was the only way I knew to be close to you. The fighting was the relationship. I didn't know how to have the other kind. Neither did I, not then. And now? Now I'd rather be in this kitchen with you than win every argument we ever had." She held his gaze for a long beat. The candles flickered. The crickets sang. The house was quiet around them in the particular way old houses are quiet, with the settling sounds of wood and memory. "That might be the most romantic thing anyone has ever said to me," she said. "And you said it over salad. The salad was very good. The salad was exceptional." She smiled, and the smile carried a warmth that went beyond amusement, a warmth that was aimed at him with full intention. "This whole night is exceptional." After dinner, they sat on the porch. The night was warm, the sky clear, the stars visible in the way they only were outside the city. The porch swing creaked faintly under their combined weight, and they sat close enough that her shoulder pressed against his arm and neither of them moved to create space. The talking had gone quiet, not the loaded silence of the early weeks when quiet meant tension and tension meant danger. This quiet was a choice. They'd said the things that needed saying over dinner, named the thing that had lived unnamed between them since high school, and the naming had released something, a pressure valve they hadn't known was there. What replaced the words was awareness. He was aware of the heat of her body through the thin fabric of her dress. He was aware of the rise and fall of her breathing, slightly faster than resting. He was aware of the place where her bare shoulder met his sleeve, a half-inch of contact that radiated warmth up his arm and into his chest. She turned her head toward him. He turned his. The distance between them was nothing. Inches. The space a breath could cross. He reached up and brushed a curl from her temple, and his fingers stayed, tracing the line of her jaw, the soft skin below her ear. She drew in a breath that he felt against his fingertips, and her eyes dropped to his mouth and came back up, and the look in them was not searching. The searching was done. This was invitation. He kissed her. This kiss was different from the field day. That kiss had been a surprise they surrendered to, the dam breaking after weeks of pressure. This one was a decision. He chose it with his eyes open, his hands steady on her jaw, and she chose it back, leaning into him with a deliberateness that matched his own. Her mouth was warm, and the taste of her was wine and want and the faint sweetness of peach from the dessert they hadn't gotten to, and the combination short-circuited every rational process he had. She made a sound against his lips, low and involuntary, and the sound traveled through him like a live wire. His hand moved from her jaw to the back of her neck, fingers threading into the curls at her nape, and she pressed closer, her palm flat against his chest where she could feel his heart hammering. Her other hand found the collar of his shirt and gripped, pulling him toward her, and the pull was not tentative. It was certain and urgent, and it carried every minute of 6 weeks of proximity and restraint. The kiss deepened. His mouth moved against hers with an intensity that surprised them both, and her fingers tightened in his collar, and his other hand found her waist, the curve of it through the thin fabric of the dress, and then the bare skin at the small of her back where the wrap had shifted, and the heat of her skin against his palm sent a tremor through his entire body. She arched into the contact, a small, involuntary movement that pressed her body against his, and the sensation of her weight and warmth and the soft give of her against his chest was so overwhelming he had to break the kiss to breathe. They stayed there, foreheads together, breathing hard. His hand was still at the small of her back, her fingers still wound in his collar. The porch swing swayed faintly beneath them. The night sounds continued as if the world hadn't just reorganized itself. "Miles." Her voice was rough, wrecked. He could feel the vibration of it through his chest where she was pressed against him. Yeah, if we don't stop, I'm not going to want to stop. The honesty of it went through him like heat. He could feel her pulse against his fingertips where they rested at her neck. He could feel the tension in her body, the restraint of a woman who was choosing to slow down rather than pull away, and the distinction mattered more than he could say. I don't want to rush this, he said. His voice was rough too. Not with you. I know. She pressed her forehead harder against his. That's why I'm the one saying stop. She pulled back, just far enough to look at him. Her eyes were dark and luminous in the porch light, her lips still carrying the warmth of the kiss, and the expression on her face was naked with wanting and deliberate with restraint. I want this to be right, she said. Not fast, right. It's already right. Then it can wait a little longer. And when it doesn't wait anymore, I want it to be because we both chose it, not because we couldn't help it. He understood. He understood completely, and the fact that she trusted him enough to say it, to name the wanting and the boundary in the same breath, made him want her more, not less. He kissed her forehead, soft, slow. The tenderness of it steadied them both. They sat on the swing for another 10 minutes, her head on his shoulder, his arm around her, talking about nothing and everything in the low, unhurried voices of two people who had all the time they needed. The stars wheeled overhead. The porch light hummed. He walked her to her car at 9:30. At the driver's door, she turned, and he kissed her again, softer this time, brief and warm, a good night that contained a promise. Wednesday was a good idea, she said, her lips still close. Best idea I've had in years. Don't let it go to your head. Too late, she smiled, got in the car, and pulled away. He watched the taillights trace the curve of Chestnut Street until they turned the corner, and then he stood in the driveway in the warm night and let the quiet of the house settle around him. Inside, the kitchen still smelled like lemon and herbs. 2 plates in the drying rack, 2 glasses on the counter. Her scent lingered in the hallway where she'd leaned against the wall while he'd retrieved her purse, and the ghost of it hit him with a tenderness that tightened his throat. The porch swing was still warm where she'd been sitting. He locked the front door, turned off the lights, and climbed the stairs to the 2nd floor for the first time since coming home. His grandmother's bedroom was at the end of the hall, still untouched, but the guest room across from it had clean sheets and a window that looked out over the yard where Zuri's car had been parked. He lay in the dark and thought about the sound she'd made when their mouths met, and the warmth of her skin under his palm, and the way she'd said, "If we don't stop, I'm not going to want to stop," with such plain honesty that it had undone him more completely than the kiss itself. He thought about the fact that she wanted it to be right, not fast, and that the wanting and the waiting were braided together in a way that made both of them more real. He thought about Zuri Palmer in a blue dress on his grandmother's porch, leaning into him like he was the most solid thing in the world, and the stars over Chestnut Street, and the taste of wine on her mouth, and the future sitting in the passenger seat of a feeling he'd been driving toward for 15 years. His phone lit up on the nightstand. "Zuri, I made it home. Tonight was perfect. Don't change a single thing about that recipe." He read it twice, smiling in the dark. "I won't. Good night, Zuri. Good night, Miles." The house was quiet, the house was full, and for the first time since he'd come home, the emptiness was gone.
Chapter 17. Well, look who's arriving together. Rochelle stood at the entrance to the Historical Society's restoration site with a clipboard, a sun hat, and the expression of a woman who had orchestrated this exact outcome and was savoring every second. "Good morning, you two." "Good morning, Rochelle," Zuri said, keeping her voice even. "Morning," Miles said beside her, his hand resting at the small of her back with the easy confidence of a man who had stopped pretending, and the contact sent a ripple of warmth up Zuri's spine that she absorbed without flinching because she was a professional and also because she liked it there. "Sign in on the volunteer sheet." Rochelle held out the clipboard. "I've assigned you to the exterior crew. Scraping, priming, touch-up painting on the north and west walls. The supplies are at the side entrance." "Together?" Zuri asked. You two seem to work well together. Rochelle's smile was incandescent. I've heard. They signed in. Around them, the volunteer crew was assembling in the Saturday morning light. 24 residents carrying paint supplies, brushes, scrapers, and the particular energy of people who showed up for community work because they believed the community was worth the effort. The site was the Thompson House, a small clapboard building on the east side of Elm Street that the Historical Society had been working to restore for the better part of a year. It was one of the oldest remaining structures in Sweetgum, built in the 1870s by the family of Eleanor Thompson, one of the town's two founders. The house had served as a schoolroom, a meeting hall, and a community kitchen in its early decades, and the Historical Society planned to turn it into a heritage museum once the restoration was complete. The walls were original heart pine under the peeling paint. The foundation was riverstone. The front porch still had the hand-carved railing Eleanor Thompson's grandson had built, and volunteers handled it with the reverence it deserved. Zuri had known about the Thompson house her whole life. She'd done school reports on it, attended Historical Society lectures about it, walked past it hundreds of times. But standing in front of it now, on a Saturday morning in June, with Miles's hand warm against her back and the town watching them arrive together for the first time, the building felt different. It felt like a beginning. The town's reaction to their arrival was exactly what she'd expected and exactly what she'd dreaded. Mrs. Zhang, who was organizing the interior crew, glanced at Miles's hand on Zuri's back and gave a single satisfied nod that communicated volumes. Mr. Owens, already scraping paint near the porch, looked between them and smiled the slow smile of a man who'd seen it coming. Amy, carrying a cooler of water bottles, caught Zuri's eye and mouthed, "Finally," with the subtlety of a firework. Zuri made a mental note to send the entire town a memo about boundaries. "I need you to understand something," she said. "I've spent 4 years fighting for that center. Fighting for funding, for programming hours, for the basic recognition that what happens inside that building matters as much as the building itself. And in 6 weeks, you heard what I was saying, and you redesigned your own work to say it back. Nobody has ever done that. It's just good architecture, Zuri. It's not just good architecture, and you know it." He held her gaze. The scraper in his hand caught the morning light. Around them, volunteers worked and talked and laughed, and the sounds of the restoration project continued as if something significant hadn't just happened on the north wall. "I know," he said quietly. "I know what it is." She wanted to kiss him, right there against the siding, in front of the Historical Society and the Matchmaker Network and Mr. Owens and everyone. She wanted to grab the front of his work shirt the way she'd grabbed it under the oaks and pull him toward her and show him what it meant that he'd redesigned his entire project because she'd stood up at a council meeting and told him the people mattered more than the plan. She didn't, but she let herself stand close enough that her arm pressed against his, and she didn't move away, and the sustained contact was its own kind of declaration. They worked through the morning. The north wall transformed under their hands, the old paint giving way to clean wood ready for fresh primer. They moved in the rhythm they'd developed over weeks of working together, anticipating each other's needs, passing tools without being asked, adjusting positions so smoothly that the volunteers on the adjacent wall commented on it. "You two are like a machine," one of them said, a woman Zuri recognized from the book club. "Practice," Zuri said. "I'll bet," the woman replied, with exactly the emphasis Zuri deserved for walking into that one. The physical awareness was a constant undertow. Every time Miles handed her a brush, their fingers overlapped and lingered a half-second longer than the task required. When he reached past her for the primer can, his chest was close enough to her shoulder that she could feel the heat radiating off him, and the proximity sent a flush of warmth through her that had nothing to do with the weather. During the water break, they sat on the porch steps with the rest of the crew. But the crew spread out, and somehow she and Miles ended up at the far end with her knee against his thigh and his arm resting behind her on the step, his thumb tracing an absent pattern on the wood near her hip. The contact was so casual and so charged that she lost the thread of the conversation 3 times. She noticed everything. The way his t-shirt pulled across his shoulders when he reached overhead to scrape the soffit trim. The sheen of effort on his skin, the way the afternoon sun caught the angles of his face. The fact that every time they made eye contact across a paint can or a stack of drop cloths, the look held a beat too long. And the beat contained everything they hadn't done on the porch swing and everything she wanted to do. She was thinking about Wednesday night, about his mouth on hers and the weight of his hand at the small of her back and the sound he'd made when she arched into him, about the way she'd said, "If we don't stop, I'm not going to want to stop," and the way he'd looked at her when she said it, like the wanting and the waiting were the same thing, about what happens next time they don't pull back. The thought sent a wave of heat through her that gathered low and stayed. "You're distracted," he said, low enough that only she could hear. "I'm focused. You've been painting the same board for 4 minutes." She looked at the board. He was right. She'd been pushing the same primer stroke back and forth without advancing. "I was being thorough," she said. "You were thinking about the porch." She turned her head. He was looking at her with an expression she was learning to read. Amusement, layered over desire, layered over the particular patience of a man who was waiting because she'd asked him to wait, and the waiting was costing him as much as it was costing her. "Maybe," she said. "Me too." 2 words. Quiet, direct, loaded with everything the restoration site and the 24 volunteers and the Saturday morning decorum didn't allow them to say out loud. She held his gaze for a beat that lasted longer than it should have, and the air between them thickened, and she thought, this is what it feels like when the 5 required events are almost over and everything that comes next is a choice. The afternoon wound down. The north and west walls were scraped and primed, the trim repainted, the porch railing carefully sanded and sealed. The Thompson house looked like what it was, a piece of Sweetgum's founding story, preserved and renewed by the same community that had been building on its legacy for 160 years. The volunteers packed up their supplies. Rochelle made a speech about the Historical Society's gratitude. Mrs. Zhang distributed takeout containers of fried rice that she'd apparently been preparing all morning. Mr. Owens shook Miles's hand and told him his grandmother would have been proud of the work today. And Miles thanked him with the quiet sincerity that Zuri had come to recognize as his truest register. They walked to her car together. The parking area was emptying, the afternoon shadows long across the grass, the Thompson house standing behind them with its fresh primer catching the late light. A volunteer called, "Good night, you two," from across the lot with a wave that was half farewell and half blessing. At the car, Miles leaned against the passenger door and looked at her. His t-shirt had a streak of primer on the sleeve, and there was a fleck of old paint on his jaw, and he looked tired and satisfied and beautiful in the particular way people look when they've spent a day doing work that matters. "That's 5, he said. 5 events, all done. The obligation's over." "It is." The word sat between them, simple and enormous. 5 Saturdays, mandated by a bachelor auction bid she'd never intended to make. 5 events that had taken them from Armgray's antagonism to a first kiss under the oaks. And now the structure that had forced them together was finished, and the only thing holding them in the same orbit was the thing that had been holding them all along. Choice. "So everything from here," he said, "is a choice." She finished his sentence without thinking, and the naturalness of it, the way the words came out of her as if they'd been waiting, made something in her chest tighten and expand at the same time. He reached out and took her hand, not her arm, not her shoulder, her hand lacing his fingers through hers, and the gesture was so simple and so deliberate that it carried more weight than any of the charged moments that had come before. "I choose this," he said. "I choose you. Not because of the events, not because of the booth or the auction or the community service arrangement, because of who you are when you stand up for the things that matter, because of who I am when I'm standing next to you." She squeezed his hand. The parking lot was quiet around them, the Thompson house golden in the late afternoon light, and the woman from the book club was loading her car 2 spaces over and definitely watching, and Zuri did not care. "Come over tomorrow," she said. "I'll cook." You cook? I was raised on Rochelle's cooking and Lorraine Palmer's Sunday dinners. I can hold my own. The corner of his mouth lifted, and the almost smile landed in her chest the way it always did. Except now she knew the mouth behind the almost smile, and the knowledge made the landing deeper. Tomorrow, he said. She got in the car. He closed her door, stepped back, and raised his hand in the small wave that had become theirs. And she pulled out of the lot with his fingerprints still warm on her palm, and the 5 required Saturdays behind her and every voluntary Saturday ahead. Her phone buzzed at the first stop sign. Sash, how was the last event? Good. The restoration went well. And the man? Zuri sat at the stop sign for a moment, the engine idling, the evening light warm through the windshield. He redesigned the entire renovation to protect the youth center programs. 0 displacement. 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. Sasha, marry him. Zuri laughed, alone in her car at a stop sign in Sweetgum, and the sound was full and unguarded and aimed at no one and everyone, and the evening stretched ahead of her like a road she was finally ready to drive. They collected their supplies and took their position on the north wall. The work was physical and absorbing. Scraping decades of old paint from heart pine siding, revealing the original wood grain beneath, priming the bare sections for fresh paint. The rhythm of it was meditative, the scrape and pull of the blade, the steady reveal of wood that had been hidden for years, and the metaphor was not lost on her. Miles worked beside her with the focused attention of a man whose profession was restoring structures. He was careful with the wood, testing each section before scraping, feeling for soft spots and rot the way he'd feel for stress in a beam. His hands were steady and precise. She watched them more than she should have. You're staring, he said, not looking up from the siding. I'm observing your technique. My technique is fine. Your technique is meticulous. There's a difference. She ran her own scraper along a section of trim. You're treating this wall like it's a client project. This wall is 150 years old. It deserves the same attention. That might be the most architect thing you've ever said. He looked at her sideways, and the warmth in his expression made the June morning feel 10 degrees hotter. I have something to tell you, he said, about the community center renovation. She set down her scraper. Okay. You remember the revised plan I mentioned, the phased approach that brought the displacement down to 6 weeks. I remember. I kept working on it. The 6-week version was better than the original, but it still meant shutting down your programs for a month and a half. So I went back to the drawings. He paused. The displacement drops to 0. 0? 0. I redesigned the phasing so the work rotates through the building in sections. Programs continue in the unaffected areas while each section is under construction. Buffer zones, temporary partitions, mechanical systems upgraded in sequence. It adds about 6 weeks to the total construction timeline, but your programs keep running the entire time. Zuri stared at him. The scraper was still in her hand, paint chips drying on her forearm. And the man standing beside her on a volunteer restoration site had just told her he'd redesigned his entire professional project to protect her programs. You did this on your own time, she said. I did it because you were right. You don't solve a building problem by creating a people problem. The programs are why the building matters. If the renovation displaces the programs, the renovation has failed. Miles. Her voice came out rougher than she expected. You added 6 weeks to your own timeline. You made your job harder. You did that for the youth center. I did that because you stood up in a council meeting and told a room full of people that a meal isn't a detail. You were right. The community center exists to serve the community. Every decision about the building should start from that premise. He paused. My original plan didn't start from that premise. Yours did. She thought about the council meeting weeks ago when she'd challenged his proposal in front of the entire room, and he'd looked at her across the chamber with an expression she'd read as professional irritation. She'd been wrong about the expression. It hadn't been irritation. It had been the first moment he'd realized she was going to change everything, including him.
Chapter 18. You left the porch light on, Zuri said, standing in the doorway of the Chestnut Street house with a bottle of wine and a look that made his pulse stutter. I could see it from the end of the street. I always leave it on now. Since when? Since you started coming over. She stepped inside, and he caught the scent of cocoa butter and citrus as she passed, and the nearness of it hit the base of his spine and stayed there. She was wearing a white cotton top that left her shoulders bare and jeans that sat low on her hips, and her curls were loose, and the sight of her in his doorway with the porch light behind her and the evening ahead of them made his hands ache to close the distance she hadn't finished crossing. He didn't. Not yet. But the not yet was costing him. The kitchen was warm. He'd spent the past hour cooking his grandmother's weeknight pasta, the recipe he'd found in her handwriting on a card inside the spice cabinet. The house smelled like garlic and basil. She set the wine on the counter and leaned against the edge, and the way she leaned, one hip cocked, her head tilted, watching him move through the kitchen, made the simple act of draining pasta feel like a performance he was giving for an audience of one. "Can I help?" she asked. "Stir the sauce." She moved to the stove. He moved to the counter. The kitchen was not large, and the choreography they'd developed over weeks meant they anticipated each other's movements, which meant his hand grazed her hip when he reached past her for the colander, and her shoulder pressed against his chest when she turned from the stove, and every point of contact sent a pulse of heat through him that he absorbed and carried and could not put down. He was aware of her body in a way that had nothing to do with observation and everything to do with need. The bare curve of her shoulders, the way her curls brushed her neck when she tilted her head to taste the sauce, the strip of skin at the small of her back where her top had shifted when she reached for the spoon. He wanted to put his mouth there. The thought arrived fully formed and refused to leave. "I need to tell you something," he said, and his voice came out rougher than he intended, because the something he needed to tell her had been sitting beside the other thing, the thing his body was saying louder with every minute she spent in this kitchen. She turned from the stove. "Okay." He went to the hall closet and came back with the box. Receipts, handwritten notes, book lists in his grandmother's precise cursive. He set it on the counter between them. "My grandmother donated books to the youth center, 20 every summer for at least 3 years. She never put her name on them." Zuri set down the spoon. She reached into the box and pulled out a receipt, then a book list. Her fingers traced the handwriting in the margins. "Destiny will love this one. The boy who reads under the stairs needs this." "The anonymous donations," she said, her voice quiet. "The beautiful additions." That was her. Zuri looked up at him, and the feeling in her eyes was layered and deep, and it cracked something open in the center of his chest. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" "Because at first we were fighting, and then we weren't. And then I was afraid. Not of the books, of what it meant that she was connected to you before I ever came back, that she chose you, chose what you were building." "Miles, you deserve to know that the woman who raised me believed in the thing you built. She showed it the only way she knew how." Zuri crossed the kitchen in 2 steps and put her hands on his face. The touch undid him. Her palms against his jaw, her thumbs at his cheekbones, her eyes looking directly into his with a gratitude and a tenderness and something fiercer underneath both that made his breath go shallow. "Thank you," she said, "for carrying it, for bringing it home." She kissed him, soft at first, grateful, her mouth gentle against his, her hand still holding his face. And for 2 seconds it was tenderness and recognition, and the quiet closing of a circle his grandmother had drawn years ago. Then her fingers slid from his jaw to the back of his neck, and her nails dragged lightly against his skin, and the gentleness caught fire. He felt it happen in his whole body. The shift from tenderness to hunger, from the soft press of her mouth to the deliberate pressure of her hips against his, the arch of her back that brought her chest flush against him. His hands found her waist and tightened, thumbs pressing into the curve of her hips, and she made a sound against his mouth that traveled through him like voltage and settled somewhere he couldn't name and couldn't ignore. Zuri, her name came out wrecked, a warning, a surrender. "I know." Her breath was uneven against his lips. "I'm not stepping back, not tonight." He kissed her harder. His hand slid from her waist to the bare skin of her lower back and pulled her against him, and the full body contact, the heat of her skin under his palms, the press of her against the length of him, made a sound come out of him that he didn't recognize and couldn't have stopped. She answered it with her fingers in his hair and her mouth opening under his, and a kiss so deep it wiped every coherent thought from his mind. The sauce was still on the stove. He reached behind her and turned off the burner without breaking the kiss, and she laughed against his mouth, one short, breathless sound, and then the laughing stopped because his hands were moving and her breath was catching, and neither of them was thinking about food anymore. "I have wanted you," she said against his jaw, his throat, the words pressed into his skin between kisses. "You have no idea, every time you stood close to me and didn't touch me. Every time you touched me and stopped, I have been going out of my mind." The confession hit him like an open hand. He pulled back just far enough to look at her. Her eyes were dark. Her lips were parted. Her chest was rising and falling with the quick, shallow breathing of a woman who was done waiting. "Not here," he said, and his voice didn't sound like his own. She took his hand and they went for the stairs, stumbling, laughing, unable to stop kissing long enough to navigate the steps cleanly. His back hit the banister, and her hand came up to steady him, and they laughed against each other's mouths, and then stopped laughing because the landing was under their feet, and the hallway was dark, and the bedroom was close. He lifted her. She wrapped around him instantly, legs and arms, her mouth on his neck, and he carried her the last few steps past the closed door of his grandmother's room to the guest room that had become his. He got them through the door and set her down, and moonlight was falling across the bed through the window he'd hung himself, and she was already reaching for him, her fingers finding the hem of his shirt. "I should have kissed you at 18, he said. "At the graduation party. I stood 20 feet away and walked away, and I have regretted it every day since. You're here now." She pulled the shirt up and off him. "Stop regretting." Her hands spread flat against his bare chest, and he felt every nerve in his body fire at once. He reached for her top, slow, giving her time, and she nodded, and the cotton slipped from her shoulders to the floor, and the breath left him in a rush, ragged and stunned, because the reality of her was more than anything he'd let himself imagine, and his hands were shaking when they found her waist. He gathered her against him, skin to skin for the first time, and the full warm shock of her body against his made a sound come out of him that was barely a word. She pulled him down toward the bed and they went together, and the cool sheets met heated skin, and the warm, solid weight of him settled over her, and she arched up into him, and there was nothing left between them. His mouth found her throat, the hollow where her pulse hammered, and her fingers gripped his shoulders, and his name tore from her in a voice he'd never heard, raw and open and wanting, and he answered with her name against her skin, and the last distance closed. The years collapsed. Every wall, every argument, every night spent wanting from the wrong side of a distance they'd built themselves came down at once, and she gave him everything, and he gave it back, and the giving was not careful and not quiet, and not anything either of them would ever try to take back. Afterward, the stillness, the moonlight slow across the floor, her breathing against his chest, the deep settled certainty underneath all the heat, the thing the wanting had always been pointing toward, that she was his person, that she had always been his person, and that every year apart had only been the long way home. He woke first. Light through the window, soft and gold. She was beside him, her curls spread across his pillow, one hand curled loosely against his chest. Her breathing was deep and even, and the warmth of her body against his was the most solid thing in the room. He watched her, not the way he'd watched her across a debate stage or a council chamber. This was the watching that happened after every other version had burned away, quiet, stunned, grateful. She was in his bed. In the house he'd been restoring room by room since April, and the woman beside him was the reason it had started to feel like home. She opened her eyes, slow. The look she gave him carried the particular softness of a person who has woken up exactly where they want to be. "Hi," she said. "Hi. You're staring. I'm observing. That's my line." She shifted closer, her hand flattening where his heart was beating hard and full. "How long have you been awake?" "A while." "Watching me sleep, watching you be here." She reached for him. He caught her hand and pressed his mouth to her palm, and the tenderness of the gesture was almost harder to bear than the heat of the night before, because the heat he could have filed away, rationalized, called desire, and moved on. But the tenderness was the thing that proved this was real, that proved they had crossed into territory that had no blueprint and no exit and no precedent in any plan he'd ever drawn. She curled her fingers against his jaw and held him there, her thumb tracing the line of his cheekbone, and the way she looked at him carried the quiet, stunned quality of two people who had just changed everything and weren't sorry. "Coffee," she said, her thumb still tracing his jaw. "Coffee. I'm not getting up. I'll make it. Then I'm definitely not getting up." He pressed his lips to her forehead, got up, pulled on a pair of sweats, and went downstairs. The kitchen was quiet, 2 glasses on the counter, the box of his grandmother's receipt still beside the stove. The sauce had cooled and thickened in the pot. Every surface held the evidence of the night before like a story told in objects. He made coffee, 2 cups. He carried them upstairs and found her sitting up with the sheet around her shoulders and the morning light making her skin glow. "Your grandmother's sauce recipe," she said, taking the cup. "The one on the card. I want to learn it. I'll teach you. And the books. I want to put her name on the lending library shelf, a plaque, something the kids will see. She'd hate that. She'd love that, and you know it." He sat on the edge of the bed. She sipped her coffee. The morning was theirs. "Miles, yeah? I'm not going anywhere." He looked at her. Zuri Palmer, in this house, in this bed, drinking coffee in the morning light, telling him she was staying. Not asking. Telling. "Neither am I," he said. She smiled. He smiled back. And the morning stretched ahead of them like the first page of a story they were finally writing together.
Chapter 19. You look different lately. Amy set the takeout bag on the youth center counter and gave Zuri the kind of smile that had been following her everywhere for a week. "Happy. It's a good look. I'm the same as always." "You are not the same as always. You are a woman who hums while she organizes supply closets. I heard you from the parking lot." "I was not humming. You were humming. It was something by Anita Baker." Zuri took the takeout bag and refused to confirm or deny the Anita Baker. She was, in fact, happy. The kind of happy that settles into your body like a weather system and rearranges everything around it. She woke up thinking about Miles. She fell asleep thinking about Miles. She went through her workdays with the same focus and competence she'd always had, except now there was a warmth underneath it all that made the work feel lighter, like a building with better foundations. The youth center was thriving. Summer registration had filled in record time, the reading program launched Monday, and the debate club she'd started in the spring had a waiting list. 3 parents had stopped her this week to say their kids were talking about books they'd found on the lending library shelf. Books she now knew had been chosen by a woman named Miles Ashford, who had loved these children from across town without ever asking for credit. Miles had told her about the books in his grandmother's kitchen, with the receipts laid out on the counter between them, and the tenderness of the telling had been the thing that cracked the last wall open. She'd kissed him in that kitchen, and the kiss had led to a hallway, and the hallway had led to a bedroom, and the bedroom had changed everything, and she was not sorry, and she was not scared, and the woman who had arrived at the first charity event, braced for combat, was gone. He'd texted her that morning. Just a photo of 2 coffee cups on the Chestnut Street kitchen counter. No caption. She'd sent back a single word. Tomorrow. Because tomorrow was Saturday. And Saturday meant his house. And his house meant the kitchen where his grandmother's sauce recipe lived in a card in the spice cabinet, and the porch where the swing still held the shape of both of them, and the bedroom where the moonlight fell across the bed through the window he'd hung himself. She was happy. She was in love. She was standing in the youth center on a Thursday afternoon with fried chicken from the diner and the peace of a woman who had finally stopped fighting the most obvious feeling of her life. Her phone buzzed at 2:15. Not Miles. The council office. She answered it. 4 minutes later, she was sitting at her desk with the phone still in her hand, and the piece gone, and the fried chicken untouched, and a feeling in her chest like the floor had dropped out from under a building she'd trusted to hold. The council had voted. The community center renovation plan had been approved. Not the revised version. Not the phased approach Miles had described at the restoration site, the one with zero displacement, the one he'd redesigned at his own cost because she was right about the people mattering more than the plan. The original. 3 months of full displacement. The version she'd fought against at the council meeting in May. The version that shut down every youth center program for an entire summer. The version with Miles's name on it. She called the council office back. She asked to see the file. The clerk emailed it within the hour, and Zuri sat at her desk and read every page of the approved plan. And it was the first submission, the original proposal, the clean, color-coded timeline that forgot about people. There was no revised version in the file, no phased approach, no buffer zones, no zero displacement. The plan the council approved was the plan Miles had walked into the first meeting with. The plan she'd torn apart. The plan he'd told her, twice, that he was fixing. She read it again. She read the council vote record. She read the construction timeline. And with every page, the piece that had been living in her body for a week died a little more, replaced by something cold and sharp that she recognized from a long time ago. The feeling of being outplayed. He'd told her he revised the plan. At the restoration site, with paint on his forearms and sincerity in his voice, he'd said the displacement drops to zero, and she'd looked at him like he'd given her something precious, and he'd looked back like he meant it. A week later, in his grandmother's kitchen, she'd kissed him while the sauce simmered and the box of book receipts sat on the counter. And the trust she'd been building since the first charity event had opened into something complete. She'd told him about the youth center, about Atlanta, about why she came home. She'd stood on his porch and said, "I want this to be right, not fast." She'd let him carry her through a dark hallway and lay her down in moonlight, and the version in the council's files was the one that displaced everything she'd built. The professional betrayal was devastating enough. But the professional betrayal was sitting on top of something worse, something that lived in the memory of his hands and his mouth and the way he'd said her name in the dark, and the fact that she'd let every wall come down because she believed, finally, completely, that this man was not performing. She thought about the kids. Destiny, who came every afternoon. The boy who read under the stairs. The 40 families who relied on summer programming because their schedules had no room for a 3-month gap. She thought about the reading program launching Monday, and the debate club, and the art supplies she'd ordered for July, and every piece of the structure she'd spent 4 years building that would go dark for an entire summer because the plan in the council's files said the building mattered more than the people inside it. She'd fought this fight in May. She'd stood at a podium and told a room full of people that a meal isn't a detail. And the man she'd trusted to hear her had submitted a plan that said it was. She picked up her keys. She didn't call ahead. She found him at the Chestnut Street house on the porch, with his laptop open and the evening light coming through the trees. He looked up when her car pulled in, and the smile that crossed his face was open and warm, and it hit her in the center of her chest like something she was about to lose. "Hey," he stood. "I wasn't expecting you until tomorrow." The council approved the renovation plan. His smile shifted, not to guilt, to confusion. "That's good. When did they vote?" "Tuesday. They approved the original plan, Miles. The 3-month displacement. Not the revision, the original." The confusion deepened. "That's not possible. I submitted the revised version 3 weeks ago." "The revised version isn't in the file. I read every page. The plan they approved has your name on it, and it's the first one you submitted. 3 months. Full displacement. Everything I fought against." He set the laptop down. "Zuri, that's a mistake. I submitted the phased approach. I hand-delivered it to the council office." "Then why is the original the version they voted on?" "I don't know. I'll call them. There's been an error." "An error." The word tasted like ash. "You told me the displacement dropped to zero. You told me at the restoration site. You told me you redesigned the entire plan because I was right about the people mattering. And the plan in the council's files is the one that displaces every program I run. Zuri. He stepped toward her. She stepped back. The step back was instinct, the oldest reflex she had, the one that predated every kiss and every tender word and every night in his bed. Protect the center, protect the work, protect the thing you built because nobody else will. Was the revision real? She asked. Yes, of course it was real. Did you show it to the council? I submitted it. I told you, I hand-delivered it. Then why doesn't it exist in their files? I don't know. His voice was steady, but his face had changed, the confusion giving way to something that looked like the first edge of fear. I'll find out. I will fix this. You'll fix this. She heard her own voice, and it sounded like a stranger's, flat and careful, all the warmth scraped out. The way you fix the renovation, the way you fix the displacement, by telling me what I need to hear and letting the system run the version that was always going to win. That is not what happened. Then what happened, Miles? Because from where I'm standing, what happened is that you told me exactly what I needed to hear to stop fighting, and then the plan I was fighting against got approved with your name on it. That's a sequence. That's a pattern. That's what this looks like. It looks like that because something went wrong at the council level. Not because I lied to you. I would never lie to you. You've been carrying your grandmother's book receipts for weeks before telling me. You sat on information that mattered to me because the timing didn't feel right. How do I know this isn't the same thing? How do I know the revision wasn't something you were planning to get around to, eventually, when it was convenient? The accusation hit somewhere deep. She could see it in the way his body changed, the way his shoulders dropped and his hands came up and then fell, as if he'd started to reach for her and stopped himself. The porch light was on behind him, the same porch light he'd told her he left on because of her, and the sight of it now made her chest ache with a fury that was indistinguishable from grief. Zuri, please. His voice cracked on her name. Sit down. Let me call the council. Let me show you the file on my laptop. The revision is real. I will prove it to you. I can't be here right now. Her keys were in her hand. Her chest was a closed fist. I need you to understand that I let you in. All the way. I let you into the work and the youth center and my life and my bed, and if any of that was a strategy, if any of that was the game, I will never forgive it. And I will never forgive myself for not seeing it. She turned and walked down the porch steps and across the yard to her car. Behind her, she heard him say her name once more, quiet, broken, and she did not turn around. She drove, not home, to Sasha's apartment because Sasha was the only person in the world who could hold what was happening inside her without it spilling everywhere. Sasha opened the door, took one look at her face, and pulled her inside without a word. They sat on the couch. Sasha didn't ask what happened. She waited, the way she always waited, with a glass of water and her hand on Zuri's back, and the steady presence of a woman who had been catching Zuri Palmer for 20 years and had never once let her hit the ground. He lied, Zuri said. The words came out broken. About the renovation, about the plan. The council approved the original, 3 months of displacement. Everything he said he fixed. Sasha didn't respond immediately. Her hand moved in slow circles on Zuri's back, and the silence held. Start from the beginning, Sasha said. Tell me exactly what the council clerk said. Zuri told her. The phone call, the file, the 60 pages of original plan with Miles's name on it. The absence of the revision in the council's records. The 3-month displacement window that would shut down every summer program she'd spent 4 years building. And you went to his house. Sasha said. I went to his house. What did he say? He said it was a mistake. He said he submitted the revision. He said he'd prove it. Did you let him? The question landed like a blade. Zuri stared at the glass of water in her hands. I couldn't stay. I couldn't look at him and not see the plan. I couldn't stand on that porch where we... She stopped. The porch, the swing, the night she'd told him to stop regretting, and he had, and she'd thought it was real. Do you believe him? Sasha asked. The question sat in Zuri's chest like a stone. She wanted to say no. She wanted the answer to be clean and sharp and final. the way answers were in debate rounds, the way they'd been in every competition she'd ever entered. But the answer wasn't clean. The answer was tangled up in the way he'd looked at her on the porch, the genuine confusion before the fear, the crack in his voice when he said her name, and the fact that the man who'd carried his grandmother's book receipts for weeks before telling her had never once, in all the time she'd known him, been a liar. "I don't know," she said. Sasha pulled her closer. Zuri pressed her face into her best friend's shoulder and let the tears come. And the tears were for the programs and the kids and the 3 months of displacement. But they were also for the man on the porch and the night in the moonlight and the morning with the coffee and the way he'd pressed his mouth to her palm like she was something sacred. And the possibility, the terrible splitting possibility, that she had just destroyed the realest thing she'd ever had because the pattern of expecting betrayal was older and louder than the pattern of trusting love. Sasha held her. The apartment was quiet, and Zuri cried for a long time. And Sasha didn't let go.
Chapter 20. Son, you look like a man who's been hit by something he didn't see coming. Benjamin stood on the Chestnut Street porch with 2 glasses of sweet tea and the quiet authority of a man who had survived his own share of wreckage. Sit down. Miles hadn't moved from the porch chair since Zuri's taillights disappeared down the street. The laptop was still open beside him, the revised renovation file on the screen, the file he'd been about to show her before she'd turned and walked away. The evening had gone dark around him. The porch light was on because he always left it on now, and the reason he left it on was driving away from him with tears in her eyes and fury in her voice. And the porch light felt like a lie he'd told himself about a future that had just been revoked. Benjamin. His voice came out hollowed. How did you know? Mrs. Turner called Rochelle. Rochelle called me. I was here in 12 minutes. Benjamin set the tea on the railing and lowered himself into the other chair. Tell me what happened, Miles told him. The council vote, the original plan approved instead of the revision. Zuri's face when she told him, the careful flatness of her voice, the step back on the porch when he tried to move toward her. The accusation that landed like a blade. Was the revision real? Or was it the thing you said to get me to stop fighting? Was it real? Benjamin asked, and the question from this man, in this chair, on this porch, carried a different weight than it had from Zuri. You know it was real. I showed it to you 3 weeks ago in this kitchen. I know, I'm asking you to say it out loud because you need to hear yourself say it. The revision was real. I submitted it to the council office. I hand-delivered the file. I spoke to the clerk. It was the plan I spent weeks redesigning because Zuri was right about everything. And the fact that the council approved the original instead means something went wrong on their end, not mine. Benjamin nodded. He sipped his tea. The crickets sang in the yard, and the silence between them was the silence of 2 men who understood loss and knew better than to rush past it. The look on her face, Miles said. The words felt like gravel. She looked at me like I was the person she always feared I was. The rival, the competitor, the man who says the right things and doesn't mean them. Is that who you are? No. Then prove it. Not to her, not tonight. To yourself first, and then to the council. Benjamin set his glass on the railing. I'm going to tell you something Rochelle told me once, early on, when I was still trying to figure out if a man my age was allowed to fall in love again. She said the hardest part isn't the falling, it's the staying. Because staying means showing up when the other person can't see straight, and trusting that who you are will be enough when the evidence looks like it isn't. What if it isn't enough? Then you did the right thing anyway, and you sleep clean. Benjamin looked at him in the dim light. But I've watched you with that woman for 2 months, Miles. I watched you redesign an entire renovation because she stood up at a council meeting and told you the people mattered. That's not performing, that's listening, and the man who listens is the man who stays. Miles sat with that. The crickets filled the silence and the porch light hummed and the sweet tea sweated in the glass. Get some sleep, Benjamin said. Tomorrow you start fixing the thing you can fix, the council. He stood, rested a hand on Miles's shoulder for a moment, and walked down the steps to his truck. The other thing, The thing with Zuri, that fixes itself when she sees who you really are, and she will. She's too smart not to. He called the council office Friday morning. The clerk who answered remembered him. She remembered the hand-delivered file. She checked the records and went quiet for a long time, and when she came back, her voice carried the discomfort of a person delivering bad news they didn't cause. Mr. Ashford, I show two versions of the renovation plan in our system, the original submission and the revised phased approach you delivered on. She paused, paper shuffling. June 4th. Both are in the file. Both are in the file. Yes, sir. Then why was the original the version the council voted on? Another pause. I'd have to check with the council chair. The agenda for Tuesday's session was set by Councilman Davis. He selected the items for the vote. Councilman Davis. Miles knew the name. He'd met the man once at the initial council presentation. A fiscal conservative who'd asked pointed questions about the renovation budget and had not seemed convinced that the community center was worth the investment. Davis had pushed the original plan to the vote because it was cheaper, because 3 months of displacement cost less than 6 additional weeks of phase construction, because the numbers were cleaner when you subtracted the people. The revision was in the file. It had always been in the file. A council member had looked at both versions and chosen the one that prioritized cost over community, and nobody had told Miles, and nobody had told Zuri, and the result was a woman on his porch with a broken voice saying, "I will never forgive myself for not seeing it." He sat at the kitchen table with the phone in his hand and the morning light coming through the window and thought about the look on her face. Not the anger, the hurt underneath the anger. The devastating hurt of a woman who had let her walls down for the first time in her adult life and believed in the space where those walls used to be that she'd been played. She hadn't been played. She'd been right. About the plan, about the people, about everything she'd said at the council meeting in May. The only thing she'd been wrong about was him, and the wrongness of it was a wound he didn't know how to reach. The days that followed were the quietest of his time in Sweetgum. He worked on the house, he finished the upstairs bathroom, he sanded the hallway baseboards, he did the physical work of restoration with the mechanical focus of a man who needed his hands busy because his mind was a place he didn't want to be. The house was coming together, room by room, and the woman who'd made it feel like home was not in it. The absence of her was physical. It lived at the kitchen counter where she'd stirred the sauce and her hip had pressed against his. It sat on the porch swing, which held the memory of her weight and warmth against his side. It waited in the bedroom, where the pillow still held the faint impression of her curls, and he'd stood in the doorway for a full minute the morning after the confrontation, before making himself walk in and strip the sheets because sleeping in the scent of her while she believed the worst about him was a kind of punishment he didn't deserve. He stopped going to roasted beans. He avoided the youth center. He didn't text her, because what would he say that wouldn't sound like another argument, another debate round, another attempt to win a competition she believed had never ended? The silence was its own kind of agony, because Miles Ashford had spent his entire adult life solving problems with words and plans and presentations, and the one problem that mattered most was the one where all his tools made it worse. Saturday came and went. The Saturday that was supposed to be his house, his kitchen, the sauce recipe she wanted to learn. He cooked for one and ate standing at the counter and didn't taste any of it. The town noticed. Of course the town noticed. In Sweetgum, you couldn't withdraw without the community registering the absence like a change in weather. Mr. Owens stopped by with a bag of produce from the farmer's market and didn't ask questions. He set the bag on the porch, nodded at Miles through the screen door, and left. Mrs. Turner brought a casserole. She also didn't ask questions, but she sat in the kitchen for an hour and talked about the weather and the Thompson House restoration and a recipe for cornbread she wanted his opinion on, and the normalcy of her presence was its own kind of medicine. On Tuesday, Mrs. Zhang appeared. She did not bring food. She did not bring small talk. She sat across from him at the kitchen table with a cup of tea she'd made herself from the supplies she apparently knew the location of, and she looked at him with the composed directness that he'd come to understand was her most honest register. "I spoke to Rochelle," she said. "I know what happened. Everyone knows what happened. Everyone knows what it looks like. I know what actually happened, because I know you, and I knew your grandmother, and the man Eloise raised would not do what Zuri believes you did." The hearing of his grandmother's name in this context, in this kitchen, with the sauce pot still sitting clean and empty on the stove where he'd washed it the morning after everything changed, made something crack in his chest. "She doesn't believe me," he said. "She believes you. She's afraid to believe you. Those are different things." Mrs. Zhang turned her teacup in her hands. "Zuri Palmer has spent her entire life proving that she doesn't need anyone to fight for her. She built the youth center alone. She runs it alone. She advocated for those children when nobody else would, and the cost of that independence is that when someone finally stands beside her, she doesn't know how to trust it. I stood beside her. You did, and then the things she was afraid of appeared to happen, and the fear was louder than the trust." She paused. "That is not a failure of love, Miles. That is a failure of evidence. Give her the evidence." "How?" "Not by telling her. She's heard your words. She needs to see your actions." Mrs. Zhang set down her cup. "Go to the council. Not for Zuri, for the community center, for the children, for the plan that was right. Show this town who you are by doing the thing you came here to do, and let her watch." He looked at Mrs. Zhang across the table where his grandmother used to sit, and the advice settled over him with the weight of something he should have seen on his own. The revision was real. The plan was right, and the council had voted on the wrong version because one member decided the budget mattered more than the programs. Miles could accept that vote and let the original proceed. He could leave Sweetgum and let someone else sort out the mess. Or he could do what Zuri had taught him to do, since the moment she stood up at a podium and told a room full of people that a meal isn't a detail. He could fight for the thing that was right. Not because fighting would win her back, because the fight was worth having whether she came back or not. "I'm going to request a special session," he said. "I'm going to present the revised plan to the full council and ask them to reconsider the vote." Mrs. Zhang's expression didn't change, but something in her eyes shifted, a warmth that looked like approval and sounded like his grandmother. "Good," she said. "And Miles?" "Yes? Wear a nice shirt. Zuri will be there." She stood, washed her teacup, set it in the rack beside the one Zuri had used the last time she'd been in this kitchen, and left through the back door without another word. Miles sat in the kitchen for a long time after she left. The house was quiet around him. The porch light was on, the way it always was now, and the empty chair across the table held the shape of every woman who had ever sat in it and told him what he needed to hear. His grandmother, Mrs. Turner, Mrs. Zhang, and Zuri, in a white top with her shoulders bare and wine in her hand, standing in the doorway saying kind. You left the porch light on with a voice that made his pulse stutter. He picked up his phone and called the council office. "This is Miles Ashford. I'd like to request a special session to present the revised renovation plan for the community center. The version the council voted on was not the current submission, and I'd like the opportunity to present the correct one." The clerk put him through. He made his case. The session was scheduled for Thursday evening, 2 days. He had 2 days to prepare the presentation that would determine whether the youth center's programs survived the summer, whether the community center got the renovation it deserved, and whether the woman he loved would see him as the man he actually was, instead of the rival she'd always feared. He couldn't control the last one. He could control the first 2. He opened his laptop, pulled up the revised plans, and got to work. The kitchen was still around him. The porch light hummed outside. A knock at the back door. Mrs. Turner, in her housecoat, with a plate of lemon bars covered in foil. "I saw your light on," she said. She set the plate on the counter, looked at the laptop and the plans spread across the table, and nodded once. She didn't ask what he was doing. She could see it. "Your grandmother used to stay up late when she was working on something that mattered," Mrs. Turner said from the doorway. "She always said the good work happened after everyone else went to bed." "Thank you, Mrs. Turner." Make it right, Miles. That's all any of us ever have to do. She closed the door behind her. Miles sat in the kitchen with the lemon bars and the laptop and the quiet house, and somewhere across town, Zuri Palmer was carrying the same hurt he was, and the distance between them felt like the longest he'd ever measured. But the plans were on the screen, and the session was Thursday, and for the first time since the porch, he had something to do besides miss her. He worked until the light came up.
Chapter 21. You haven't eaten the muffin. Sasha sat across from Zuri at the youth center desk on Monday morning with 2 coffees from Roasted Beans and the particular expression of a woman who had been patient for 4 days and was running out. I'm not hungry. You haven't been hungry since Thursday. You've also been wearing the same cardigan for 3 days. It's a different cardigan. It's the same cardigan, Zuri. I bought it for your birthday. Zuri looked down. It was the same cardigan. She hadn't noticed. She hadn't noticed a lot of things since Thursday because the part of her brain that usually tracked details like wardrobe rotation and meal schedules had been colonized by a 60-page renovation plan and the sound of Miles's voice cracking on her name. She was functioning. The youth center was open. The reading program had launched that morning. 14 kids in the first session. Destiny in the front row with a book she'd already started, and Zuri had led the session with the same steady competence she always brought to work. Nobody would have known anything was wrong except that she hadn't smiled once, and the kids had noticed, and Destiny had asked if she was okay, and the question from a 10-year-old had nearly broken her. I need to ask you something, Sasha said, and you're not going to like it. Then don't ask. Did you let him explain? He explained. He said it was a mistake. Did you let him prove it? He offered to show you the file on his laptop. He offered to call the council. You told me that yourself Thursday night on my couch. Did you let him do any of those things? The coffee was getting cold in Zuri's hands. She stared at it. I couldn't stay. I know you couldn't stay. I'm asking you whether you gave the man a chance to show you the evidence before you convicted him. Sasha leaned forward. Because I've been thinking about this all weekend, and what I keep coming back to is that the Zuri Palmer I know, the one who runs a youth center and builds programs from nothing, and stood up at a council meeting and made a room full of grown men rethink a renovation plan, that Zuri Palmer doesn't make decisions based on assumptions. She makes decisions based on evidence. And right now, the only evidence you've looked at is the council's file. The council's file is the evidence. The council's file is one piece of evidence. Miles offered you another piece, and you walked away from it. The words sat between them. Zuri wanted to argue. She wanted to say that the file was enough, that 60 pages of original plan with his name on it was all the proof she needed. But the argument wouldn't form, because underneath the hurt and the anger and the 4 days of not sleeping, a quieter voice was saying the things she didn't want to hear. That she'd left the porch before he could show her the laptop, and the reason she'd left wasn't because she was certain he'd lied. The reason she'd left was because she was terrified he hadn't. Because if he hadn't lied, then the plan in the council's file was someone else's doing. And the man on the porch was exactly who he'd shown her he was, and she'd looked at him like a rival when he was the person who'd redesigned his entire career to protect her work. And the weight of that error was more than she knew how to carry. I don't know what to do with this, she said. Sasha reached across the desk and took her hand. You don't have to know right now, but you do have to stop treating your fear like it's a fact. The week moved around her like water around a stone. She worked. She ran the reading program. She met with parents. She ordered supplies for the debate club's summer session. She did every piece of the job she'd spent 4 years building, and the job held her the way it always had, with the steady structural support of purpose and routine. But the warmth underneath the work was gone, and the space where it used to live ached like a phantom limb. She missed him. The missing was physical, relentless. The empty passenger seat in her car where his hand used to rest on the console between them. The silence in her apartment where his voice used to be low and steady on the phone at night, talking her through the day until her breathing slowed. The bed she slept in alone that felt too wide and too cold, and carried, in the first days after the confrontation, the faintest trace of his soap on the pillow she'd pressed against her face and then thrown across the room because she was furious and heartbroken, and the two feelings were eating each other alive. She drove past the Chestnut Street house on Saturday without meaning to. The porch light was on. The car was in the driveway. She kept driving and didn't stop and didn't look, and her hands gripped the steering wheel so hard her knuckles ached, and the missing doubled in her chest and sat there like a weight she couldn't put down. She hated that she missed him. It didn't stop. On Sunday, Sasha called, not to push, to sit on the phone in silence while Zuri made dinner she didn't eat, because Sasha understood that sometimes presence was better than advice, and the sound of another person breathing on the line was the difference between alone and lonely. On Tuesday, she stopped at the diner for lunch. She'd been avoiding it because the diner was where the town gathered, and the town had eyes, and the eyes had opinions, and she couldn't face the opinions while the wound was still this raw. But the youth center had run out of napkins, and the supply closet needed restocking. And the diner was between the office supply store and the center, and the fried chicken was a gravitational force she didn't have the energy to resist. Amy brought her the order without being asked and sat down across from her with the directness of a woman who had thoughts and wasn't going to keep them to herself. Miles hasn't been to Roasted Beans in 5 days, Amy said. Joanne says he hasn't been anywhere. He's at the house on Chestnut Street, and he's not coming out. Good for him. That's not the word I'd use. Amy studied her. Rochelle told me something. She said Miles showed her the revised renovation plan weeks ago. The real one, the phased approach, the one with zero displacement. She said he'd been working on it since May, that he'd redesigned the entire timeline to keep your programs running. She said it was some of the best architectural planning she'd ever seen, and she made him walk her through it twice because she wanted to understand how he'd managed it. Zuri set down her fork. He showed it to Rochelle and Benjamin, and the structural engineer he'd brought in for consultation. The revision was real, Zuri. It existed. Rochelle held it in her hands. The restaurant noise continued around them, plates in conversation, and the particular lunch hour energy of a place that fed a community. And Zuri sat in the middle of it, with the fried chicken cooling on her plate, and the first real crack forming in the conviction she'd been holding together since Thursday. The revision was real. Multiple people had seen it. Miles hadn't invented it to pacify her. He'd built it, showed it to colleagues, had it reviewed by an engineer, and submitted it to the council. And the council had voted on the original anyway. There's something else, Amy said. I overheard Councilman Davis at the post office this morning. He was telling someone the renovation vote was a win for fiscal responsibility. He said the original plan was $40,000 cheaper and that the council's job was to manage the budget, not manage feelings. The words hit Zuri in a place she hadn't expected. Not manage feelings. The man who decided the fate of her programs thought the children's summers were a feeling to be managed. Miles had spent weeks turning that exact assumption inside out, redesigning an entire renovation to prove that the people inside the building were the building's purpose, and a council member had undone it with a budget line and a vote Zuri hadn't known about. Davis pushed the original, Zuri said. Davis selected it for the vote. The revised version was in the file. He chose the cheaper one. Zuri sat with that for a long time after Amy left. The fried chicken went cold. The lunch crowd thinned. And the story she'd been telling herself since Thursday, the one where Miles was the rival who'd played her, developed another crack, and through the crack she could see the outline of a different story. One where the man she loved had done exactly what he said he'd done, and the system had failed both of them. She drove to her parents' house Wednesday evening, not because she'd planned to, because her car made the familiar turns the way bodies sometimes move toward the places they were built, without permission and without argument. Lorraine Palmer opened the door, looked at her daughter, and said, "Come sit on the porch. Your father made lemonade." They sat, the three of them, in the chairs that had held every important conversation of Zuri's life. Report cards, college decisions, the night she'd come home from Atlanta and told them she was staying. Curtis Palmer poured the lemonade and didn't speak. He had the patience of a man who understood that some conversations needed to arrive on their own schedule. "I think I made a mistake," Zuri said. Lorraine nodded, not in agreement, in acknowledgement that the sentence had cost something to say. "Tell me," her mother said. Zuri told her. The council vote, the confrontation, the look on Miles's face when she'd accused him. The things Sasha had said Monday morning. The things Amy had told her at the diner. The fact that the revision was real, that multiple people had seen it, that Councilman Davis had pushed the cheaper version without telling Miles, and that she'd stood on the porch of the Chestnut Street house and looked at the most honest man she'd ever known and called him a liar. Lorraine listened. She didn't interrupt. When Zuri finished, the evening sounds of the neighborhood filled the silence. A lawnmower 3 houses down, kids on bicycles, the particular music of a street where people knew each other's names. "Baby," Lorraine said, "do you know why you assumed the worst? Because the evidence pointed that way." "No. The evidence pointed in more than one direction. You chose the direction that hurt less." Zuri looked at her mother. "Believing he lied means the relationship was a mistake, and mistakes you can file away. You grieve them and you move on. But believing he told the truth means you had something real, and you broke it yourself. That's the direction that hurts more. That's the one you couldn't face on Thursday." The words landed with the particular devastation of a truth you'd been circling for days without letting yourself see. Zuri felt her throat close and her eyes burn, and the careful composure she'd been holding all week start to slip. "I said terrible things to him, Mama. I stood on that porch, and I asked him if any of it was real. I used his grandmother's books against him. I told him I'd never forgive myself for not seeing it, and the thing I couldn't see was standing right in front of me with his hands at his sides, offering to show me the truth, and I walked away." Lorraine reached over and took her daughter's hand. "You walked away because you were scared, not because you didn't love him. Those are not the same thing, and any man worth keeping knows the difference. Your father and I have watched you since you were 16 years old, fighting that boy like your life depended on it," Lorraine said. "We always knew it wasn't fighting. We were just waiting for both of you to figure it out." Curtis Palmer, who had been silent through the entire conversation, set down his lemonade and looked at his daughter. "The question isn't whether he's the right man, Zuri. You already know the answer to that. The question is whether you're brave enough to go tell him you were wrong." One sentence, simple and devastating. Zuri felt it land in her chest like a key turning in a lock. Her phone buzzed. A text from Joanne at Roasted Beans, part of the town's informal information network that moved faster than any official channel. "Miles requested a special council session for tomorrow night. He's presenting the revised renovation plan. Thought you should know." Zuri stared at the screen. He wasn't giving up. He wasn't leaving Sweetgum. He wasn't accepting the original plan. He was going before the council to fight for the revision, for the zero displacement, for the programs and the kids and the things she'd told him mattered, and he was doing it the day after the worst week of his life because she'd taught him what right looked like, and he'd listened. "I need to be there," she said. "Yes, you do," Lorraine said. Curtis Palmer nodded once and picked up his lemonade, and the nod contained everything his wife's words had laid out and everything his own single sentence had cut to the center of. And Zuri sat on her parents' porch, with the evening coming down, and the text glowing on her phone, and the knowledge settling into her bones like something she'd always known, that tomorrow she would walk into that council chamber and watch Miles Ashford do the right thing. And then she would find him, and she would tell him the truth. She pulled out her phone. "He's presenting the revised plan tomorrow night at the council." "I know. Are you going?" "Yes. 3 dots. Then, good. Wear something that says, 'I was wrong and I'm sorry and I'm still in love with you.' Does that outfit exist?" "It does, if you mean it." Zuri looked at the text and then at her parents, who were sitting in their chairs with the lemonade and the evening light and the quiet certainty of two people who had been waiting for their daughter to catch up to her own heart. She meant it.
Chapter 22. Full house tonight. Benjamin stood beside Miles at the entrance to the council chamber, surveying the rows of folding chairs that were filling faster than either of them had expected. Word travels. In Sweetgum, I'm shocked. Don't be smart, be ready. Benjamin adjusted the collar of Miles's shirt, a gesture so fatherly and so unexpected that Miles had to swallow past something in his throat. You've got the plans? Printed and digital. Backup copies in my bag. Good. The structural engineer's data? Tabbed and highlighted. Cost comparison? Line by line, with a narrative summary for the members who don't read spreadsheets. Benjamin nodded. Then you're ready. Go in there and tell the truth. That's all you've got to do. The council chamber was a plain room in the municipal building on the south end of Main Street, a space designed for governance rather than drama. Folding chairs, fluorescent lights, a long table at the front where the council members sat. It was the same room where Miles had given his first presentation in May, the one Zuri had taken apart from the back row with the precision of a woman who understood that numbers meant nothing without people behind them. Tonight, the room was full. Rochelle was in the third row with Mrs. Zhang. Mr. Owens sat near the door with his arms crossed, the posture of a man who had showed up to bear witness. Amy and Malachi were 2 rows back. Joanne from Roasted Beans was near the window. Mrs. Turner had a seat in the front row that she'd apparently claimed 20 minutes early, and she was knitting, which Miles had learned was her way of paying extremely close attention. He didn't look for Zuri. He knew she was there. He could feel her attention the way he'd always been able to feel it, since they were 17, a frequency in the room that his body recognized before his eyes confirmed. She was somewhere on the left side, near the back. He didn't turn his head. If he looked at her, the careful architecture of his composure would collapse, and what he needed tonight was not feeling. It was clarity. He'd spent 2 days preparing, not the way he usually prepared, with strategy and framing and the particular performance polish he'd learned in a decade of professional presentations. He'd spent 2 days stripping all of that away. No strategy, no angle, no version of this designed to win anything except the truth. Mrs. Zhang had told him to show this town who he was, and the only way to do that was to stand in front of a room and say what was true and let the truth do the work he'd spent his whole career trying to do with charm. His hands were steady. His breathing was even. The revised plans were in order. And the woman he loved was sitting somewhere behind him, and he was not going to look at her. And the not looking was the hardest thing he'd done since the night she'd walked off his porch. Councilman Davis was at the table, reviewing papers with the expression of a man who considered this special session an inconvenience. 3 other council members flanked him. The council chair, Mrs. Abrams, sat at the center with the calm authority Miles had noted the first time he'd presented. Mr. Ashford, Mrs. Abrams said, you've requested this session to address the community center renovation plan. The floor is yours. Miles stood. He walked to the front of the room with the revised plans in his hands and the knowledge that every person who mattered to him in this town was watching. He set the plans on the table and looked at the council. Thank you, Mrs. Abrams. Members of the council, I appreciate you convening this session on short notice. He paused. I'm here tonight because the plan this council approved on Tuesday was not the current version of the renovation proposal. It was the original submission, which I revised and resubmitted 3 weeks ago. The revised plan was in your files. It was not the version selected for the vote. A murmur moved through the room. Davis shifted in his seat. I'm not here to assign blame for that discrepancy. I'm here to present the correct plan and ask this council to reconsider. He opened the revised proposal. He walked them through it the way he'd walked Rochelle through it, the way he'd explained it to Zuri at the restoration site. Except this time, there was no paint on his forearms and no warmth in his voice. There was just the plan, laid out with the precision and care of a man who had spent his career making buildings work and had finally learned, in this town, that buildings worked best when they started with the people inside them. The phased approach, the rotating construction zones, the buffer partitions, the mechanical systems upgraded in sequence. Zero displacement. The cost differential between the original plan and the revised plan is approximately $40,000, he said. The original achieves the same structural outcome in less time and at lower cost. That's true. What's also true is that the original plan requires a 3-month shutdown of every program the community center runs. The youth center's summer reading program, the after-school programs that serve families across this town, the lending library that a woman in this community spent years quietly stocking because she believed those children were worth investing in. He hadn't meant to say that. The books. His grandmother's books. The words arrived on their own, and he let them stay because they were true and because this room needed to hear what quiet investment looked like. The revised plan costs more. It takes longer, it's harder to manage, and it's the right plan, because this town does not save $40,000 by telling its children to come back in September. The room was silent, not the restless silence of an audience waiting for the next slide. The held-breath silence of people hearing something they recognized as true. He laid out the cost comparison, line by line, the way he'd prepared it, with plain language context for the members who needed it and the structural engineer's data for the ones who didn't. He explained the phasing schedule. He showed the buffer zone designs. He answered 3 questions from Mrs. Abrams about contractor logistics and 2 from the council member on the left about permit timelines. Councilman Davis asked 1 question. Mr. Ashford, if the revised plan is superior, why was the original still in the file? Because I submitted the revision as an alternative, not a replacement. That was my error. I should have formally withdrawn the original when I delivered the revision. I didn't, and a version of the plan I no longer stand behind was selected for a vote I wasn't informed about. I'm correcting that tonight. I formally withdraw the original proposal. The revised plan is the only version I present to this council. Davis didn't respond. Mrs. Abrams made a note. Miles gathered his papers. I want to say one more thing, if the council will allow it. Mrs. Abrams nodded. 3 months ago, I came to Sweetgum to settle my grandmother's estate and assess a building. I treated the community center as a structure, square footage, load-bearing walls, mechanical systems. I built a plan that solved a building problem, and I presented it to this council, and a woman in the back of this room stood up and told me I'd forgotten the people. He still didn't look at Zuri. He looked at the council, at the table, at the folding chairs full of the community that had taught him what his grandmother had been trying to show him his entire life. She was right. The community center is not a structure. It is the place where this town takes care of its children. Every decision about that building should begin and end with the people inside it. The revised plan does that. I'm asking this council to approve it. He stepped back from the table. The room held its silence for one more breath, and then Mrs. Abrams said, "Thank you, Mr. Ashford. Council, I'd like to move to a vote on the revised proposal." The vote was not unanimous. Davis voted no. The other 4 members voted yes. The room exhaled. Applause broke out in patches, Rochelle leading from the 3rd row, Mrs. Turner setting down her knitting to clap with a fierceness that belied the lemon bars. Mr. Owens uncrossed his arms and nodded once, the nod of a man who had seen the right thing done and was satisfied. Miles stood at the front of the room and felt the weight of the week lift from his shoulders. Not all of it, not the part that mattered most, but the part he could control. The plan was approved. The programs were safe. The children would have their summer. People approached him, Rochelle first, with a hug that communicated more than any words. Benjamin shook his hand and held it, and the grip said, I told you who you were." Mrs. Zhang appeared beside him and said, "Your grandmother is very proud of you right now," and the simplicity of the statement nearly undid him. Amy said something he couldn't quite hear because Malachi was congratulating him at the same time. And Joanne pressed a cup of coffee into his hand from a thermos she'd apparently brought. And the community surrounded him the way communities do when someone has done the right thing and the right thing has won. Mrs. Turner was last. She stood in front of him with her knitting bag over one arm and looked up at him with an expression he hadn't seen before, pride so fierce it was almost stern. "Your grandmother told me once that you were the best thing she ever built," Mrs. Turner said. "I didn't understand what she meant until tonight." He bent down and kissed her forehead, and she patted his arm once, firm, and walked out with the dignity of a woman who had seen what she'd come to see. Mrs. Abrams caught his arm as the crowd began to thin. "Mr. Ashford, for the record, the council office will be reviewing the process by which agenda items are selected. What happened with the original plan should not have happened." "Thank you, Mrs. Abrams. Thank the woman who taught you to count the people. That was the best presentation I've seen in this chamber in 15 years. He made his way toward the door. The room was nearly empty now, chairs askew, the long table still covered in paper copies of the revised plan. The fluorescent lights hummed. 2 days ago, he'd been sitting in his grandmother's kitchen with lemon bars and a laptop preparing for this moment, and the distance between that night and this one felt like a decade. He stepped outside into the evening air. The municipal building had a small covered entrance, 2 steps down to the sidewalk, and the streetlights were on and the sky was the deep blue of a summer night not yet fully dark. He stood at the top of the steps and breathed, and the June air smelled like cut grass and honeysuckle, and the worst week of his life was over, and the plan was approved, and the programs were safe. And then he saw her. She was standing at the bottom of the steps, Zuri, in a dress he hadn't seen before, dark green, simple, the kind of dress a woman wears when she wants to look like herself and nothing else. Her curls were loose, her hands were at her sides, and her face was open in a way it hadn't been since the night in the moonlight, the night before everything broke. She looked at him. He looked at her. The distance between the top of the steps and the bottom was 6 feet, maybe less, and it contained every word they hadn't said in a week and every word they were about to say. "Hi," she said. Her voice was quiet, and it shook. Behind them, through the glass doors, Benjamin and Rochelle were visible in the hallway, pausing, watching, giving them space. The town knew how to do this. The town had always known. "Hi," Miles said, and the evening held them there, 2 people on either side of a distance that was almost over, with the streetlights on and the summer dark coming down and the sound of a town settling into the particular quiet that comes after the right thing has been done.
Chapter 23. "Can we walk?" she said. He came down the steps, 2 steps, 6 feet, the distance that had felt like a canyon closing to nothing in the space of a breath. He was close enough to touch, and she didn't touch him. Not yet. Not until she'd said the things she'd come to say. "Yeah," he said. "We can walk." They turned onto the sidewalk and moved south toward the town square without discussing it, the way 2 people who know a town's geography in their bones navigate by instinct rather than decision. The streetlights cast long circles on the pavement. The municipal building fell behind them. The sounds of the meeting's aftermath faded into the June evening, car doors and voices and the particular noise of a community dispersing after an event. And then it was just the 2 of them, and the warm dark and the conversation that needed to happen. She spoke first. She owed him that. "I was wrong," she said. "Not about the programs, not about the fight, about you." He walked beside her. He didn't say anything. He was giving her the space the way he'd given her the space since the beginning. The patient, steady quality of a man who understood that some things needed to arrive at their own speed. "I stood on your porch, and I looked at you, and I saw the version of you I'd been carrying since we were 16. The rival, the competitor, the boy who always had an angle. And I used that version to explain what happened with the council because it was easier than the alternative." What was the alternative? That you were telling the truth. That the revision was real. That you'd done exactly what you said you'd done and the system failed and I was too scared to believe you because believing you meant I had something real. And real things can break. And the breaking terrifies me more than the losing ever did. They'd reached the square. The gazebo was lit from the inside, the way it always was in summer, a soft yellow glow that turned the white lattice golden. She stopped walking and turned to face him. His expression was careful and open and waiting, and the patience in it nearly broke her. "My mother told me something," she said. "She said I chose the direction that hurt less. Believing you lied meant the relationship was a mistake, and I could file that away. I could grieve it and move on. But believing you told the truth meant I had something real, and I broke it myself. That was the direction I couldn't face. Zuri, let me finish, please." She took a breath. "I used your grandmother's books against you on the porch. I said you'd been carrying the receipts for weeks without telling me, and I used that to build a case that you were hiding things. But you weren't hiding things. You were carrying something precious, and you were waiting for the right time to give it to me. And that's not deception. That's care. And I turned it into a weapon because I was hurt and because the old pattern was louder than the new one." She felt her throat tighten. The gazebo light blurred for a second, and she blinked it clear. "I am sorry for what I said on the porch, for not letting you show me the laptop, for walking away when you asked me to stay, for every minute of this week that you spent alone in that house believing I thought you were a liar, because I don't. I never did. I was afraid, and I let the fear make the decision, and the decision was wrong." The square was quiet around them. A couple walked past on the far side, hand in hand, their voices low and indistinct. The trees rustled. The gazebo light hummed. Miles looked at her for a long time. His jaw worked, and she could see him measuring the words the way he measured everything, with precision and care. Except this time the precision wasn't professional. It was personal. It was the careful choosing of a man who wanted to get this exactly right. "I should have withdrawn the original plan when I submitted the revision," he said. "I left both versions in the file because I was thinking like an architect, not like someone who understood the politics. That was my mistake. If I'd pulled the original, Davis wouldn't have had a cheaper version to push." "That's not the same as lying." "No, but it's the same as being careless about something that mattered to you. Your programs, the kids, the thing you built. I was so focused on doing the work quietly and getting it right that I forgot that quiet doesn't mean the same thing as invisible. The revision existed, but it existed in a file that nobody championed. I should have stood in front of that council 3 weeks ago and said what I said tonight. You said it tonight. I said it tonight because you taught me to say it. Every word I spoke in that room was something I learned from watching you stand up in May and tell a building full of people that the numbers don't matter if you forget the humans behind them." She stared at him. The gazebo light caught the angles of his face. And he looked tired and certain and honest in a way that had nothing to do with performance and everything to do with who he actually was, underneath every version he'd ever shown the world. "Can I tell you something about high school?" she said. "Yeah." It was never about winning. The words landed in the space between them, and she watched them hit. His expression shifted, not dramatically, but the way a locked door shifts when the right key finds it. "Every GPA calculation, every debate round, every night I stayed up studying because I knew you were studying too. I told myself it was about valedictorian and college applications and proving I was the best. But it wasn't. It was about being the most important person in your field of vision. It was about mattering to you. And I didn't know what to do with that except compete, because competition had rules and the other thing didn't." "The other thing," he said. "You know what the other thing was. Say it." "I was in love with you. I was in love with you at 17, and I called it rivalry, because love was terrifying and rivalry had rules, and I have spent 15 years pretending that the boy who was class president while I was VP student council and kept me up until 2 in the morning studying for AP exams was my adversary when he was actually the only person who ever made me feel like I had something to prove." He was quiet. The square held the silence like a cupped hand. "It was the same for me," he said. His voice was rough. "Every debate, every assignment. Every time I pushed harder because you pushed first. I told myself I wanted to win, but what I wanted was for you to see me, really see me, and the only way I knew how to make you look was to stand in front of you and fight. We were 17. We were 17. And then we were 18. And I stood in a parking lot at the graduation party and watched you laugh with Sasha and told myself to walk over and say something honest for the first time in my life, and I couldn't do it. I walked away. I spent 15 years in cities that didn't know me, building things that didn't matter, measuring myself against a standard I'd set when I was 16, and the standard was always you. The tears came. She didn't fight them. They ran down her face in the warm dark, and she let them because these tears weren't grief. They were the release of something she'd been carrying since a high school hallway where a boy with a sharp jaw and a sharper mind had looked at her across a debate podium and she'd felt her whole world rearrange. "I'm sorry I walked away," she said. "I'm sorry I gave you a reason to." "You didn't give me a reason. Davis gave me an excuse, and I took it because the excuse fit the old story better than the truth did." He stepped closer, close enough that she could feel the warmth radiating off him in the June air, the warmth she'd been missing for a week, the body temperature presence that her own body had been reaching for in sleep and finding empty. "Zuri." He said her name the way he'd said it on the night in the moonlight, low and certain and stripped of everything except the wanting. "I need to know if this is you coming back." "This is me coming back." Her voice cracked on the word. "This is me saying I was wrong, and I'm here, and I'm not leaving again." He reached for her. His hand came up and cupped the side of her face, his thumb tracing her cheekbone, and the touch was so gentle and so careful that it went through her like a current. She turned into his palm the way she had in the kitchen, weeks ago, the night the walls came down the first time. "I missed you," he said. "Every minute. I missed you so much I couldn't sleep in my own bed because the sheets still smelled like you. I threw a pillow across my apartment because it smelled like your soap." He laughed. The sound was short and broken and real, the laugh of a man who had been holding his breath for a week, and the sound of it cracked the last piece of whatever wall was left between them. She kissed him, not the way she'd kissed him under the oaks, which had been the breaking of a dam, not the way she'd kissed him in his grandmother's kitchen, which had been the lighting of a match. This kiss was different. This kiss was slow and deliberate, and tasted like forgiveness in the future, and the relief of two people who had walked to the very edge of losing each other and chosen at the last second to turn around. His arms came around her and she pressed into him, and the contact was the most necessary thing she'd ever felt. Not urgent, not desperate, but essential, the way oxygen is essential, the way a foundation is essential, the thing without which nothing else holds. His forehead dropped to hers. Her hands rested on his chest, where his heart was beating hard and steady under her palms. "Don't be late," she whispered. He pulled back just enough to look at her. The almost smile at the corner of his mouth, the one that had been landing in her chest since the first charity event, appeared for the first time in a week. "For what? For everything. For all of it. For whatever comes next." She pressed closer. "Don't be late." "I won't," he said. "I'm not going anywhere." The kiss deepened. His hands slid to her waist and pulled her against him, and the desire that had been absent for a week returned in a rush that had nothing to do with newness and everything to do with certainty. She knew this body. She knew these hands. She knew the sound he made when she pressed closer and the way his fingers tightened at her hips when the kiss went past gentle. The wanting was not new, but the freedom was. They were choosing each other with full clarity, no rivalry, no armor, no old story running underneath the new one. She pulled back. His eyes were dark. His breathing was uneven. The almost smile was still there, steady and sure. "Take me home," she said. "Your place or mine?" "Yours. The porch light's on." He took her hand. They walked north through the square and onto Main Street, and the town was quiet around them, the shops closed, the streetlights pooling gold on the sidewalk, and somewhere behind them a voice called, "Good night, you two," from across the square, and the voice sounded like Rochelle, and it carried the particular satisfaction of a woman who had orchestrated a bachelor auction and was finally, comprehensively, vindicated. Zuri squeezed Miles's hand. He squeezed back, and they walked through Sweetgum in the warm June dark, together, with the porch light waiting for them at the end of the street and every voluntary step ahead.
Chapter 24. You're competitive about pancakes. Zuri stood at the stove in his grandmother's kitchen on a Saturday morning in July, wearing his t-shirt and a look of amused disbelief. You are genuinely competitive about pancakes. I'm not competitive. I'm observing that your pancakes are uneven. My pancakes are perfectly round. Your pancakes are ovals, Zuri. Gorgeous ovals, but ovals. Show me a round one then. Show me a Miles Ashford architecturally precise pancake. He took the spatula from her hand, poured the batter, and produced a pancake that was objectively rounder. She stared at it. She stared at him. She picked up a blueberry and threw it at his chest. I hate you, she said, smiling so hard her cheeks ached. You love me. I love you and I hate the perfection of your pancakes. Both things are true. He caught the blueberry off his shirt and ate it. She laughed. The full, unguarded sound that had come back into his life 2 weeks ago on the steps of the municipal building when she'd said hi, and her voice had shaken. And the sound of it in his grandmother's kitchen on a Saturday morning was the best thing he'd ever heard. 2 weeks since the council session. 2 weeks since the square and the gazebo and the conversation that named 15 years of pretending. The renovation was underway, the phased approach rolling forward with the precision Miles had designed and the community support Zuri had earned. The youth center's summer programs were running without interruption. Destiny had started a petition to rename the lending library shelf after his grandmother, and the petition had 47 signatures and counting. The town had reacted to their reconciliation with the restraint of a fireworks display. Rochelle took credit openly and repeatedly. Mrs. Zhang said nothing, but smiled the smile of a woman who had told a man to wear a nice shirt and been proven right. Mr. Owens shook Miles's hand at the farmer's market and said, "Glad you stayed, son," with the economy of a man who believed that 4 words were 3 more than necessary. Mrs. Turner brought a casserole. They walked through town holding hands now. The holding was easy, public, unapologetic, and the town absorbed it the way Sweetgum absorbed all its love stories, with delight, commentary, and the absolute certainty that they'd known all along. The competitive energy hadn't disappeared. It had transformed. They argued about everything: the correct ratio of garlic to basil in the sauce recipe, the best route to the lake, whether Zuri's reading program or Miles's renovation was doing more for the community center's future. Every argument ended the same way, with laughter, or kissing, or both, and the particular joy of being fully known by someone who liked you anyway. She was still at the stove, making a point of producing a deliberately oval pancake. He came up behind her and slid his arms around her waist and rested his chin on her shoulder, and she leaned back into him, and the contact was easy and warm and carried the deep settledness of 2 people who had survived the worst thing that could happen between them and come out holding hands. I need to tell you something, he said against her hair. If it's about my pancakes, I will end this relationship. It's not about your pancakes. He turned her around. She looked up at him with the blueberry-stained spatula still in her hand and an expression that was half curiosity and half the barely contained amusement of a woman who knew him too well to be surprised by anything he said. I'm staying in Sweetgum. The expression didn't change, not because she wasn't affected, because she'd already known. I called my firm in Charlotte on Monday. I told them I'm not coming back. I'm opening an independent practice here. Residential renovation, community projects, the kind of work that starts with the people and works backward to the building. Miles, the grandmother's house is finished. The renovation project will take 6 more months, and the woman I've been in love with since I was 16 lives here, and the town that raised me is here, and my grandmother's kitchen is here, and I am not leaving any of it. She set down the spatula. She put her hands on his face the way she'd done in the kitchen the night the walls first came down, palms warm against his jaw, and she looked at him with an expression that had too many layers to name: pride, certainty, love, and the quiet vindication of a woman who'd known this was coming before he did. I know, she said. I've known since the council session. You could have told me. You needed to say it yourself. She kissed his cheek, soft, deliberate. Welcome home, Miles. The evening came slow and warm. They'd spent the afternoon at the youth center, sorting donations for the summer book drive, Zuri organizing while Miles built new shelving for the expanded lending library. The plaque for the shelf had been ordered, the Miles Ashford collection, for the children who read under the stairs and everywhere else. Zuri had written the inscription herself, and Miles had read it and looked away for a moment, because the tightness in his chest was the good kind, the kind that meant something mattered. Now they were on the porch. The swing held both of them the way it always did, her back against his chest, his arm around her, the evening sounds of Chestnut Street settling around them like a blanket, fireflies in the yard, Mrs. Turner's kitchen light on next door, the particular piece of a summer evening in a town that took care of its own. "The kids asked about you today," Zuri said. "Destiny wants to know when you're coming back to teach the architecture lesson. Tell her next Wednesday. She'll hold you to it." "She holds everyone to everything. She's 10 years old and she has the follow-through of a federal prosecutor." Zuri laughed against his chest, and the vibration of it traveled through him, and he tightened his arm around her and pressed his mouth to the top of her head, and the evening was so good and so quiet and so exactly right that he wanted to hold it in place with both hands. She shifted in the swing, turned toward him. Her hand came up to his jaw and her thumb traced the line of his cheekbone, and the touch was unhurried and certain and carried a different weight than it had 2 months ago, when every contact was new and every gesture was discovery. This was the touch of a woman who knew him, who had seen every version and chosen this one, who was not performing. "Miles," she said, low, the way she said his name when she meant something else entirely. "Yeah. Take me upstairs." He looked at her. The fireflies flickered in the yard. Mrs. Turner's light went off, and the wanting that lived permanently in the center of his chest whenever Zuri Palmer was close shifted from its usual warm hum to something deeper, something that said now in a voice that required no debate. He took her hand. They went inside and up the stairs, and the stairwell was dark, and her hand was warm in his, and the laughter from the kitchen was still in the air. And when they reached the landing, she turned to him and kissed him, and the kiss was slow and certain and laced with the particular electricity of two people who had always pushed each other to be more. "You know what I was thinking about during your architecture lesson last time?" she murmured against his mouth. "Load-bearing walls? You, without a shirt, explaining load-bearing walls." He laughed against her lips. She laughed back. And the laughter turned to heat the way it always did with them, the competitive energy becoming something else, something that burned at exactly the same temperature as the first time, but with a foundation underneath it that the first time hadn't had. He walked her backward into the bedroom, moonlight through the window, the bed they'd made together that morning. She pulled his shirt off, and her hands spread across his chest with the sure confidence of a woman who knew this body and was not finished learning it. He reached for the hem of her top, and she raised her arms, and the fabric came away, and his breath stuttered at the sight of her the same way it always did, because some things did not become ordinary, no matter how well you knew them. "Still?" she said, watching his face. "Always." She pulled him down. The sheets were cool. Her skin was warm. His hands found the geography they'd memorized and discovered it new, because knowing someone completely didn't mean the discovery was finished. It meant the discovery had a home. She arched into him and laughed when his mouth found the place below her ear that made her gasp, and the laughter and the gasping were the same sound, and his name in her mouth was not a prayer this time, but a challenge, and he answered it the way he'd always answered her, by rising to meet every degree of it. The heat was equal, the foundation was deeper, and when the last distance closed, it closed with the quiet certainty of two people who had built something together and intended to live in it for a very long time. Morning. The light through the window fell soft and gold across the bed. She was beside him, one hand flat on his chest, her curls against his shoulder. "I have a question," she said. "Yeah, your grandmother's bedroom, the one at the end of the hall. What about it? When are you going to open it?" He was quiet. The bedroom at the end of the hall had been closed since he'd arrived in April. His grandmother's space, her quilt, her books, her reading glasses on the nightstand, He'd walked past the door 100 times and never turned the handle. I was thinking, Zuri said carefully, that if you're staying, and if this house is going to be a home, then that room should be part of it, not erased, opened. The quilt stays, the bookshelves stay, but the room becomes something new. What would it become? I don't know yet, but we'd figure it out together. He looked at her. Zuri Palmer, in his bed, in the house he'd restored, in the town that had raised them both, talking about a room at the end of the hall with the steady confidence of a woman who was planning a future and expected him to be in it. Together, he said, together. He kissed her forehead. She pressed closer, and the morning stretched ahead of them, unhurried and full, and the house around them held the particular warmth of a place that had been waiting a long time to be exactly this. A knock at the back door, distant from downstairs. "That's Mrs. Turner," Zuri said without moving. "She brings something every Saturday." "How do you know it's her?" "Because she knocks twice and then lets herself in." From downstairs, 2 knocks, the creak of the door, and Mrs. Turner's voice floating up the stairwell. "I left cornbread on the counter. Don't let it get cold, and Zuri, honey, tell that man to fix the screen on the porch door. It's been rattling for a week." Zuri grinned. Miles dropped his head to her shoulder and laughed, and the laughter was full and warm and aimed at the ceiling and the morning and the town and the woman beside him and the woman downstairs and the life he'd come home to build. "Yes, ma'am," he called back. The back door closed, the kitchen was quiet, and the two of them lay in the morning light with the cornbread waiting downstairs, and the porch door to fix, and the grandmother's room to open, and the whole long, beautiful summer ahead. And it was not an ending. It was a beginning. It was everything.
Epilogue. Stop fidgeting. Sasha adjusted the strap of Zuri's dress and stepped back to assess. "You look incredible." "I'm not fidgeting." "You are fidgeting. You've been fidgeting since 6 o'clock this morning. You reorganized the reception seating chart twice. You called Rochelle 4 times, and you tried to iron your veil." The veil had a wrinkle. Veils are supposed to have wrinkles, Zuri. They're made of tulle. Zuri looked at herself in the mirror. The dress was ivory, simple, fitted through the bodice with a skirt that moved when she moved. Her curls were loose, the way Miles liked them, pinned back on one side with a spray of small white flowers that Mrs. Chen from the flower shop had arranged that morning with the particular care of a woman who had been waiting for this wedding since the bachelor auction. The woman in the mirror looked like Zuri Palmer on the best day of her life, which, she supposed, was exactly right. "Okay," she said. "Okay, I'm ready." "You've been ready for 16 years, Sasha said. "But who's counting?" "You. You are counting. You have been counting out loud since June." Sasha grinned. She was wearing deep gold, the maid of honor dress she'd chosen herself after rejecting the first 3 options Zuri had suggested on the grounds that they were aggressively beige. The gold was perfect. Sasha was radiant. The day was perfect, and the only thing left was to walk out the door and down the street and into the rest of her life. They were getting ready in the Palmer house, in Zuri's childhood bedroom, because Lorraine Palmer had insisted, and because the walk from the house to the town square was short enough that Zuri could make it in heels without incident. Curtis Palmer was waiting downstairs. He'd been waiting since 7, in his best suit, with the patient silence of a man who understood that wedding mornings operated on their own timeline, and the only useful thing a father could do was be ready when his daughter was. The gazebo in the town square was transformed. Rochelle had spent 3 weeks on the decorations. White and gold bunting wound through the lattice, mason jars with tea candles lining the steps, garlands of magnolia and jasmine draped along the railing. The effect was warm and golden and smelled like every good thing about a southern summer evening. The chairs were full. Sweetgum had turned out the way Sweetgum always turned out, completely and with opinions. Mrs. Zhang sat in the second row in a deep plum dress, her hands folded in her lap, her expression carrying the particular satisfaction of a woman who had once told a man to wear a nice shirt and had been shaping outcomes ever since. Mr. Owens was near the back, in a tie Zuri suspected he had not worn since the previous decade. Amy and Malachi were together 3 rows from the front. Joanne from Roasted Beans had somehow secured an aisle seat and was already holding a tissue. Mrs. Delacroix, their old AP English teacher, was in the 4th row, looking at the gazebo with the quiet certainty of a woman who had watched these two argue their way through a state debate semifinal and had always suspected it would end here. Mrs. Turner was in the front row. She was not knitting. She was sitting upright in a blue dress with her hands in her lap and her chin lifted, and the pride on her face was so fierce and so open that Zuri had to look away for a moment or risk crying before she reached the end of the aisle. Benjamin stood at the front of the gazebo beside Miles. Best man. The man who had shown up on the Chestnut Street porch with sweet tea 12 minutes after the worst night of Miles's life and told him that the man who listens is the man who stays. And Miles. Miles was standing at the top of the gazebo steps in a dark suit and a white shirt, and the expression he wore when he'd stopped performing and was simply present. The corner of his mouth lifted when he saw her, the almost smile that had been landing in her chest since the first charity event, and the sight of it cracked her composure open before she'd taken a single step. Curtis Palmer offered his arm. Zuri took it. And the walk from the edge of the square to the gazebo steps was 40 feet and 16 years. And every debate round and every late night studying and every moment she'd spent pretending that the most important person in her field of vision was her adversary instead of her future. The music was something soft. She didn't hear it. She heard her father's breathing beside her, steady and sure. She heard Sasha behind her, sniffling already. At the steps, Curtis Palmer stopped. He looked at Miles. Miles looked at him, and the handshake between them was firm and brief and carried the full weight of a father's assessment rendered and approved. Curtis kissed his daughter's forehead, placed her hand in Miles's, and sat down beside Lorraine, who was already crying with the composed elegance of a woman who had been waiting for this moment since her daughter was in high school, coming home from a debate tournament talking about Miles Ashford with an intensity that had nothing to do with disagreement. The officiant spoke. Zuri heard the words and didn't hear them because Miles was holding her hand and his thumb was tracing an absent pattern on her wrist. And the familiarity of the gesture in this setting, in front of this town, under this gazebo where they'd named the truth 3 months ago, made her throat close with a feeling too large for any ceremony to contain. The vows were theirs. They'd written them together at the kitchen table on a Tuesday night, arguing about word choice the way they argued about everything, which meant passionately and thoroughly, and with the joy of two people who would never stop pushing each other to be more precise. Miles went first. Zuri, I have been trying to beat you at something since I was 16 years old, and I have never once succeeded. You are smarter than me, braver than me, and more stubborn than me, and I say that as the most stubborn man in Sweetgum. A ripple of laughter from the chairs. I spent 15 years in other cities trying to build things that mattered, and I couldn't do it because the thing that mattered was here. You were here. You were always here. And the life I want to build starts with you and ends with you and has you in every room. He paused, his voice roughened. My grandmother once told Mrs. Turner that I was the best thing she ever built. I don't think that's true. I think the best thing she ever built was this community. He looked at the town around them, the square, the streets, the people who had raised him. And the best thing I ever did was come home to it and find you standing in the middle, telling me I'd forgotten the people. I will never forget the people again. Starting with you, I promise. Zuri's turn. Miles Ashford. She steadied her voice. I have been arguing with you since we were 16 years old, and it took me until this year to understand that the arguing was never about winning. It was about being seen. You were the first person who ever made me feel like I had something to prove, and you were the last person I was willing to admit I loved. And both of those things are your fault, and I am grateful for them every day. She squeezed his hand. You redesigned an entire renovation because I told you the people mattered. You carried your grandmother's book receipts for weeks because you wanted the telling to be right. You stood in front of a council and withdrew your own plan because the truth was more important than the contract. And you left the porch light on every night because I was coming, even when I didn't know it yet. Her voice cracked. She let it. I promised to argue with you for the rest of my life. About pancakes and driving routes and the correct ratio of garlic to basil. I promised to let you win sometimes, but not often, because you're better when you're losing. And I promise that the next time I'm scared, I'll stay on the porch instead of walking off it. Because you are my person, Miles. You have always been my person, and I am done pretending otherwise. The officiant said the words. Miles slid the ring on her finger. She slid the ring on his. And the kiss was soft and certain and carried by the sound of an entire town exhaling at once, because Sweetgum had been waiting for this since two teenagers spent 4 years of high school competing for each other's attention and calling it anything but love. Rochelle was the first to stand. The applause that followed was not polite. It was loud, sustained, and included a whistle from Mr. Owens that nobody had known he was capable of. The reception was at the B&B. Benjamin and Rochelle had opened the garden, and the tables were set under string lights between the willow pond and the greenhouse, and the evening smelled like jasmine and the fried chicken Amy had insisted on making because you don't have a Sweetgum wedding without fried chicken, and I don't care what the caterer says. The evening was warm. The town danced. Rochelle gave a toast that took credit for the entire relationship. Starting from the bachelor auction and ending with the words, I told you so, repeated with escalating volume. Sasha's toast was shorter and more devastating. Zuri Palmer has been the most capable person I know since we were 5 years old, and the only thing she ever needed help with was admitting she was in love. Miles, you are the bravest man in this town for waiting her out. Don't let her reorganize your feelings. She will try. Mrs. Zhang did not give a toast. She sat at her table with her tea and watched the dancing, and at one point, when Miles spun Zuri past her chair, said quietly, "The right time is not a thing that arrives. It is a thing you choose. You chose well." Zuri saw his face change, the way it always changed when his grandmother's words found him through someone else's voice. They danced. They ate. They accepted congratulations from people who had watched them fight their way to each other over the course of a single extraordinary summer. Destiny asked if she could be in the wedding next time, and Zuri told her there wasn't going to be a next time. And Destiny said, "That's what everybody says," with the weary authority of a 10-year-old who had seen enough Sweetgum romances to know better. They went home. The Chestnut Street house glowed in the dark, every window lit, the porch light on the way it always was. Mrs. Turner had left cornbread on the counter. Someone, probably Sasha, had tied a ribbon to the mailbox. They stood on the porch. The swing was behind them. The yard was dark. The street was quiet. And Zuri Palmer Ashford, in her ivory dress with the white flowers in her hair, looked at the man she'd married and felt the same thing she'd felt in a high school hallway 16 years ago, except now she had the words for it, and the words were simple and true and hers. "We're home," she said. Miles took her hand. The corner of his mouth lifted, the almost smile that had started landing in her chest at the first charity event and had never stopped. "We're home," he said. The porch light hummed. The town settled. And Zuri leaned into her husband on the porch of the house that Miss Eloise Ashford had filled with books and quiet love, and the faith that the right people would find each other eventually. And the night was warm, and the future was long, and they had all the time in the world to argue about every single minute of it. This concludes Bid on Love, an African-American sweet romance novel written by Imani Price, narrated by Shatrice Williams and Michael Evans. Thank you so much for listening. To keep up with Imani's upcoming books, please subscribe to this YouTube channel and join her mailing list at imaniprice.com. Note from the author: if you especially enjoy my stories, please consider purchasing my books, which are available at all major retailers. You can also support my work here on YouTube by becoming a channel member through the Join button or by sending a super thanks by clicking on Thanks. Your support helps me continue offering these stories for free. Thank you again, and I truly hope you enjoyed this story.